The Pistons secure another win last night, this one to the tune of a 114-104 victory over Atlanta. That win putting them at 6th place in the Eastern Conference and guaranteeing them a winning month of basketball in January, the first winning month they've had since 2019. Cade Cunningham sinking 29 in last night's victory. We may see his name announced tonight as TNT unveils their 10 starters for the All-Star game at 7 o'clock. Red Wings look to end their bad stretch of hockey tonight hosting Montreal. Pre-game can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket beginning at 6:45. Detroit losers of their last 4 of 5 and 3 in a row, only tallying a single goal in each of those 3 games. Within the NFL, we find out the Super Bowl's representation this week as Philadelphia battles Washington for the NFC title. The Chiefs and Bills headline the AFC matchup. And we also continue to see developments on the personnel front in the NFL. Ben Johnson accepting a head coaching position with the Bears on Monday. Aaron Glenn overtaking the Jets' head coaching duties yesterday. And Detroit also losing their D-line coach, Terrell Williams, to the Patriots. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
How about them Pistons? Heard it in the update. 6th place now in the Eastern Conference. Another win and a winning month. We'll get to them. Good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. We have a busy show today. We'll be carrying the Brad Holmes press conference live later this morning when he addresses this season and what's ahead for the Lions. John, how you doing?
Great. I would tell you what, when I was driving home yesterday, and I heard Karsh say, Brad Holmes is going to be on live, and we're going to carry it at 9. I thought, oh, wait a second here. Let me
Are we?
Yeah. Let me check with Jimmy. I got a little bit excited because I want to be able to hear what he has to say so that then when he's done, we can react to it in the moment instead of, oh, hey, Dan's got a press conference, and then we just get clips, but we get a chance to react to it the following day. This is it's going to be so interesting to be able to hear his reaction, his take, his emotions following the unexpected loss and end to the season.
Last year, he came with receipts. Last year, he came to flex a little bit. I have no idea what tone we're going to get. He's done a great job. I think they tried at the deadline. They added Zadarius Smith. They didn't get even to where they were a year ago. So I'll be curious to see what he attributes that to, how much of it he puts on the injuries, how much he emphasizes what they need to do this upcoming summer, spring, draft, free agency. How close does he think they are? Right? I think these are really interesting things to listen for.
Yeah, and what are the priorities in the offseason?
Yeah.
In regards to who do you want to re-sign, who's, he's not going to say who's not going to be back, but they're already making, reserved contracts and, letting some guys go and trying to position themselves as best they can while some other teams are still playing to maximize the timing of this.
Yeah,
even though it's bad.
There will, of course, be things he won't answer and can't answer. You're like, hey, are you going to go after Max Crosby? We heard you went after him in November. Is that back on the table? We're not going to get necessarily the entire blueprint spelled out in front of us, but you got to read between the lines a little bit and see what Brad Holmes has cooked up for this offseason. So we'll find out later this morning. Again, John said 9 o'clock is when we will carry that, and we will take extended time to really get into it. The Pistons, John.
Mm-hmm.
How about them Pistons?
How about that? 23 wins on the season, 2 above 500, but they're in a playoff position, not postseason position with the play-in tournament. They are in playoff position at the 6th seed, and they have secured their first winning month. No matter what happens from now to the end of January, they will have a winning month for the first time since 2019. And I know I said this earlier. It was 6 years. I forgot that we turned the calendar to 2025, or 5 years. It's actually been 6 years since this has happened. It's 2 things to me.
Yeah.
It's a realization of the misery Pistons fans have been through for that 5.5 to 6 years. Unbelievable misery watching at times, horrific basketball. But it's also on the positive side of things. How about this is a team that had the worst season in franchise history last year. Now with JB, a healthy Cade, adding some, which we all thought, we didn't get to see it under Troy Weaver, adding some spacing, adding some shooters, adding some players around that complement Cade, and not just going with more point guards and bigs, but actually putting together an NBA team that fits modern-day NBA style of play. The fact that they are 23 wins right now, at 23 wins, in a playoff position, the turnaround from last year to now is tremendous.
And it's for a variety of reasons, right? Let's just focus. Last night is Atlanta. That's a team that's in the playoffs right now that they leapfrog, and they did it emphatically. On the road, up by 20, cruise control. They're flying around on defense. I like what I saw from Asar Thompson. I like what I saw from Isaiah Stewart. This team was not defending like this a year ago. So I start there. Obviously, Cade Cunningham stepped forward. He's stronger at the rim. Turnovers, he's been better, still can get better, but he is on the ascent to an all-star status and more. And then the other thing I really point to is JB, Bickerstaff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Tom Gores has been given enough credit for being willing to buy out Monty Williams at $65 million, right? We have owners in this city who are hesitant to make those commitments. Tom Gores, for all his flaws, for all his failures, for all his faux pas, put his money where his mouth is and said, enough's enough. I don't care how much money I got to throw at the problem. We need a real coach in here. We need someone that's going to try to get this team to play defense. Someone who's going to try to get Cade to the next level. I'm going to bring in Trajan Langdon to put shooters around him. We're going to try, right? We're not going to sit here and be this embarrassing. I don't care how much money I owe Monty Williams. It's a point of pride. We're not doing this anymore. How many millions? I don't care. I got to give him credit for that because he and I think deserved to take the heat when he did, but also deserves some credit for being willing to throw money at the problem to solve it.
Yeah, and in essence, he paid a coach 1 year, $78 million, $75 million, something. I don't even know what. I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter how wrong I might be.
Is anybody else willing to do that?
It's a ton of money for 1 year.
Anybody else willing to do that?
And he paid him that much money to provide the worst year in franchise history. And when you put it in that context, you're like, holy crap.
Yeah.
And but to be able to then flip the switch and say, all right, I may have made the biggest mistake I've ever made as an owner. I'm willing to own it. I'm willing to pay what I have to pay to get out of this mistake and move forward with competency at the GM level, who now has competency in regards to putting players around your star player. And I can only go back to, how long did we delay what we're seeing now?
Yeah.
In the misuse of Cade and the roster in the first few years of his young career.
So they haven't skipped a beat without Ivy. What does that mean? I think that's something you got for you guys just to chew on and maybe think about if this thing keeps going the way it is. They're 9-3 since Jan 1. They're 12-4 since December 19th. And that was before they went out west. They're out west during the holidays. And the loss since the 19th, that loss on the 19th was the Jazz. Remember that game? How bad that was? The Jazz are the second worst team in the NBA.
Yeah, it was an ugly loss.
I'm kind of curious because they gave up 126 to them.
Yeah.
And I think they gave up 48 in the first. Remember
they
that?
were dead on arrival.
Yeah, I kind of curious. I wonder if there's something
from that moment.
Yeah. Was there kind of something to ask Bickerstaff? We need to get him on, probably.
I was going to say, we probably are due to get him back on. I mean,
Nothing else going on anymore.
Well, I was going to say, are they the best team in Detroit right now? It's not saying much. The Lions are done now.
The Lions are, yeah. I mean, so
we got
you
some
take
basketball in general with the college teams. I mean, could be an interesting March and April around here.
Could be fun.
April.
Stop.
April in the deep.
All right, guys. We're going to have some football fun at 6:35. We've got the Thursday touchdown. Coming up next, Ben Johnson was introduced to the Chicago Bears, and he said something about the Lions I think you'll want to hear. It's next, 97.1. All right, guys. We're talking about the best of the best. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024, and they're celebrating with awesome deals all month long. So get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where you can lease the 2025 Blazer. That's $299 a month, 24-month lease, $999 down. Deals like that, it's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal. That's MoranExpress.com. Click around and you'll see what we're talking about, or stop out and check them out in person. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Pistons win again. 6 seed in the East means you avoid the play-in. They're playing well. Cade Cunningham playing like an all-star. They were giving him some love on TNT this week. The Pistons are a thing, and the whole don't let the Tigers get hot. Here come the Pistons.
Oh, they're hot.
Yeah.
And they if they just keep playing like this, they're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be playing postseason basketball, and they're not the quote unquote winter sport that we thought had the best chance of making the postseason. You're going tonight, though.
I'll be there at the LCA. Please win. Okay, John, yesterday Ben Johnson was introduced to the city of Chicago. I'm sure people saw the viral moment where he said, I like beating LaFleur 2 times a year. He was very complimentary of Dan Campbell as a mentor. He thanked Sheila. He was, positive about the Lions. In fact, he went as far as to say, it doesn't matter who the play caller is in Detroit. Again, audio quality not great. Apologies, guys. But the runway's there. They're going to be a juggernaut. It doesn't even matter who the play caller is in Detroit. That should make you feel good.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about all the young talent. Dan talked about all the guys in key positions, quarterback, running backs, offensive line for now, and obviously receivers. So they are going to be built. I do think it does matter the play caller, but ultimately this is Dan's offense. And that's why I think, okay, the runway is there, so is the engine. Like it's so is the aircraft. Everything is there for this team to still be you mentioned yesterday, top 5 offense. Not going to necessarily say the number 1 offense in the NFL, number 1 scoring offense or passing or running, whatever. A top 5 offense.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be something that we have to remind people of as we get closer to next season. There's going to be a lot of, but they lost Ben Johnson. And I want people to remember what he just said, which is the runway is there. And remember what Dan Campbell said this week, I've been more involved in the offense since Anthony Lynn was let go. Losing one of the guys architecting plays is a thing.
Sure.
But the talent is there. They will still collaborate. The offense should still be very, very good next season. The defensive side of the ball is going to be a little more interesting. And I know you want to really get into that coming up at 6:50. Aaron Glenn did leave. He's going to be the Jets coach. I saw them post a hype video. Of course, they drafted him, and they've got old footage. And
how cool is that, though, for him?
Yeah.
First-round pick for the Jets, plays there, and then now gets to go back as the head coach. So he's well aware of the New York media, the environment, the atmosphere that's there. It's going to be interesting to see what they do offensively with their QB and how he handles that situation. I think that's going to be wildly entertaining.
So I think some people have gone, that's a really tough job. And I think they're missing out on a key selling point. You get to fire Aaron Rodgers. How great of a... I mean, come on, that's got to be fun. But I do think he has the temperament to be a head coach. Sure. I do think he relates to players. I think he also has the temperament for New York, which is super important to be the Jets coach when they aren't very good. Their defense underachieved this year. I think immediately he'll come in and get the most out of that group. And this is not a one-year deal. They are going to have to churn some things offensively, but I think that's a hell of a hire for the Jets. If someone's going to do it, he's the guy.
Yeah. Excited to see what happens.
And he's not in the division, so I don't have to play the stupid...
He's not even in the conference.
Yeah, I don't have to play the betrayal, traitor stuff with Aaron Glenn. All right, let's get to Heather's news.
So crews have been out working hard to repair water main breaks across Detroit after freezing temperatures caused a significant number of breaks across the city. There were a few dozen breaks across Detroit's 3,000 miles of water main, and they say this is triple to double what is typical during the winter season. And officials are saying 11 crews have been out in the frigid cold working hard, but kind of noted that they're basically treading water until the temperatures warm back up. And you might have seen some pictures. These water main breaks have turned cars into carsicles.
I saw.
Right, where these cars are just covered in water, which then freeze. They're being towed off to like garages to thaw out.
I know,
there's
it's
nothing that can be done.
Unbelievable looking at how covered and caked in ice these are.
It's pretty crazy. And not only that, I mean, water has been cut off to numerous residents as well across the city. So hopefully these crews, and now that the temperature is, felt warm today.
Still below freezing.
It is,
Yeah.
but still, it was like, oh, do I need to wear my jacket today?
I know.
It's
I hate
so
wearing
cold.
jackets, and as soon as I walked out, I'm like, yep, don't need one today.
Which is so crazy because it's
still
really
not
cold
warm.
out. Yeah, really cold. A Detroit man is facing multiple charges after biting off a part of a woman's ear while assaulting her at a motel in Royal Oak Township. Happened on January 18th. Police responded to the American Inn Motel of reports of this woman and children screaming for help. I won't get into all the details because police say the level of violence in this case is scary. The man, 23 years old, was charged with first-degree criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to maim, assault by strangulation, felonious assault, and 2 counts of child abuse and domestic violence. So thank goodness police got there when they did. But man, real sad story. One of the 2 smaller towers of the Renaissance Center is headed for auction later this year. So the 21-story Tower 600, which is now almost completely empty, is situated east of the original 5 towers, and it's listed to be auctioned off March 17th through March 19th, and the starting bid is $2.75 million. The tower and its like twin tower was built in 1981, and they have different ownership than the older original 5, which belonged to GM. So, if it's something you're looking to get involved with, there's your chance.
Make a bid.
Yeah. You never know. Amon-Ra St. Brown is happy for Ben Johnson and his opportunity to coach the Bears, but he does plan on beating him twice a year. So during his podcast, St. Brown shared that he spoke to Johnson and they had some friendly banter on the phone.
Yeah. So everybody always is like, the familiarity that Ben has with, this defense and this offense. What's he going to tell his defensive coordinator, whoever that ends up being? The familiarity runs both ways.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No, I'm going to have you up. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Basketball fans will see a familiar face when the NBA returns to NBC. Mike Tirico has been announced as the lead play-by-play voice when NBC's coverage of the NBA returns for the 25-26 season. So he says that he couldn't be more thrilled about returning courtside to call games. So.
That's awesome. He's a great broadcaster. Everybody knows him, obviously, with the Sunday Night Football, and obviously he's a Michigander, Metro Detroiter. That's awesome news.
Very, very cool. McDonald's is kicking off 2025 with the return of some iconic Happy Meal toys that fans can't get enough of. It's funny, when I was thinking of this, I'm like, ooh, what are they? What are these iconic toys? And then I found out they're Pokemon Happy Meals. Cool. I know a lot of people are into Pokemon, and it's been around for a long time.
I never understood that from the moment it took off. It just seems weird.
But
that was in my, as a kid. That was super big when I was in, elementary school.
Were you a Pokemon collector?
The little Game Boy, and you'd play the games?
You're weird.
Oh, yeah. But everybody did at that age.
I mean, come on. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Anyway, they're rolling out nationwide.
Everyone was doing it.
For a limited time only, and each Happy Meal includes a Pokemon trading card game booster pack featuring 4 of 15 available Pokemon TCG cards, a Pokemon poster, and 1 sticker sheet to decorate said poster.
Kindergarten Jim loved Pokemon.
Yeah, you're going for the Happy Meal today, aren't you?
That's right. On the way home. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown. We've got stories about the Lions, the playoffs, and more. It's 97.1. This just isn't as much fun now that the Lions are eliminated. But the show must go on. It's the Thursday touchdown.
All right, guys, our show was bullish all season long with the Lions. John went with the 14-3 when the schedule came out in May. Then Jim went up John with the 15-2 after the Houston win. Then we went one step further with the double-digit disco. Should the double-digit disco be banned permanently?
I don't think so. If you are confident, I'm not saying bring it back for
rebranded.
If you're confident, then why not show your confidence? All right, we don't have to go to the level that we did in regards to the glasses or the rainbow shirt bedazzled of one Jim Costa. But if you've got confidence in a team, and you got, especially if one's one of our teams, which I think would be the only reason we would use it, I got no problem with bringing the double-digit disco back. It's going to be a long time before that happens, but if this team could be better next year, why not?
We got to call it something else. 0-2, the double-digit disco. It's going to bring back too many negative feelings. I do think there will be times where we are boisterous, confident, overconfident, but we got to do something different. The disco is dead, and it was dead for a reason.
If you want to express yourself, okay, you can find a different way to express yourself. I have no problem if that's how you choose to express your confidence and your emotion going into a matchup.
So this segment was formerly known as the Wide Nine in a former life. Yeah. And I think the same thing with the double-digit disco. It does need to be rebranded, formerly known as, doing business as, whatever you want to call it. But it needs to be something else. And I still can't get out of my head. John, I did have a hiccup last week when the glasses broke. When you put them on. That was the biggest omen ever. All right, I'd like to see the Lions explore upgrading wide receiver number 3 with a bigger frame type of guy. Now, look, this is a little dreamland, let's admit it here. But I picked a few non-free agent names who could be available. Those names are Cooper Kupp, DK Metcalf, and Devontae Adams. Who would you prefer out of these 3?
So I think Cooper Kupp's going to be the name people flock to because of the familiarity with Jared Goff. But I think the highest upside of that group playing in this fantasy scenario, it's DK Metcalf.
On the final year of his deal going into this year.
I don't think there's any question. It's the answer to these 3 is DK Metcalf. Cooper Kupp, while he's good, has been injured a lot in the last couple of years. And Devontae Adams, I don't want the drama. We don't need the drama. I don't think he fits into anything that's going on here. The easy answer is DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf is still in the prime of his career.
Right, yeah, and I think the one thing is obviously you're giving up some pretty decent capital if you do him versus Kupp. He's probably going to get cut, and he's going to eventually be a free agent. And situationally, if you managed his snaps, maybe you can keep him healthy.
Sure,
because he would create nightmares in this offense.
Oh, he'd fit great.
All right, Taylor Decker was just so-so the second half of the season. He's going to be 32 next year. Frank Ragnow will be 29, and he's a candidate to retire at a young age. Zeitler's going to be 35, and he could leave or retire. Glasgow will be 33. Am I getting you to panic yet? He was awful versus Washington Glasgow, and he's under contract through 2026. Has the offensive line become an urgent need for the Lions?
I believe it has, and it's urgent because you're going to need some time to develop some of these players. You're not going to be picking in the top 10. You're not going to get the number 1 offensive tackle coming out of college football. You're not going to get the number 1 guard. You might be able to get a top-line center at 28 because centers don't typically go in the first round. But you've got right now in the long term, I've seen enough of Christian Mahogany. I think he is going to be a starter, maybe even be a starter next year. Penei Sewell, obviously, we know what we have there. But you're going to have to address the center position, Graham Glasgow, Taylor Decker, as you mentioned. And who knows what the development of Giovanni Manu has been. I do know that I don't like the development of Kobe Sorsdahl. And I don't want to go into a season with Dan Skipper as a starter. I think he's done a much better job of coming in, filling in spot duty, and obviously the extra, offensive lineman reporting. But I do think you're going to have to address it, and you have to address it now.
You said urgent? Yeah, it's urgent. Jared Goff's not mobile. We know he can play at a very high level when kept clean and in rhythm. This offensive line has to be a priority every offseason, not just the starting 5, but the depth. They're trying to develop Manu and Mahogany. It's why keeping Hank Fraley could be such a big deal here in the next couple weeks.
Do you guys think Glasgow could get cut?
Yeah.
I think it could be a surprise cut. I think people think he's here next year no matter what because of the contract. I do think it could be on the table. He was not good. All right, the Chiefs are now 2 wins away from being the first team to three-peat in the Super Bowl era. Do you want to see them accomplish this feat?
No. Mahomes has become unlikable. The begging for flags. I also think the Bills are the team most people want to see break through at this point, right? Long-suffering Bills Mafia, great fan base, Josh Allen. Finally get some healthy competition so it's not just Mahomes every year.
This one was a tough one for me. I don't really care.
It's history. That's the only appeal.
I don't care if they're the only team to ever won 3 in a row, or people say, well, does this solidify him as the greatest quarterback of all time? I still think there's work to be done. It's something that Tom never did. Back-to-back is something that Tom never did.
That's the feather. No, back-to-back Tom did, but it's his first or 2 and 3.
Oh, okay. All right.
2003, 2004.
All right, so I don't really care. The only way I would care is if I believe that the Lions, which I do, are going to be Super Bowl contenders next year. I want them to be able to knock off the Super Bowl champ. And so if it's the Bills, then knock them off next year. I'd like to see them again. If it's the Chiefs, then what better way to announce that you are one of the elite franchises than knock off the 3-time defending Super Bowl champs?
I'll just say this. If he does, Mahomes gets the 3rd in a row. That is a feather in his cap that Brady doesn't have. That's a heavy feather. That opens that debate up big time.
And this might be the best job, even though his numbers don't support it. Maybe he hasn't had the best season, but to do it without a wide receiving core that he normally has, receivers have been hurt, that I just think that this might be his best overall job as a quarterback.
All right, I think people were a little surprised by this. Kind of mentioned it yesterday. No rookie quarterback has led their team to the Super Bowl, meaning being the starter, the lead guy. Can Jaden Daniels become the first? And if he does, will it take any of the sting away from the Lions losing to him?
So to answer the first part, can he become the first? Yeah, he's playing in the game. Can they beat the Eagles? Yeah, I don't see it. I didn't see it last week. So I think he can be that first rookie quarterback. There seems to be some magic there. Whatever they've got going this year, and they're playing really good football right now. So I think the answer to that first part is yes, he can. Will it take away the sting? Absolutely not.
Can he? Yes. I think we have to say that after watching them beat the Lions. And will it take away the sting? No, for a couple reasons. One, it's going to be a missed opportunity for the Lions regardless. And two, doesn't that mean there's this elite quarterback looming in the NFC for years to come? If he does something no one's ever done and carries that team to a Super Bowl, he's going to be a problem for the Lions for years. No, that's not a good thing.
Well, whether he wins or not, he's going to be a problem for the Lions for years.
But that would cement him on a different tier if he got it done.
All right, Saquon Barkley has been a beast in the postseason. Is Barkley's playoff run proving he's the real MVP this year?
No. He's had a hell of an impact on that Eagles team. I think their offensive line in tandem with Saquon Barkley is made for a hell of a rushing attack, but Josh Allen's the MVP.
Josh Allen has done more with less. Mm-hmm. And I think when you take away all of his receivers, what they, especially with the offensive line, they had to make some hard choices up front, and you could do it when you have a quarterback like Josh Allen at this point of his career where he is mobile. He's willing to be a fullback out of the backfield because that's how he runs when he's running with the ball. I think it's hands down Josh Allen. Saquon Barkley had a great season, no question about it. And whether or not he broke the all-time rushing record in a single season or not doesn't play into this for me. Great year, but the impact has been greater by Josh Allen.
I probably still agree with you guys, but it's really hit me this week. Like, I think Saquon's done what Josh Allen has done. He's carried the Eagles. Jalen Hurts has not been very good this year. They went through injuries with both of their receivers, yet they're 14-3 and on the verge of going to the Super Bowl. And what he does, his game-breaking ability is just unbelievable. All right, finally, Jerry Jones. This is a fun one. Jerry Jones has pretty much gone dark for the Cowboys. A lot of people think he's gone off the deep end and he's nuts, but I do think he's still a smart guy, and I think he's got probably a desire to kind of show everybody he's the right guy and everybody else is wrong. So I kind of thought this watching the Ohio State game the other night. Do you think Jerry might be exploring a college coach? And I'm not talking about prime time. I'm talking about Ryan Day or Lincoln Riley?
Yes. I think I don't think it's Lincoln Riley. I think it's Ryan Day. I think Ryan Day, he's not going to say it out loud, but I think he wants out of Columbus. He's just looking for that exit ramp. And if Jerry Jones picks up the phone and calls him, Ryan Day definitely takes the call, definitely takes the interview, and if the job is offered, he leaves Columbus. I mean, we had the story yesterday about his family needing round-the-clock police protection. I can't imagine coming home to my family knowing that that's the situation I continue to put them in. There's no guarantee he beats Michigan next year. He's had a slew of talent and hasn't been able to do it for 4 years. That's why, the lunatic fan base, a small portion of that lunatic fan base has gone off the deep end. And I think he's just looking for that exit ramp.
Tom, credit to you. You're the first person I've seen bring this up. Jerry's a big enough wild card to pull something like this off, and Ryan Day, for all the reasons John mentioned, should absolutely be interested.
The one thing about he goes back to trying to copy what he did with Jimmy Johnson.
Sure. And that is the Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1. We've got the 2 Grand Slam this morning coming up at 7:25. Your chance to win $2,000. Dear John is going to be bumped up today. Normally at 9 o'clock. We're going to do it at 7:35 because Brad Holmes' press conference will be carried live on our show at 9 o'clock today.
Can we call it a special edition?
Special edition of Dear John.
Yeah, early.
The prompts.
Oh, yeah, let's hear these. I haven't got a teaser for the last couple of weeks.
When can I stop paying?
Okay.
Sending a message.
Ooh.
Rebellious daughter.
Ha! 7:35. The kids won't be in the car. I can say whatever I want at that point.
And if we have time, there's one that I saw on TikTok, Naked and Unafraid, that I'd love to get your reaction to. If we have time.
Let's make sure we have time.
Okay, so let's do what we need to do. John, you want to talk about Aaron Glenn leaving and just how important this hire is now for Dan Campbell?
Yeah, because everybody is a lot of people early on were very concerned about this offense. And when Ben Johnson leaves, because it was so much fun, it was so dynamic, it was so explosive, could it possibly be the same? And now that we're faced with replacing both coordinators, the defense, let's face it, it wasn't great. A lot of it was due to injury. It wasn't sexy. But I do believe, for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about, that the defensive coordinator hire is the biggest hire that Dan Campbell is going to make. Dan is going to have his hands and his fingerprints all over the offense. And I thought Tom brought up an actually great point yesterday. I don't think it happens, but it is possible that Dan says, you know what? With as much as I've learned and I've grown as a coach, I'm going to be the play caller. And he could promote Hank Fraley to offensive coordinator, but it would be Dan Campbell calling the plays on game day. I don't know that I like it, but it could be a possibility. So defensively, I think this defense has been built to this point, and we heard from Dan Campbell. He wants a guy that's going to be aggressive. He's going to play a lot of man coverage. That's the style of defense he wants to pair with his offense. So does that eliminate Robert Saleh? And I know with the Jets, he developed some more tendencies with man coverage, but he also had Sauce Gardner. I don't know that he would look at this defense and say, if Carlton Davis, is back, Amik Robertson, and the entire group back there, that he has the same playmakers that he had with the Jets to go man. Now he may look at the pass rush with Za'Darius, and he may get some assurances from Brad Holmes that we're gonna add a pass rusher, whether it's in free agency or in the draft, or we're gonna add a defensive tackle. I know there was a conversation yesterday had because of the whole Mel Kiper draft, first mock draft that came out. They were doing these guys are left on the board. Who do you want? A lot of people were talking about Kenneth Grant. I'm not going to go that far yet, but you could add a defensive tackle alongside Aleem McNeil. DJ Reader's only 1-year contract. Yep. But without getting too far in the weeds in terms of the personnel, you're going to get Hutch back. You're going to get a lot of these guys back healthy. I think the defensive coordinator hire, because the offense is still going to be a top-level offense, you've got to be able to have a defense that complements it. And I'm not talking, you don't have to have, it would be great to have a top 5 defense paired with a top 5 offense. You're talking about, hey, look out. But who are some of the candidates, and does it fit with Dan Campbell's leadership style in regards to, Aaron Glenn, we know he's a strong personality. He's also knows exactly what he wants to do on defense. They worked together previously, so they knew that they could work together here. But when you hire a strong personality and it's somebody that you haven't worked with before, it doesn't always work out.
The defensive coordinator hire is so important. I think there's a chance they promote internally offensively. Do you want to have 2 first-time coordinators? Probably not. I would be curious to see who's on Dan Campbell's list of external candidates. One that really stands out to me is Dennis Allen. And I know what you're saying. Wait, wasn't that rumored to be Ben Johnson's defensive coordinator? Well, if the ink isn't dry, and it's not, they interviewed Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator job yesterday. I don't know if that's a Rooney Rule requirement or if it's serious consideration. Either way, Dan Campbell could say, Dennis Allen worked with me in New Orleans. Dan Campbell could say, Dennis Allen was Aaron Glenn's boss with the New Orleans Saints. They had 4 straight years of a top 10 defense. Not a good head coach, Dennis Allen, but a very good defensive coordinator. That would be great. Hey, Ben, you're not entitled to Dennis Allen. I've worked with him longer. Our team's better. Dennis, who do you want to coach for? I think that would be a really interesting move.
I think it would be. I mean, we talk about the rivalry that is between, obviously, Chicago and Detroit, but it's also going to be amped up a little bit more because your OC is now their head coach. And could this be a steal? All right, you thought you were going to get down Dennis Allen? Not so fast, my friend. All of a sudden, hey, he's in Detroit. And I think that would be very interesting. Dennis Allen would definitely be on the list. I think he's got to be interviewed. And Kelvin Shepard will certainly, he's been living this interview for the past, 4 years. Mm-hmm. And so he's a guy that would be at the top of the list as well if you're going to promote from within. There's a couple other guys. We talked about Robert Saleh. And I'm curious your thoughts first before I got 2 more guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the Saleh thing. Is he the lead candidate? It's the guy most people are talking about because, hey, Dearborn native, obviously from the area.
Interviewed for the head coaching job along with Dan Campbell, didn't get it.
There's a couple things. One, Saleh, when he was the DC with the Niners, they hardly ever blitzed. I mean, they had Bosa, they had a great D-line, a bunch of first-rounders. They didn't necessarily need to. They also didn't blitz a lot in New York. It's not a bad thing. It's just philosophically a little different in addition to being a little more of a zone guy historically, recently a man coverage guy. He also may get a head coaching job. Like Jacksonville is a disaster, but they finally fired Trent Baalke and they need someone to take that job. But sure, Saleh, I think for a lot of people is the lead candidate. Dennis Allen, someone to watch. You got 2 more names. Can you give them us after the update?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Look at that. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Red Wings taking home ice tonight, looking to turn things around as they play Montreal. Wings have lost their last 4 of 5 and are currently suffering a 3-game losing stretch, only mustering a single goal in each of those 3 losses. Pre-game can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket, beginning at 6:45. Meanwhile, the Pistons, they have not had much problems winning recently. Last night's 114-104 win over Atlanta, securing them their first winning month of basketball since 2019. That win also putting them in 6th place of the Eastern Conference. The NBA All-Stars get announced tonight. Popular opinion suggests Cade Cunningham will make the cuts. And elsewhere in the association, Jimmy Butler suffering his second multi-game suspension within the same month, just coming off of a 7-game suspension for, quote, unfit conduct detrimental to the team. Yesterday, he was suspended for a pair of Heat road games after missing the flight to Milwaukee. Reports continue to flow that Butler desperately wants traded out of Miami. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Aaron Glenn, officially the Jets head coach. The Lions will have to replace both the offensive and defensive coordinators. And John, you have said that defensive coordinator hire is more important. It's the hire for Dan Campbell. We've thrown out some names. You got a few more you want to mix in.
Well, yeah, and part of the reason they're going to operate a little bit more independently than the offensive coordinator will. So you're going to have to trust a little bit more that the guy that you bring in is going to be the leader that you need him to be defensively. He's going to have the concepts that you want to have defensively, and also going to, is going to be productive defensively. So we talked about Calvin Shepard on the as an internal hire promotion. Dennis Allen, who's a guy that he's worked with in New Orleans, has head coaching experience, has been very productive as a defensive coordinator. Robert Saleh, same thing. The other 2 guys, and brace yourself.
Oh, boy.
There's a guy who interviewed this year for the Colts defensive coordinator job. Cincy's defensive coordinator job. Atlanta, it's been reported that he's interviewed for all 3 of those. Did not get it. Wink Martindale.
Man coverage, aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, it could fit. Now, the question is going to be, would he fit temperament-wise? And because he's a very
Surly.
surly is
That's a polite word.
great way to put it. And maybe that's what you need.
Yeah.
Is a surly individual that's, headstrong, stubborn, going to get it done. Now, he obviously got it done later in the year for Michigan than he did early on in the year. It took a little bit of an adjustment on his part, knowledge of the players. And so that's a name that he may consider interviewing. The other one was in division. Bad head coach
Oh, no.
calls a good defense. Matt Eberflus.
Yeah.
And it's you can't argue with what he did as the DC for the Indianapolis Colts when he was the DC there. So that's what got him the job as the head coach for the Bears. Now, again, weirdo as a head coach. In-game decisions, and clock management, all that's not great as a head coach. I've mentioned this before, where I've been around guys that have been really good coordinators, and everybody eventually finds their level that they can rise to. And everybody wants to test the next level to see if, hey, can I be a head coach? Can I be a coordinator? Some are position coaches, some are coordinators, and some are head coaches. He's not a head coach. He is a good coordinator.
You're right. I mean, it's a completely different skill set. Maybe people don't realize this. Like, Dan Campbell was never a coordinator. Clearly a leader of men.
Yeah.
Clearly knows football, knows motivation. Head coach. I don't know. People wonder, is Ben Johnson going to be Adam Gase 2.0? Is he a coordinator, not a coach? A lot of these guys fail for a variety of reasons. Yeah. And it doesn't mean they don't know football. Like, Dennis Allen is not a good head coach. He's failed with the Raiders and the Saints, but he runs a defense. Robert Saleh, it's weird what happened with the Jets, but I think we know he's a good defensive coordinator, even if he's not a good head coach. And could you make that same argument for Eberflus? I suppose you could. I just remember when he was the DC with the Colts, which was where he was before he was with Chicago. A lot of zone. I don't have the numbers, but I remember them being a zone-heavy team. It would feel like Dan Campbell would be handing the keys to his defense to someone who wants to do something very different. I don't see him doing that.
The best coaches are the ones that will be able to use the talent that they are given and adjust their concepts, still being true to themselves, but adjust their concepts to the players that they are coaching on the roster. And would it be too much of a shift for him? Is Dan Campbell, even though he said, yeah, we want to run more man coverage, but we also need to be a little bit better when we do run zone.
Correct.
Is there a sweet spot? Is there a mix? I think, and honestly, I think Dennis Allen is the best mix.
I do too. Do you think he has already spoken for that? It's a matter of he's going to be. No, you think he's very much available?
Oh, 100%. If he was spoken for, he would be. If he was spoken for in Detroit, or in Chicago, he'd already be there.
Mm-hmm. And again, they interviewed Aubrey Pleasant yesterday. If I was Dan Campbell, you'd have a direct connection. You were on staff with Dennis Allen in New Orleans. He was the DC when Dan Campbell was on staff under Sean Payton, when Aaron Glenn was there. The familiarity with one another.
The division.
Because
you can't necessarily argue. I mean, Chicago has had a good defense. And Chicago's defense has given Detroit some fits.
At times, yeah. Yeah, I would tell Dennis Allen, hey, it's your choice, bud. You can coach the Bears, who were in last place, or you can coach the Lions, who were in first place.
1 seed.
Where do you want to coach?
And you could come in and after a guy in Aaron Glenn, who you got to believe some of the concepts are going to be very similar because, Aaron Glenn, he played, he's got his own concepts, but he also, coached under Dennis Allen. So is it possible that you just get the OG?
Dennis Allen's defenses, just to put some numbers on it. In 2016, the Saints were 31st in points allowed. 2017, they went to 10, 14, 13, and then 5, 4, 9, 8. Top 10, 4 straight years there at the end. This guy gets the most out of his defense. That's all we're talking about here. I'm not asking Dennis Allen to game plan the entire opponent throughout the week. I'm not asking him to lead the team. I just need him to run the defense. That to me would be my number one candidate. I know Robert Saleh's the local guy. I certainly wouldn't be disappointed.
No.
But those are guys I think we're talking about here.
do you also is there a concern that he would go with the comfortable hires, and that the comfortable hire would be Dennis Allen defensively and Pete Carmichael Jr. offensively? A couple of guys that he worked with in New Orleans. Now, they did have success, and in their respective positions as coordinators. But would you be concerned that he'd be too familiar, that he would be going with the comfortable and safe choice?
I think that's a fair criticism. I do, but I think they're a 15-win football team. It's not like they want to reinvent the wheel either. I think you want guys you can trust. I think you want guys that you're on the same page with. You don't want to take a step back. You don't want to have to reintroduce concepts that are foreign to the team. If you want to sprinkle some wrinkles in, I think that's healthy. Campbell spoke about that. Some tweaks will naturally happen with just new people calling the plays. They may have a preference on a second and long that's slightly different than the previous guy. I think some of that will naturally happen. What I don't think you want to do is go way outside yourself.
Right.
For the sake of being different when you're a 15-win football team and you've built a hell of a staff and a philosophy and a mentality. So I think that would be a criticism I just wouldn't feel that way.
I wouldn't feel that way either. And honestly, I mean, familiarity, I think, does breed success. When when Pete Carmichael Jr., if he would be the guy offensively, is very familiar with Dan Campbell, and I think that communication would be very important of, this is what I want. Let's get back on task. Let's refocus. Let's get back to what we know this offense is. I think that's an easy conversation to have. I also think that would be an easy conversation to have with Dennis Allen. Hey, this is why I hired you. This is what you are. This is the directive of what I want done.
I think Dennis Allen would be a great candidate. I think that if you rank the guys right now, it's Robert Saleh, who's probably going to become a head coach, and then Dennis Allen. And because Dennis Allen to me is the defensive coordinator version of a Norv Turner, who was a great offensive coordinator, but wasn't a good head coach. I think Dennis Allen has acquired that. He's kind of gone under the radar because of the teams he's been with. But I actually think, I know, Jim, you scoffed a little at Eberflus, that maybe that's what Eberflus is. He's just a really good DC, but he's not head coaching material. Mm-hmm. I threw this name out to John, and I think it's a total pipe dream. But he didn't dismiss the idea, at least at its core of terms of his coaching talent. What if Pete Carroll doesn't get a head coaching job? He wants back in the game so much. I just wonder if he doesn't get a head coaching job, if that kind of ego could settle for this. But you saw it with Chip Kelly in college. He just said, screw it. Well, I mean, I'm going to be an OC.
Okay. If you're doing that, then why not interview Bill Belichick for defensive coordinator?
No, because he's a head coach right now. What I'm saying is, Chip Kelly said, "Screw it." He wanted it back he wanted in the game so much, but he just wanted to be a coach. He just wanted to coach. You're not being as nice about this as you were off the air.
Okay.
I'm a swinger, man. I swing for fences.
Oh boy!
There's a drop for you.
Can
I go on the cruise with you next month?
Coming from my territory, this is my square.
Is it contagious?
No stone unturned.
Clearly.
I would pay Robert Saleh ridiculous money like the Bucks did with Liam Cohen yesterday, and just say, "Come be our DC."
Yeah,
that's what I would do.
Dave in Berkeley, you've heard this conversation. Where are you at?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Love the Pete Carroll idea. Hadn't even considered that. Great energy guy. But for me, it's Robert Saleh 100%. Dennis Allen number 2. I hate the idea of hiring from within, only because I feel like I don't need him surrounded by yes men. I feel like Dan Campbell makes a lot of risky, stubborn, and frankly dumb decisions, and he needs somebody that can stand up next to him and kind of keep him in check.
Yes, the more feedback, the more input that you have of guys that have been in that decision-making process. Dennis Allen, obviously, as a head coach, been in that decision-making process. Pete Carroll, same thing.
Absolutely. I think we need more brains, less balls.
Getting back to Pete Carroll, you would have to, if Pete Carroll can come to the realization that he's not going to get another head coaching job. And whether it's he's too old or somebody just doesn't want to go down that route and they want to make a commitment to a guy that they think is going to be there for 5-6 years. Pete Carroll's in great health. He might be able to do that. They just don't want to deal with him. And if he can come to the realization that, okay, that is not who I'm going to be, but I want to be back in the game. I want to be coaching. I want to have fun again. I am missing what makes me who I am, and that's a football coach. If he has that desire and he can come in and you can get some assurances that, hey, you're not going to be undermining me with the media, you're not going to be undermining me with anything else, then I would kick the tires on it. I don't know that I love that, though.
Look, there's a lot of names floating around, and Campbell said he's not going to be in a hurry. He wants to do this the right way. We got a lot coming up. We got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Dear John, special edition this week at 7:35. And before the hour ends, we know that Heather's husband, Colin, is a giant Lions fan. Mm-hmm. This loss has driven him to do something, I would say, questionable. We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury attorney of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number and website again is 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson has announced her plans to run for governor, making her the first major Democratic candidate to enter the race to replace Governor Whitmer. So in an email announcing her run, Benson said that she has a track record of delivering results to improve the lives of Michigan residents. She says, quote, I am running for governor because our state needs a bold leader who will save Michiganders time and money, deliver real results that improve everyone's lives, protect our residents, and that's what I've done my entire career. So she was elected as Michigan Secretary of State in 2018, and then before that, she served as the Dean of Wayne State University's Law School. Starting on February 21st, so right around the corner, a little less than a month from now, the minimum wage for tipped workers is going to increase or is expected to increase. And some people are really excited for this. They think, okay, these tipped workers are going to make even more money. They're going to make a higher wage plus their tips. However, there are some restaurant owners that are worried they just won't be able to sustain this hike.
Right.
And some restaurants are now going to be implementing a 20% service charge to prepare for the change. Some could implement maybe a different percentage, but 20% was this one particular restaurant. They said they had 2 options. They either cut their staff or they implement some sort of charge. And he said, I don't have the option to cut staff. I need all my staff to run my business, right? I can't cut them. So in order to support them, I'm going to implement this fee. Some people have said, well, even with a fee, I'll still tip. Other people are saying, well, the 20% is like my tip.
Yeah.
Like on top of my bill, that's already what I would tip.
Can you really afford to tip 40%? Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow.
So,
and I get it. A lot of these restaurants are on slim margins to begin with, but you got to be very careful. If you raise your prices or start slapping on fees, people are going to stop showing up altogether.
Right. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see.
Yeah,
apparently, there's still a group of people trying to hopefully, well, for them, stop this increase from going into effect. So we will see. Post Malone has teamed up with Oreo to create his own cookie, and it features the first ever twisted cream center. So the cream is a salted caramel and a shortbread, and then it's sandwiched between like a regular chocolate cookie on one side and then a golden cookie on the other. And each cookie is then going to have like one of 9 embossed designs on the top that will kind of like be a nod towards his music. Some could be a sunflower, a knight, a saw blade, a pickup truck, a butterfly. And Oreo says the limited edition cookies will be released on shelves February 3rd, but they will be available for pre-sale at Oreo.com on Monday.
Seems cool, right? I mean, his music is a blend of every. He's done country, he's done rap, he's done hip hop. So yeah, makes sense.
Who doesn't love Oreos, right?
Yeah,
like,
there you go.
it's all good. It's a good collab.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. So this could be an NHL first. The Edmonton Oilers scored a goal, all thanks to a nacho platter.
I heard about this.
So the Oilers were playing at home against the Washington Capitals. And this is on Tuesday night when a fan threw their nacho tray onto the ice, right? And moments later, Corey Perry slapped a puck past the Capitals goalie, Logan Thompson. And after the game, after the goal, Thompson did admit that the nachos distracted him.
Basically, it's here comes. Oh wait, is that nachos? Those look good.
I'm hungry. Maybe.
Oh, you got me.
I'm surprised he admitted it because I'm sure he's going to get some flack. You got to lock in.
Oh,
Yeah.
his locker's going to be loaded with nachos.
Yes.
What I think of with nachos, I think of Prince Fielder with the Tigers getting into the stands and then taking a nacho
Yep.
for himself.
Me too, for sure. Refs said they didn't blow the whistle because the nachos didn't technically interfere with
The play,
gameplay. So,
yeah.
yep. One of the 2 smaller towers of the Rensen is headed for auction. So later this year, it could be yours. The 21-story tower, 600, is mostly empty. There are still about 3 or 4 businesses that are inside of it, but it's going to be auctioned off March 17th through the 19th. Starting bid is at $2.75 million. It was built in 1981, has different ownership, obviously, than the original 5 towers. Those belong to General Motors. So we'll see what will happen. It contains 334,000 square foot. It is 11% occupied right now.
So much office space around. I mean, it's not just in Detroit, everywhere that there's nobody in.
Abandoned. Yeah.
Yep.
You guys want to give away some money?
I sure do.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I really hope we can give away some money, and it would be awesome to give away $2,000. We haven't done that in a while. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Michael in Romulus, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Michael, have you played before?
No, this is my first time.
All right.
All right, here we go.
This is going to be fun. You know the rules, right?
I think so, yeah.
All right. Well, you want to answer as quickly as possible. If you don't know one, though, you can pass. And if there's time, we're going to get back to it. Hopefully, you can get them all right. So, Michael, your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Pass.
Who led the NFL in interceptions this season?
Pass.
Zoe Saldana played this character in Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
The Rock.
Who is currently ranked number 1 in men's college basketball?
Oh, pass.
Who scored the first touchdown for the Lions last Saturday night?
Gibbs.
Is Sheboygan located in Lower or Upper Peninsula of Michigan?
Lower Peninsula.
Who was the 44th president of the United States?
Barack Obama.
Who is the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Pass.
This musical group had the 1977 hit Night Fever.
I'll pass.
Who won the Heisman Trophy last month?
Man, I forgot his name. Pass.
So
Well-
we got to go to the judges. What are we doing with
The Peninsula.
the peninsula? No good.
Oh,
no good. Just outside the
Michael,
upright.
You
In
would have
fact,
wished
might
I
hit
was the
upright,
judge because
yeah.
I would have given it to you.
You said upper first.
I believe this is the Guardians rule.
Oh, man.
So
I
you
would have
got
given
two.
it to him.
$50.
All right. Well, I thank you guys.
Hey, thanks for playing. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, appreciate you listening, and we'll put you on hold. Stay there. We'll make sure you get your $50. Not nothing's $50 you didn't have when you woke up today.
Yep.
It is.
Yep. So let's get clarification on the rule.
I don't like always being made the bad guy in these situations. And Greg, I looked at Greg, but clearly in the rules, and we put these online too as well. If you say something wrong first, you're wrong. You don't get to correct yourself. It's clearly stated, but nice Judge Heather would have given them a
I
break.
would have.
Well,
I
you're
felt-
making us look bad, like the bad guys.
Well, you kind of are.
We're just simply following rules.
Rules
I know this
Like I can
generation
hear it.
can't follow
Are
rules,
there
but
for a reason.
I could
Yes.
hear it in Michael's voice that he did know it. As soon as he said upper,
didn't.
he was like, "Oh,
He was
no,
guessing.
no, I don't think he was."
Yeah, but you got to be careful
Whatever.
because
It doesn't
Heather,
matter. He got it wrong.
I say, you got to be careful because otherwise you just say both and you'll get it every time if it's
Yeah.
an either or.
I get it. I get it.
True.
Maybe I
True.
felt
No-
bad
No false.
because
True.
he passed so many times. So maybe I just was like, let's just throw
Greg,
him a bone. I get it.
Greg, with these restaurants now having these service charges that Heather had in her news, should we give it to him so that he can go out to eat? No.
Pay for the tip.
It's done. It's over. He got two.
He got to. Let's go through it though. This was not an easy one.
No, it was
No.
hard.
I know we beat people up when they don't get enough of them right. This was a tough one. Who do the Wings play tonight?
That would be the Canadians.
I don't think it's top of mind for people. I'm just being honest. And I love the Wings. I don't know that
You're going.
I'm going to be there, but I don't know the average person is dialed into the opponent night in and night out for this hockey team. Who led the NFL in interceptions this season?
I thought this one was one of the more gettable. It's Kirby Joseph.
We were looking for Gamora for Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
I don't even know what he said.
He
but-
said The Rock.
Yeah.
The number one ranked team in men's college basketball. I don't think it's on anybody's radar. Auburn.
Yeah.
Who scored the first touchdown Saturday night? Gibbs was the answer. Sheboygan is in the Lower Peninsula. Barack Obama, 44th president. He got that right. Todd Bowles, the head coach of the Bucks. The Bee Gees had the 77 hit Night Fever. And the Heisman Trophy winner last month was Travis Hunter.
Yes.
Your next chance to win is Tuesday at 7:25. Coming up next, special edition of Dear John. Before the hour ends, I want to know if Colin is alone or if this is common Lion fan behavior as you deal with the loss last weekend. It's 97.1. All right, dear John Jansen at gmail.com. You want to send in yours.
All right, John, let's start with this first one. Excuse me. When can I stop paying? Dear John, I recently started seeing this girl I met on the apps, and we've hit it off great. She's funny, cool, and actually looks like her pictures. We've been on 3 dates so far. A dinner, ice skating, and a movie night back in my place, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
For each of them, I foot the bill, including the movie we rented plus takeout. I know as a guy I'm expected to pay and have no issue with it, but until when? How long do I continue paying, and how do I bring it up without becoming kind of off-putting?
Until you die.
Forever.
Forever. Get used to it. It's just call it old school. Whatever. I don't care. It's if you unless she offers or she says, "Hey, let's go here, and this one is on me," or "I'm going to treat," or "Let's go Dutch," whatever. That's part of your responsibility, I believe. And it's, trust me, the bills are only going to get higher the further down the road this goes. That's just how I would operate.
Well, I'm glad you said it first because I do agree with you. I mean, I do think things have changed a lot lately. Like I don't know, I haven't been on a date in a long time, but I do think things are a little different where the females are offering to pay as well or split the bill. I think that's kind of changing a little bit. Also, maybe when you're like really serious, you guys are living together, you've kind of like intermixed your lives. But then typically when you're married, your money is intermixing as well. So but maybe it'd be a little different.
If it gets more serious, it's a conversation you have to have regarding finances.
Sure.
It's one that you have to have before. I don't know if you want to have it before, maybe you do before you pop the question. Like all of these things need to be discussed because they become major issues when you are married.
Yes.
I do think it's a gray area the longer it goes. The first date's obviously the guy's has to pay for it. Second, third, he's still kind of in the early courting stages of this. At some point, though, she's working. She should offer. Like, that's a good gesture at some point to offer if you've been taken out on 5, 10, 15 dates. Hey, I got this one, or I'll pick up the ice cream or something, right?
But if you're in that position, are you going to say, hey, this is your turn?
I got you now,
awkward, right?
You pay.
Right.
It's awkward.
I think you wait for her to approach the subject, and at that point, if she cares, like if this is a real relationship, at some point
that might be your giveaway. Like, hey, if she's not as into this as you are, that could be one of the tells.
It depends on the type of individual you're looking for as well. Do you want somebody that is just looking to be provided for, or do you want an independent, strong individual? And that independent, strong individual is going to say, you know what? Hey, you don't have to continue to take me out. We can do this together.
Sending a message. Dear John, the last time we got some snow, I came home from work to find my sidewalk and driveway had already been plowed.
Oh, wow.
When I got inside, I thanked my wife. She said she didn't do it. The neighbor did it along with his own space. I said, sweet, less work for us, but she was embarrassed and thinks he was sending a message because I didn't do it quick enough. For context, the snow fell overnight. I was running late for work and was going to do it when I got home. Was I really too slow, or do I have the best neighbor ever?
You might have the best neighbor ever. And it might just be, it sounds like this is, maybe a little bit new to the neighborhood, or maybe your neighbor's new to the neighborhood and they were just doing something nice. I think maybe a plate of cookies, just a little thank you. Recognizing that he did it, because then all of a sudden you can gauge the reaction, the personal reaction of, oh, well, he was actually doing this because he was nice. Or you'll be able to gauge the reaction of, maybe you should be doing this a little earlier.
I think he was doing it to be nice.
I was actually, question for you guys.
Yeah.
This morning when I left, all right, I actually left a little bit early. I was up, just ready to go. I walked out. I saw it snowed more. We're new to the neighborhood. I wanted to shovel. Okay. Would it have been too early to be making the noise? Because shoveling is not a quiet affair. I mean, it's not. I'm not going to fire up a snowblower. Would it have been too early to shovel the driveway?
I don't think so.
I left at just before 4:00.
It's too early, but you have to do it, so it's understandable. You can't be mad at you.
Yeah, I didn't know there was rules to shoveling.
Well,
I would say go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that, but for this snow, I would say use a broom.
Oh, we had a lot of snow.
What's you got? What, 4 or 5 inches, Heather?
No, but more
That's a
than
lot of snow.
No, but I meant more than
I've used a broom with like 2 inches and just go.
Yeah.
If it's not a wet snow.
No, this one, our driveway would have required a shovel. I'm not going to use a broom on it.
Are you just not a broomer? Is that not manly enough?
I mean, I don't know that I've ever. I mean, maybe I got out the. Could I have gotten out the blower?
Oh, you're not a broomer. You're a blower.
Heather, the next one's rebellious
my gosh. Okay,
daughter.
yes, rebellious daughter. So, dear John, my daughter and I have been fighting a lot since I divorced her mom. She's at that age range where everything sets her off. The latest battle centers around the fact that I went to Michigan. She started wearing OSU gear around the house and celebrated their national championship like she was a lifelong fan. She tells me she wants to apply to the Ohio State University. I actually don't mind if she goes, but I think just doing it in spite of me is a bad reason to pick a college. How should I handle this?
Here is the bill for your share of the heat. Here's your cell phone bill. Here is your part of rent for the mortgage. And if you want to go to, the Ohio State, get a job.
So if one of your kids wanted to go there, you'd make them pay their way as opposed to helping the other kids out?
It all depends on the reason. If they're simply doing it because they're mad at me, first of all, that's a very poor decision to make. They're showing poor decisions. So how do you teach a kid how to make better decisions? You put some responsibility on them.
This last one, Naked and Unafraid. And full disclosure, this was not sent to us. I saw this on TikTok, but I need to get John's reaction.
Okay.
So it's written, Dear John, I play beer league hockey. It's co-ed. And we have one woman on the team. She's a good player. She's a good hang. Last Saturday after the game, we're peeling off our gear, hopping in the shower, and she walks into the bathroom. Not just to say goodnight, she proceeds to shower with us, fully nude, like it's nothing. Safe to say the boys were caught off guard. No idea where to look. By the way, she's 27, athletic, and frankly, quite attractive. Am I weird for thinking this was a wild move? Let me know. I'm still processing this.
It seems a little bit on the wild side, yes. I know everybody wants to be comfortable with all these things. I would not be comfortable with that. I'm sure you're talking about some married men in there as well. I think their wives probably would not be comfortable with them showering in a locker room with another woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where do you look? So that's always you're not looking as to begin with. If it's a bunch of dudes, you're not looking. Yeah. So, line of sight is probably not the issue, but that kind of is the, do I stare at the ceiling? What do I do? Because my first question is, I'm sure everybody was listening was going to wonder was, how hot is she?
And apparently
pretty
kind of smoking hot. Yeah.
Heather?
Wild move. Totally wild move, right? Like, what's happening?
Yeah.
What is she hoping for? Like, what's her purpose? What does she want out of all this?
I don't want to make any assumptions, but if she is that comfortable doing that, maybe she's not into dudes.
Yeah. Is it a power thing?
Maybe not, or maybe she's really into dudes and she's hoping, I don't know. Like, what?
I don't know. So, is there a single guy on the team? Maybe he should, if so inclined, ask her out.
You can't make a move in the shower while you're both naked.
Well, no,
right?
that's not what I'm talking about.
Saying
Afterwards. Hey, you want to go grab dinner? And, gauge the reaction. Maybe she is into dudes. Maybe it's a great opportunity.
Maybe she's like, you creep. But then it's like mixed signals, maybe?
You creep.
Yeah.
You're the creep.
Who's the creep here, John?
Exactly, yeah.
All right.
No, that's a bold move there.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, that's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're talking about working out. Hey, I don't know. I know they have separate locker rooms at Planet Fitness, and it is a judgment-free zone. So maybe you do whatever you want there. But here's the thing I do know about it. It's a great value in their membership right now. If you want to look to get stronger this year, this is the year to do it. They've got a lot of options. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. If you want a little bit more, they've got the Black Card membership, which gives you access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide. If you travel, you always want to have somewhere to work out. Planet Fitness is the company to go with. They've got over 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo, and they've also updated a lot of their machines. They've got a lot of variety in how you want to work out. Free weights, cable tower, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, a lot in the cardio department, treadmills, bikes, Stairmasters. They've got it all, and it is so easy to join. If you're over 18, all you got to do is check out where they're at, planetfitness.com. We'll stop by the local club to find more information. You can find hours and amenities and locations on that same website. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
Oh, lots of people with lots to say following Dear John. We are going to get to Lions fans and how they're coping with the loss on Saturday, including Colin.
Yeah, he's not doing well.
I wonder if what he's doing is relatable or not. We'll get to that. But first, some of the ticket text. John, are your neighbors' houses made of paper? Who could hear you shoveling this morning through their walls?
Oh, I'd hear my neighbor if they shoveled. The way his driveway backs up to mine, I would hear that.
We've only lived there for a month too, and I just don't know if it's not a quiet process, and it's not a huge driveway, but
I think it's one of those things where we understand you have to shovel your driveway.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do. If someone gets annoyed by it, so be it. It's when you get up and have to go to work. You're not running a snowblower, right?
Yeah.
Or mowing your lawn at 6 in the morning when people are trying to sleep in the summer.
right.
Yeah, I think you're all right if you would have. This one says, I shovel the driveway at 5 a.m. It's a competition with the neighbors. If you're not first, you're last. Lazy people sleep.
Yeah.
For the guy who had his neighbor take care of the sidewalk in the driveway, buy him a 6-pack of his preferred beverage as a thank you.
So you'd have to understand and know what that is. Then you'd probably already know the personality of your neighbor.
Yeah. This person says too early. After work's fine. They didn't wait too long. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
that
he
guy
was referring to my shoveling in the morning.
Maybe he was. It just says too early after work.
Well, no, some people want to shovel before they drive on it.
Right. Yes, which is what I wanted to do.
Yes.
I ended up not shoveling this morning, so now there's going to be.
But are you okay if you woke up today and you go, I didn't have time. I'm going to get to it when I get off work. Are you too late?
Well, I mean, people will have driven on it, so
Yes.
now it's too late.
But I'm saying your sidewalk.
We don't have sidewalks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This one says, sounds like a terrible deal for this guy. Women want traditional treatment, but aren't traditional.
I think there's still a lot of women that even they may not say it out loud, but they do want some tradition in their relationships.
Sure.
And if you are if you're asking somebody out on a date, I just believe that the guy should pay for it.
I
and
do.
when you get to a certain position or a certain status in your relationship, then you can have that conversation.
You can figure out what works for you guys. Yeah. Heather, you said you went to a date one time where the guy didn't pay?
Yeah, it was. I went on a date a long time ago.
Not Colin.
No, it was not Colin. We went to the restaurant, a nice restaurant, ordered a really nice meal, bottle of wine, and then went for the bill to come. And oh my gosh,
he reached for his
forgot
pocket.
his wallet. and I was a teacher at the time, and it was a very expensive bill. Not that I just wasn't expecting to pay the whole thing. Yeah. And if I knew that going into it, I maybe would have went somewhere different or ordered a different entree.
He picked the place.
Yeah.
He picked you up and then didn't pay.
Yeah. And I didn't want to be embarrassed by that. So I was like, okay, I put it in my car. I mean, what was I going to do?
Right.
Just walk out.
Was there a second date?
There was.
Oh, okay.
Did he pay for that one?
He did.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I'm a big believer first date's mandatory for a guy.
Yeah.
Probably the first few.
Mm-hmm.
What I was going to say there, and you surprised me that you went on a second date, was that if things don't go well from the guy's perspective, do they change their mind on how this is going to get paid? Like if they think it's going nowhere, I've never done that. I'm just saying, is that
right.
I'm sure guys have, but
guys
I think
probably do that, or they just go to the bathroom and leave.
Oh, but that reflects so poorly
Rieger.
on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. John, I think that's where you were going. Like that, you're kind of a.
Oh,
it says a lot about you as a person.
Jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you go, well, she's not as hot as I thought she was. The conversation's not very good. You want to split this? Actually, can you pay for it? I left my wallet at home.
Oh, gosh, I hope that wasn't the case.
Oh, no, I don't think.
Oh, she sucks. I don't have a wallet. Sorry.
No,
Loser.
I think he simply just forgot his wallet. He was probably mortified as well. Like, how do he was probably stressed at some point. Oh, wait a second. I don't have my wallet. How am I going to?
Or was he testing you?
It could
Are you
have
just
been.
here for a free meal?
Maybe. That's what I start to think,
too
right?
much into it, yes. Dude just forgot his wallet. Should have called a buddy and said, hey, can you bring me a couple $100 worth of cash?
Yeah.
The guy
should have.
The guy should ask his date to play credit card roulette. 50-50 shot to not pay the bill. Makes it interesting. Jason in a car.
First date? I don't know about that.
No.
I mean, maybe by because his point was, when do we? Maybe that's a fun way of hey, on the fifth date, maybe you see how she reacts to it.
No. No.
John, how would you react? You're on a date first time and things have gone well and you're getting ready to pay it. And she goes, no, I'm paying it, and just grabs the receipt. I would love to see your reaction. I think you would be beside yourself almost.
I would be uncomfortable. I mean, it just because I'm a more traditional individual,
Right.
and I would think that I would be paying for it, and yeah, I mean that would be. But I also think that how the conversation goes while you're at dinner, like if she is a strong individual and that happened, I still would be uncomfortable, but I might understand it more. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Be very awkward for me.
Yeah.
That hockey woman is awesome, signed Jason in Royal Oak. Certain films start out that way, signed another ticket texter. Bush or no Bush, Sean the mailman.
Come on. You can't read that out loud.
I'm Ron Burgundy. This is just what was put in front of my face.
Oh, my.
Far worse things have been said on these airways.
Sure.
I don't know that we're trying to top those things, but anyway, Heather, Colin is a big Lions fan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've talked about it all season. Like, obsessed, right? Like, watching games multiple times. We'll watch it together, and then he'll be watching it the next day. Oh, I mean, Dan Campbell was on my TV all of the time, right? I'm getting into all these podcasts, whatever. Huge fan. Obviously, super disappointed with how the season ended. The next day, Sunday morning, I also, the kids went to bed before the game started. I had Brooks in this like Lions onesie for his PJs, and Colin got Brooks out of bed, and immediately he put him in real clothes. Like, had to get him out of that one. Couldn't see him in this Lion onesie. Emily had a Lions shirt on, got her out of that, and the first thing he said was, "So we need to go shopping." I said, "Oh, okay." He's like, "I need some new clothes," because all he wears
Is Lions
gear. And I mean, that is for his birthday. That's what I got him. For Christmas, that's what I got him. I mean, that's all he wears.
Yeah.
Lions hoodies, Lions shirts, Lions zip up, Lions hat. Like he's got Lions socks, like everything. And now he wants nothing to do with it, right? He does not want to wear anything Lions related or see the kids in it, apparently.
Is that an overreaction? We'll talk about it after the update. It's 97.1.
Lions fans still suffering through mixed emotions following a season that resulted in 15 wins but an elimination in their first playoff game. Detroit also losing their offensive and defensive coordinators in the days that followed. We'll be hearing from Lions general manager Brad Holmes as he addresses the media today in just about an hour. That audio carried right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Meanwhile, the Super Bowl participants will be determined this Sunday when the Eagles meet the Commanders within the NFC. The AFC will be decided between Buffalo and Kansas City. Red Wings playing on home ice tonight as they welcome in Montreal. Detroit 5 points out of a wild card spot since winning only one of their last four and suffering 3 straight losses. That game also carried here on the ticket. Pregame starts at 6:45. Pistons secure another win last night. It was 114-104 over Atlanta to put Detroit 2 games above 500 and into 6th place of the Eastern Conference. And finally, the Australian Open continues on in the world of tennis. Jannik Sinner still the favorite to win in the men's singles competition. American player Ben Shelton remains the biggest underdog. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Yes, we will be carrying Brad Holmes live today at 9 o'clock. He will address the Lions fans, sum up the season, and set the tone for the offseason. Stay tuned.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Because it is a tone setter for the offseason.
It is. I mean, how far away does he think they are? Why didn't they progress as far this season? What are some priorities? I think it's going to be fascinating. Of course, we're going to react to it with you guys in the 9 o'clock hour. Heather just shared that Colin, your husband, super Lion fan, has put away the Lions gear right now. Can't wear it, doesn't want the kids wearing it.
Doesn't want to see it, doesn't want to be around it. We had our Christmas lights, that were still on. He changed them all to blue and white to keep them up until the Super Bowl. And then as soon as we got home too, and they came on automatically, he's like, "Oh gosh, got to turn those off." Like, he wants nothing to do. Like, take down the Lions flag. Let's just rid our house of it for the time being. He needs, somebody called in and said they're going through like the stages of grief. But the guy who called in was like, "I've already completed the 5 stages. I'm good. I'm happy now." Colin is doing the same, but he's only in like stage 2, right? Like, he has not completed all of them.
It would be, the Jansen house would be a hard house for him to be in, because Teddy literally wakes up and almost the first words out of his mouth are, "Go Lions." He walks around the house all day saying, "Go Lions, go Lions." It's the cutest thing ever. And obviously we have been saying that for some time, and Lisa got him to, be all in. He'll wake up in the morning and run into our room and grab my old Lions helmet and put it on and start saying, "Go Lions." So here's a way of he's not getting rid of the gear, right? He just isn't going to wear it right now. He needs a little time.
Yes, he'll wear it again when he's ready.
All right, I'll give him another option instead. And I don't know how involved he is in the other sports teams.
I'm not too involved.
I was going to say, because you could just make the transition to, I don't know if the Wings right now would be as Costa makes.
Pistons are playing the best.
He could wear some Pistons gear if he wants to still be the Detroit fan, or he could go straight to Tigers gear.
I've never seen him in Pistons attire or Wings attire.
But does he have Tigers?
He's got some Tigers gear.
All right,
he could just go to that.
Fire up the Tigers. Let's go. Just transition. Then he can start looking forward to pitchers and catchers. He can start looking forward to spring training. And it's a team that ended the season on a high note, even though they kind of outkicked their coverage. I think that's the path that he should go.
I just didn't know that that's how people would cope with this. Like, I wore a Lions sweatshirt this week. You're still a Lions fan.
Oh, see, I'm kind of with Colin. I'm not quite as like Colin, but I'm not ready to go. I got some new sweatshirts for Christmas. I've only worn one of them. I'm not ready to go wear. I think I would feel funny if I came in here all decked out in Lions gear right now.
Oh, I would have no problem wearing Lions gear.
I don't think I would.
I really like the stuff Lisa got me. I mentioned it last week. Like, I didn't have any Lions gear. She got me a long sleeve shirt and she got me a hoodie. And I would have no issue showing up on Monday wearing Lions gear.
First text. Wow. Talk about a bandwagon fan.
Ooh.
Another one though says, I had to go back and unlike all the posts I liked on playoff hype videos. Oh boy, that's excessive. Yeah. Says took me 3 days.
Your time.
Said took me 3 days to even listen again to the radio. I can't, going back and unliking videos that you liked last week or the week before? Really?
That's a little
extreme.
Yeah.
I understand people hitting the pause button and just wearing something different. We had one caller that was getting rid of all their gear. To me, that's a bit extreme.
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm going to sell it or get rid of it or
donate it.
No.
Yeah, no, don't
silly.
do that. I understand, moving on, but I also think it's I would have no issue with it.
Texter says, I don't think it's an overreaction at all. I know anything that reminds me of what happened just brings back the pain all over again.
Yes.
So I get it. Not an overreaction by Colin. I'm in the same boat, trying like hell to shift my energy to the Pistons. This sucks. Took me 3 days before I could put a Lions hat on to go to the store. I mean, this is what people are doing. They can't even bear to wear Lions gear right now.
So this year they started selling a lot of the black Lions gear.
Yes.
So wear your black Lions gear. It would be a sign of mourning.
Yeah, I have one of the, I guess, I've got a black Lions sweatshirt, and it has the Lions logo, but then on the back it just says Detroit.
Yeah.
So that I could get away with. The other ones I don't think I could wear yet. Gosh.
I thought this was bizarre behavior. To put your Lions gear in storage.
Well, it reminds him of it. So he just doesn't want to see it right now.
Well, he's not putting it in storage. It's in the closet. He's not wearing it actively right now.
And it's like he forgot what he used to wear before he wore Lions
Everybody's
gear.
going to handle it differently. Everyone is going to handle it differently. And there are a lot of people that invested a lot of money in going to games, whether it was the trip down to Indy, or maybe it was they went out to San Francisco because they wanted to be there when that game happened, even though not as much riding on it at that time as people had hoped. Or it was season tickets, game tickets, the expense of going to Saturday night's game. If you are in mourning, you might not want to wear your Lions gear.
So the way it lands to me, and Colin doesn't feel this way, but it almost feels like you're ashamed of the team, like you're not proud to wear the stuff. Is that because that's how I feel like I'm not happy with the season. We've talked about it. I feel like it was a disappointment, a waste, a failure, whatever word you want to say. You're still a Lions fan. I'm not ashamed to be a Lions fan. I'd still wear Lions gear.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not ashamed to be a Lion. I mean, he's been a Lions fan since he was born. So,
You know,
I mean, like,
if
you are for life, but.
If you could tell him to get over it, there might be an opportunity for him.
What do you mean?
I haven't been in a sports store yet this week. Some of it might be on sale.
You know what? Where I've seen a lot of it listed, people are selling it on Facebook Marketplace.
They're selling their gear?
Wow,
Yes.
really? For cheaper.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Wow.
I'm sure it's used and worn, but like
That's bandwagon.
I've seen a lot of Lions gear for sale on Marketplace, more so now after they lost
This
than
is
before.
your chance now. Get him something, even though it's used. Who cares, right? It might be lightly used. It might be whatever. But stock up the closet because he's going to be back at some point. Colin, come on back, buddy.
You can wash the tears out. It's really not that big a deal.
He'll be back. He just needs a little time. He just needs a little time to grieve.
And then when he does come back, you'll have all this new gear for him at a huge discount.
He doesn't.
We always
You make it sound like he doesn't have clothes that aren't Lions gear.
That's all he wears, you guys.
Well, we know he was obsessed. I mean,
Yeah.
It's all he wears.
Maybe that's part of this. So I have a big question. Did this happen last year?
Oh, yeah.
He did? So he stopped wearing?
Oh, it was. I think last year was probably worse than this year.
Okay.
I think it
That
affected
made
him
that
more.
loss worse then.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering if the blowout had anything to do with it. I think you can. I see what Jim's saying in terms of like you're almost ashamed. And then I think, okay, that's probably overreacting. People can deal with things different. I love the fact I noticed you had your Lion sweater on this week, and I was like, good for you, because I'm in that camp. I still wear stuff. I remember the Wings when they lost in the '95 Stanley Cup Final. I bought a hat. I went to the 2 home games, and it had the Devils logo on it too. It was Stanley Cup Finals with the 2 logos, and I wore it after they lost. Because I like the hat, but I guess people deal with things differently. But there's nothing to be ashamed of here. I mean, I've actually been thinking when we were doing this topic, like I got over the loss real quick, but I feel there's a significant void right now in my life.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we had all made
Yeah.
plans for Sunday. Like this was something that people were planning on, whether you were going or you were going to be watching it with friends, buddies. Same thing with Super Bowl. We had talked about it, a couple of weeks ago. People were making Super Bowl plans.
We were going to be there in New Orleans.
I think for me, because they really got their butt kicked Saturday, that is very easy for me to accept that. There was we didn't see it this time last week, but there was no path to victory on Saturday in my mind. I mean, whether you want to blame Goff or coordinator distractions or whatever you want to blame, they weren't winning that game Saturday. And that was pretty easy for me to accept and not live in denial.
To the point about like the void and how things have changed, I'll just share something that you said yesterday off air. You came in and said, should we do on Friday a list like a Letterman top 10 of the things we would have been talking about? And we vetoed it. We said, no, it's just too painful.
Are you selling your NFC Championship game ticket? All right, I'll stop.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And yeah, a lot has been taken off the table because they lost. Ticket texters are saying it's not a shame thing, John, because I brought up people being ashamed. They say they just don't want to be approached and asked about it. If they're wearing Lions gear at work or at the grocery store or someone's going to bring up, hey, and they don't want to have those conversations right now. It's too painful.
I mean, yeah, so it can be a conversation starter. How are you dealing with it? If you watch the line, I get all of that. I don't know. There are so many great moments that happened this season, and you still have to come to the realization that the Detroit Lions are a competent franchise. They're a good franchise, which is hard for a lot of people to wrap their minds around. You should be able to do that now after the 2 seasons that they've had. They are still one of the best teams. Not the best, but they are still one of the best teams in the NFL.
Ticket Texter has a note for Heather.
Yes.
It says, you got to jump on those boys' mediums right now and get as much Lions gear as you can.
The smaller sizes.
I went with medium. She just went with
Well,
small.
boys medium.
Oh, boys medium.
Yeah, like a
Boys.
child's medium.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Right over the head.
Well, I just heard that. Yes, I get it.
I know.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of decompression that's going on right now. We'll get some of your thoughts on this. Are you putting away the Lions gear temporarily? Is it just too painful? Or are you still out and about wearing that Lions stuff? It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, and you will definitely need somebody that is on your side, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random dork you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Yeah, one of those weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Colin has said he can't wear Lions gear, at least not yet, in the wake of what happened over the weekend. We said, is that an overreaction? I wore Lions gear this week. Like, I'm not ashamed.
Can we do a 2 grand slam with music? Who pulls this one out?
Yeah, exactly. You don't know that. This is pretty old, but this is the old Incredible Hulk
Oh, I
TV
know this
show
one, yeah.
with Bruce Banner, and at the end of the show, they would always play that music, and he'd be walking down the street,
Walk off into
by
the sunset.
himself,
Yeah.
all alone, with a little, like a stick with a
Satchel?
satchel at the
Yeah.
end of it. That's Colin walking down the street.
With his Lions gear in the back.
Colin
Yeah.
could play the human Bruce Banner, but there's no way he could play the Incredible Hulk.
Person says it's not shame or embarrassment. I'm just not ready to talk about them yet. Texter says, I wouldn't wear Lions gear for most of the week, but I woke up this morning and I did put on a Lions hoodie. It hurts, but it's part of the healing process. Need to do it sooner rather than later. Sam in GR.
Yep. Get back on that bike.
So Colin is treating his gear like the Lions are, like Detroit is treating Goff.
Oh.
Okay. This one says Lions gear went on as soon as the Tigers lost in the playoffs. The Tigers gear went on as soon as the Lions lost.
Right, yeah, you just move to the next team.
Yeah.
That's the way I've somewhat been coping with it.
And we have a team playing right now. Team that won last night.
Yes.
Carve out a little time for the Pistons here.
Yeah, a playoff. A team that's the season were to end today would actually be in the playoffs.
And there is a clear distinction. The 6 seed, you avoid all the play-in. They beat Atlanta. That's a team. You like to look at those games. And they beat them easy, handily, on the road. The defense was there. Cade continues his ascent. And after the game, I had a listener say that Cade Cunningham is the best point guard in the East. And I paused. I want to play a game, John.
Okay.
How far are you willing to go? We'll do this kind of like the mountain climber game, all right?
Oh my gosh.
It'll get progressively steeper, but how far are you willing to go with Cade Cunningham? Ready?
Yes.
Cade Cunningham is the best player on the Pistons.
Yeah, I don't think there's not much debate there.
A little bunny hill to step over.
Yeah, okay, so yes, okay, he clears that one.
Cade Cunningham is a top 10 athlete in the city of Detroit.
Yes, because you start looking at all the teams, and I'm not sure there's even a top 10er on the Wings. We already stated he's the best on the Pistons. Tigers, we obviously got Skubal, and then we could start debating Lions that would be on that list. But yeah, so I think he's clearly in the top 10 in Detroit.
Not only top 10, top 5.
Well, easy. We're
Easy there, buddy. Easy. Levels.
Cade Cunningham is an all-star, and as he defined that this week, that's one of the top 24 players in the NBA.
And we find that out tonight, don't we? I believe that's going to be announced tonight. I think that was in one of the updates. But I do think he's an all-star. I really do.
They're at least announcing part of the roster. I don't think it's complete yet, but
okay.
But yeah, he is.
He deserves it.
What's he right now? 24-something, 9-something, and 6-something with points, assists, and rebounds.
I think his performance, what he's been able to do this year, and especially for this team, I think he should be in the All-Star game.
25 a game, 9 assists per game is the third highest in the NBA, and he's stronger at the rim. He's controlling this offense. Yeah, he's an all-star. Is he a top 5 athlete in the city of Detroit?
No. I don't think that's necessarily a hot take. And I'll give you, one, Skubal.
Yeah.
Monroe St. Brown.
Sure. Sewell.
Then
he's there.
Aiden Hutchinson. And Jahmyr Gibbs.
He's top 5. Well, I had
who
him.
you bumping out?
I have to be consistent with my top 5 when we did this about a year ago.
Who you bumping
and
out?
I bullishly put in Cade then, even though he had the injuries. Cade Cunningham's a superstar potentially.
Potentially, but we're not saying it. We're talking about now.
I'd have him ahead of Gibbs.
You have him ahead of Gibbs?
Yeah.
I'd put him 3rd.
Wow.
It goes Skubal, Sewell, whichever way you want to do it, and then Cunningham for me.
You have him ahead of St. Brown.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, so some of us are still climbing this mountain, so we'll go up another tier. Is he an all-pro? That would be a top 15 player in the NBA.
No. And you start thinking about some of the other guards. Now, is it all pro? It's got to be position specific too, right?
Yeah, they do guard, so it doesn't have to be point guard. But is he essentially one of the top 6 or 7 guards in the league?
All right. So no, I don't think he is. And you start because it's not just his conference. It's the entire NBA, and you start talking about Luka Doncic, Darius Garland in Cleveland, LaMelo Ball, Damian Lillard, Halliburton. Halliburton would be kind of in the same category, and you could be kind of plus or minus a little bit.
I'd rather have Cade than Halliburton.
Tyrese Maxey, Tyler Hero.
I'd rather have Cade than both those guys. We're getting into the Tom. You answer because John's already stepped off the mountain here. Is he an All NBA guy, top 15 player?
We're doing this for this year right now, right?
Factor it in.
Jalen Brunson.
I will say yes. I'm willing to go one more step at least up the mountain, but this is a close call. And John brought up all the names that you could argue.
Yeah.
Best point guard in the East is the next base camp.
I'm already off. So
yeah, John's off.
No.
Tom, best point guard in the East.
I'm falling. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No more. We got to stop this lunacy.
So who is the best point guard in the East? Lillard? LaMelo?
I would probably say Dame. Well, I mean, you could go Dame Lillard, Brunson. I think is right there. Garland for Cleveland.
The difference in the New York Knicks since Brunson has got there is night and day, and I think you got to give some credit to that. That's why I would knock LaMelo Ball because it's not translating in the win column. It is translating for the Pistons, but it's too soon. But he's doing this without Jaden Ivey. Okay, they're 9-3 since January 1st.
So we're off the mountain, but the next step would have been best point guard in basketball, best player in basketball, and the greatest of all time. Still got some work to do.
When you put GOAT, I honestly, everything else could have maybe been potentially.
Well, I ask how far. The whole thing is, how far are you willing to go with Cade Cunningham? All right.
Everybody needs to get Cade Cunningham jerseys to replace their Lions gear.
Bingo. He has been phenomenal for the Pistons. People need to pay attention. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Amon-Ra St. Brown may be happy for Ben Johnson and his new head coaching position, but during a little friendly banter, he made it known that he does plan on beating him twice a year.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I said what I had to say about him being in the division. It wasn't offensive to me. I don't hate him for going in division, and I think it actually does up the ante in the division, and the competition is going to be fun.
Listen to this story. Buffalo Bills fans have raised over $90,000 to support an opposing player after he was just subject to a wave of online hate. You probably know where I'm going with this. During the crucial playoff game Sunday between the Bills and the Ravens, Baltimore tight end Mark Andrews, you all saw it. He bobbled. He dropped the 2-point conversion that could have tied the game in the fourth quarter. And he appeared heartbroken after the loss, right? There's videos of him being consoled by quarterback Lamar Jackson. Even no matter what anyone said, whether Coach Harbaugh said anything great about him or his teammates backed him up, fans were angry and they jumped online and they spewed their hate and resentment towards him all over his social media. And Andrew's last post on social media on Instagram was a post for National Diabetes Awareness Month in November. And he discussed his continuous glucose monitoring system that he uses because he has type 1 diabetes. Well, while people were calling for him to be canceled and his contract to be ended and things like that, Bills Mafia did something unexpected, and they started a GoFundMe for his charity. So not directly for him, but a charity that supports juvenile diabetes. And they have raised, I just jumped on the GoFundMe page, $93,358.
Yeah.
They had a goal of raising $5,000. And they surpassed it.
They've stepped in at different points throughout the history of the Bills Mafia for different things like this. You don't have to be a Bills fan to think that this is awesome.
It is really awesome for sure. The Philadelphia Eagles attempted to make some money, and they did by selling cartons of snow from the playoff game against the Rams.
Ridiculous.
You guys, for $50.
This is bizarre.
It sold out in hours. And there were so many people at this game. Almost 70,000 people attended the game where they could have taken snow themselves right from the game. put it in a jar and I tried to keep it cold in a cooler at home, and there you have it. But no, they didn't do that. The team claims their snow is the first ever authenticated snow collectible tied to an NFL playoff win. And people loved it.
Yeah.
What? It was in like ice cream pints, kind of like that, like small little containers of dirty snow.
It's so bizarre.
What do you do with it? You put it in the freezer. I mean, it's got to be cold or it's going
You're
to turn
put
into water.
a 5-gallon bucket in the freezer?
Well, they said it was like pints.
Oh, it's even dumber.
It's better if it's more?
It was a pint for $50.
A pint. That's
What do you do with
dumb.
it? I mean, you put it, you unless you melt it and then you just have water sitting somewhere.
Right. It's dumb.
I think you're a
consume it?
sucker if you buy that.
Yeah.
Well, there's lots of them.
Hey, they're good people out there,
Lots of them.
but also suckers.
Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Thursday Touchdown. A reminder, 9 o'clock, we are carrying Brad Holmes' press conference live. It's 97.1. And we're talking about the Lions a lot. They are the Kings of the North, and we toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottles. They're on shelves now. The bottle's design is meant to look like the Motor City alternate jerseys the team wore in Week 18 when they secured the NFC North. They'll be gone soon, but get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila as well as the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. I think you should as well. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. And I've talked to you about the different offices that I've been in. Been into a couple of them in Ann Arbor, but definitely the one in Plymouth. And every time I go in, they greet you by name because they get to know you. And the reason they get to know you is because they're going to ask you questions, and they want to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, we have an update. If you're driving around, this will not surprise you. Everything's a little delayed this morning. We are not going to have the Brad Holmes press conference promptly at 9 o'clock. Going to push back 15 minutes.
Yep.
9:15, we will carry it live when it begins.
Yes.
The Lions general manager will speak on, obviously, this season and set the tone for the offseason.
Yeah. Should we tell Brad, because we know he's listening, the same thing I would tell my kids. Like, hey, I don't care. It's okay to be late. Just get there safely. We don't care how you do it. Just take your time. Get there safely. It's okay to be late.
Yeah.
We'll
wait for you.
The world will continue to turn.
It's all right.
Yeah.
One piece.
We'll talk to you at 9:15. Or we'll listen to you.
Yeah. And that goes for everybody. Get where you need to go in one piece. Mm-hmm. We're going to get to some of the decisions that have to be made on the defensive staff coming up at 9:02. John, I know you think this is a critically important hire, replacing Aaron Glenn. I have a name. I know you have names, but we'll get to why it's so important at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham conversation. You want to have that for a couple minutes here?
Sure. Let's go.
We played the mountain climber game. How far are you willing to go with Cade Cunningham? Clearly, he's on the ascent.
And you went a little bit further, I think, than I did, correct?
Yeah, I said he's top 5 in Detroit. We both think he's an all-star, and I think there's a case that he's all-NBA. Now, clearly, we got to finish out the season, John, but he's 15th in scoring. He's second in assists. Only Jokic and LeBron have more triple-doubles than Cade. And if you've watched him this year, you've seen him finish more at the rim. It'd be nice if he got more foul calls, but he hasn't needed them because he's finishing at the rim. Turnovers, still something he's working on, but the assist numbers are shooting up. He's developing chemistry with his bigs. They're putting shooting around him. Like, he is really the driving force for the turnaround for the Pistons. Our question was, how far are you willing to go? Like, we had someone say he's the best point guard in the East. I had a guy, messing around. Cade for MVP. How far are we willing to go?
So, not MVP.
No.
But MVP of the team, for sure.
Sure.
When you look at his numbers compared to prior seasons, first of all, he's on pace to play more games than he's ever played before. So that, in and of itself, availability is the number one asset that you can have. He is trending to be more available than he's been. And in the games that he's had so far, you look at, every single number is up over last year, or in any year that he's played in the NBA. Rebounds are up, as you mentioned. Assists are up. Assists are up by almost 2 a game compared to last year.
Significant.
And then you look at even blocks are up. Steals remain the same as they were last year, but that's it's not. I don't think you're going to see a wide variety in that number throughout the course of a guy's career. The only one that's up is more, obviously points are up. Turnovers are up by more than 2, or by just a little over 1.5 a game.
Yeah.
That's the only concerning part. But when you're the guard and you're the one that is distributing, it's going to happen. It's cost of doing business. You just don't want it to happen as frequently as it's happening.
Yeah, so he had 10 yesterday. Not
right.
Great. He had 10 on Monday. He had 7 and 8 in games this month. He is going to have to be cleaner with the basketball. But I think you are seeing him step up offensively, carry a greater load. This will come with the maturation. I think it's worth pointing out he's still making all the plays they need to win these games.
Sure.
And he's not a finished product, but boy, this is kind of the turn that we needed to see him and the team take this season.
And it's the team, but it's mainly because of him. They're finding ways to finish games. And you look at what they did last night. Now, there didn't take a lot to finish that game.
It wasn't close.
But okay, they're up by 10 at the end of the first. They increased that lead going into halftime. They increased it again in the third, and it was increased so much that the fourth was, let the clock run out,
yeah.
and we're going to finish this off. But we've seen it before where whether it was a turnover, a missed shot, and he's not always going to be perfect. Not everybody makes every game-winning shot or every game-winning play, but he's making more of those now, and it feels like he's more comfortable in that moment to be the guy that makes the decision. Do I dish it? Do I take it? What do I do? How do I create something that is going to either put the game away or we're going to find a way to win this game?
They beat Atlanta yesterday, which was a team ahead of them in the standings. They now flip-flop. The Pistons are sitting in the 6th seed, which means you'd avoid a play-in. It creates an interesting set of conversations they can have at the trade deadline, which is awesome.
It's going to be interesting.
I know Langdon's in a position where maybe they could add a little bit. Maybe. They're also in a position where they're not a title contender and they can sell, but they can play both sides based on what the market dictates. Langdon can kind of work the system a little bit because they've been so competitive. They beat Atlanta. They also beat Houston this week. Houston's the 2 seed in the West. So you start taking them a little more seriously when they're beating at least playoff teams, right? They're beating playoff teams and they're handling their business. Those are road games against playoff teams, and you're doing it on the back of your number 1 overall pick. You're doing it while Jaden Ivey's been hurt. You're doing it with real defense. Like last night, I thought Asar Thompson was really good defensively, and the team kind of played the same way. JB Bickerstaff has been a hell of a hire. And I think Tom Gores deserved all the flack he got, but he deserves praise for buying out Monty Williams. I mean, we have owners, not just in the city, but in sports in general, who would not pay out $65 million to make a head coach go away. Tom Gores said, I can't stand this. I'll pay whatever it takes. Get him out of here. And I'll give him the credit for that because Bickerstaff, I think, has really helped Cade as well.
He has, and it's the confidence that he's playing with, and his confidence has been boosted because he's getting supported by his teammates. He's getting supported by the coaching staff. They allowed him early on to make mistakes, coach those things up. Now you're not seeing those same mistakes. You're still seeing turnovers, as you mentioned, 10 last night, 10 the night before, but in large part, it's been more of a 2-to-1 ratio where, if he's got 10 assists, it's less than 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
And again, you want that ratio to continue to minimize, but he's the one distributing, creating. He's the guy that's going to be making, by default, he's going to have more turnovers.
I was going to say, I think he's 2-to-1 is the number, and a lot of those top guys are about 2.5 to 1.
Right.
It's understood if you have the ball more, you are going to turn it over a little more. Let's get to the phones. Jordan, quick phone call. You're on 97.1.
Yes, I just wanted to let everybody calm down with the Lions. I know we still grieving, but the Pistons, if you really watch the games, I've watched every game, and yes, Cade does turn the ball over. You guys make a great point, but we are watching him grow up, and he doesn't rush anything. He plays at his own tempo, like Luka does. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And all we need to do, we got to spend a little money. Now, Tobias, yes, I can't stand Tobias. But Marcus Sasser, we got to give Marcus Sasser more minutes. And I say that because he has to build confidence. We need a point guard. Put Cade at the shooting guard and get Ryan more minutes. Get these guys, you know what I'm saying? This is the time for us to go through the growing periods like the Lions did.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not as dramatic where we lost, all those games the first year Dan took over to him. But all I'm saying is everybody relax, give the Pistons a chance. That's just what I want to say.
Yeah, Jordan, it's a good message, and I think, the people have been telling me, talk more Pistons. Guys, you got to talk more Pistons. Well, some of this is, the Lions run is over. The Lions dominated the conversation, and rightfully so, but kind of coincides now with an opportunity to talk more about a basketball team that's making some noise. So, yeah, expect a few more Piston conversations moving forward. All right, Lions still have pieces to pick up. John, we'll talk about the defensive coordinator. What do they do now that Aaron Glenn's gone? That's next. It's 97.1. Aaron Glenn, officially the Jets coach, opens up a spot for Dan Campbell to fill now. John, you've said this is a critically important hire.
It is. The defense needs to improve. Some of that will come with health. Getting Aiden Hutchinson back, getting all those guys that they lost, Lee McNeil, et cetera, et cetera. That's going to help. But if this team is ultimately going to win a Super Bowl, the defense has to be able to be counted on to make plays, win games at times when you have a quarterback that could turn it over, and when they come in bunches in single games, you've got to have a defense that's going to be able to stand up and be counted. And we all know that Dan Campbell, he's an offensive-minded guy. He's mentioned there's a certain style that he wants the defense to play with, but the offense is in large part going to be Dan Campbell's offense. He's going to have somebody come in, call plays that he's going to direct what he wants to have happen. Defensively, they're going to have a little bit more autonomy over there. You're also going to be hiring more coaches on that side of it. It appears that you're going to be hiring more coaches because you've lost your defensive line coach. So how much of it is familiarity with Dan Campbell, and how much of it because Dan said, I want somebody that's going to bring the pressure. I want somebody that's going to run man coverage. I want somebody that with an aggressive nature on that side of the ball. A lot of those guys come with very strong wills. How much is it going to be in regards to how well they can work together? Because if something's not happening on the defensive side of the ball, we all know Dan Campbell will voice his frustrations. He will talk about it. He will make changes. You don't want to have to do that with a new hire at the DC spot.
No, I think it's more likely they promote from within offensively, knowing that Dan can shepherd that process. He's more involved offensively. He has said as much. Defense is going to be really important, and it may be an outside hire, and it may be worth pulling an outside hire so you don't have two first-time coordinators. The guy I like, and I know you've got a couple names, John, the guy I like is Dennis Allen. You're going, well, hold on, didn't I hear he was going to Chicago with Ben Johnson? Hey, ink's not dry. They interviewed Aubrey Pleasant yesterday, and that may be because of the Rooney Rule, but that means ink's not dry. Hey, Dennis, you worked with Dan in New Orleans. Do you want to join a winner or a loser? You want to chase a Super Bowl, or you want to hold Ben Johnson's hands as a first-time head coach? Dennis Allen, not a good head coach, a very good defensive coordinator. He was the DC that Aaron Glenn worked under.
Yeah.
Dennis Allen, to me, is the move. They had 4 straight top 10 defenses in New Orleans. He would be my first phone call.
So the name in-house is Kelvin Shepard. A lot of people thought he would go to the Jets, but that's probably not going to happen because, one, he's still under contract, and he's not going to go and get the promotion because Aaron Glenn went and hired Steve Wilkes, who actually I thought would have been a good interview here in Detroit. He's off the market, which also means Kelvin Shepard is still on staff. That audition, that interview process has been going on for years. What has Dan Campbell seen in the process that would lead him to believe that Kelvin Shepard is the guy? That's only a question that Dan can answer. If they go outside the family, we've talked about Robert Saleh before, who's got head coaching experience. And in that regard, I don't necessarily think he was a bad head coach. I think it was a disaster of a situation where he did the best he could to bite his tongue and not say what he probably felt he needed to say. And I don't know how much he had in bringing Aaron Rodgers in or not. How much of that was the front office? So there are some questions there. But he would be a local guy, runs a little bit of a different style of defense, not as much pressure.
Yeah, they hardly ever blitzed in New York or in San Francisco.
But also didn't need to.
Correct, they had better D-lines.
Right, and so you lose in your defensive line coach. You bring in a guy that, one, can, first of all, attract talented assistant coaches, but knows how to continue to develop that defensive line. And I think we all would agree that there is some good talent up there with Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, and you're going to have you have the opportunity to have a year with Zadarius Smith, let alone whoever they might look at in free agency. And I think if you have a guy like Robert Saleh, you're going to be attractive, not just because it's Detroit and it's a team that's going to contend for a Super Bowl, but because you've got a defensive coordinator that has had tremendous success at calling defenses. That's an outside source. Another couple of outside names that I think we should talk about is Wink Martindale.
Oh, boy.
Now, I know he could be polarizing,
Surly.
That's kind of why I brought up the whole, the strong-willed. Yes, on that side of the ball. And he interviewed at Indy, Cincy, Atlanta. It's reported that he interviewed there. Didn't get those jobs, but I think he is more suited to the NFL. I think it's kind of where his heart is. I think he did a tremendous job, especially at the end of the year, getting a little bit more familiar with the college game and his players, his roster. And we saw, I think, in the final three and, certainly in the Ohio State game and in the game against Alabama, a style of defense that we would like to see, and I think Dan Campbell would like to see his defense play.
Blitzing, man coverage, those are hallmarks of Wink Martindale.
Yep. One more name. I'm going to drop this one out there before we take a break and get ready for Brad Holmes. Good defensive play caller, terrible head coach. Familiar with the division, Matt Eberflus.
Okay, well, if we're just throwing out guys for comedic effect, how about Greg Williams?
Come on.
You want to talk about Kirby Joseph being a dirty player, bringing the guy from Bountygate? He was in New Orleans.
Yeah, Greg Williams with me in Washington. And I disagree a little bit. I think he was the fall guy for a lot of things.
I say it as a joke.
Yep.
I don't think Eberflus is a serious candidate either. He runs a completely different defense. A lot of zone, man.
Just a guy that's had success on that side of the ball and developing a good run-stopping defense.
That is valid. All right, we're going to take a brief pause. We'll get to the press conference with Brad Holmes next, 97.1.
Hey, it's been a heck of a week with cold weather. Don't let the cold creep in. If you woke up and your house is cold, or maybe you need a new furnace and you need it serviced today, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty, so you know you're going to be covered on their work. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, Greg, give us the thumbs up when Brad Holmes is ready. We'll be carrying the press conference live. Lions general manager addressing the media today, talking about the season and what lies ahead. John, what do you want to hear?
So what are we going to hear? Like, what I want to hear is, we missed two good opportunities, and we want to capitalize on everything that's possible. And so we're going to be aggressive in free agency. And it doesn't mean you have to go out and get the number one guy, but there are certain areas, offensive line, that they need to address. I want to hear him talk about different position groups that maybe they have concerns about, that they need to beef up.
On one hand, he's probably going to think like, I feel like I had enough depth. This was a ridiculous amount of injuries.
Sure.
How does he assess it is, I think, very interesting.
Yeah. And what type of questions does he get in regards to, how did you address the injury situation? Obviously, they went to get Zadarius Smith.
Yeah. We like that.
Would there be anything that you would do differently in retrospect? And I don't know how much he's going to talk about that. And because I think he did a really nice job of plucking guys off of other practice squads, utilizing their own practice squad, vet squad, to promote guys, yet be ready for others to come back. I think they did all they could do in the moment.
I would think so. Last year, he had a lot of receipts.
Yes.
And last year, they overachieved. This year, they underachieved. I don't know what tone we're going to get from him either. I'd be very curious why he feels they fell short, what he identifies as maybe the missing pieces, how far away they are in his eyes from doing what we all want them to do, which is climb the summit and win the Super Bowl.
And some of those receipts last year were on, Jahmyr Gibbs, running back,
still very good.
Positional value.
Yeah.
But how much will he be able to talk about the development of Terrion Arnold and the expectation of him being whether it's a shutdown corner, above average corner, or, all of those different things. He's also going to be a part of the hiring process.
You're right. And Dan was asked about Super Bowl window. I imagine Holmes will be too. And we briefly touched on it yesterday. The idea here is he can extend it if he drafts really well. And if they restructure contracts, as they currently sit, it's probably about a 2-year pocket from contracts. But how aggressive does he want to get to try to, hey, we've already missed a couple good chances? Or is it going to be, hey, we're staying the course. We're going to draft. We're going to use our first round picks. We're going to kind of extended runway this deal. We'll get a sense from him today. He's not going to answer everything.
No, what's the process that he's going to go through to decide whether or not the team wants to pick up the 5th-year option on J-Mo?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Evaluating him. Obviously, there's been some bumps along the way.
Yep.
The injury aside.
Still a 1,000-yard player. It's a fair question, though. Yeah.
So I'd like to hear about that and just, his evaluation of the season.
Yeah. There'll be a lot to figure out. I mean, you mentioned they're going to have some staff turnover too. What's his level of involvement? I'm sure he'll defer to Dan on a bunch of it, but you use your Rolodex and who you know and who would fit the culture and who would fit the direction of this football team.
If there's anything we know about the way that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell operate, it's that it's a collaborative effort. Mm-hmm. So I got to believe, while the personnel on the field is largely decided on by Brad Holmes, because it's contract, it's length of contract, it's all of these different things. Plus, he evaluates the talent. It's how much will he have, I would think he'd be a great resource for Dan Campbell to go to and say, hey, have you worked with this guy before? How many, or have you worked with somebody who's worked with him? I need all of the background information I can possibly get.
Well, small world, because they do work hand in hand. If you run on a certain scheme, you need certain players to fit that certain scheme. It all kind of works hand in hand, and those two have been two peas in a pod. How about Aiden's extension? We assume it's going to happen. I think that's another thing to potentially listen for. All right, let's go to the podium.
Damn, but I didn't. Pretty cool. I like it. Morning, everybody. So look, obviously fell short of the goals that we set out to accomplish this year, and it stung. It's humbling, but won't allow it to discredit all the positives that we were able to accomplish as well this season. Franchise record of wins, and another division title, and being undefeated on the road, being undefeated in the division, and call it what it is, a historically tight division race this year. So, and look, that's the whole organization had a hand in that, and I can't thank the players enough for all their sacrifice and strain and commitment and their response through the adverse moments that arose. I thought Dan did a phenomenal job having the team prepared. Look, 15 wins, that's hard to do in a year where you don't have all the attrition that we had to deal with to get 15. But on top of all the attrition that we had to deal with to get, that's about as difficult as it gets. So, that was a heck of a job by him and the whole staff, the whole coaching staff. We saw a lot of players make jumps and get better and continue to improve. So was happy for those guys. And look, our fans, they still, once again, they showed up and did their part, and they pulled their end of the bargain. Wish we could have done more for them. I'll never forget, we were down in Houston, and a close friend of mine that I went to college with, that was his first away game that he had attended. And he couldn't stop talking about what our fan base, how they showed up and basically invaded Houston. And he was just in awe. And I was just telling him, like, look, and that was just the only away game that he had ever seen. But just they take so much pride in it. Again, just wish that we could have done more for them. But hey, look, it happened. It happened, and you can't sulk it back. You can't mope a reversal of the unfortunate outcome. So there's literally nothing else to do but pick yourself up and get back to work. There is nothing else to do. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we will do. And the process already started. So, questions?
Brett, how far do you think this football team is away from winning a Super Bowl, and what steps need to be taken to kind of take a step forward in 2025?
Yeah, I just think that we just stay the course and just keep building like we've been. I do think that we're very close. Obviously, I thought we were very close this year. But, nothing's going to kind of alter, what our approach has been in terms of trying to continue to improve and keep building. But obviously, I do think we're very close. Obviously, felt really good about this season, but fell short. But we're going to stay committed and stay committed to the process.
Urge to fight overreacting when you have the disappointing end that you have?
Like, what do you mean?
Do you feel an increased urgency, I guess, to make changes or, approach things differently when, what's the weight of 15 wins versus the early exit in the playoffs? Yeah, obviously it sucks. It's humbling. But no overreaction. Honestly, what I was talking about there's nothing else to do but get back to work. You guys have heard me talk about trying to battle recency bias, and not being a prisoner of the moment. And look, we just fell short, and it wasn't our day. But no, I don't think you can be a prisoner of the moment and just kind of make all these crazy wholesale changes. Now, look, we'll assess and evolve like we always do every year, and we'll work to improve. But literally, there is nothing else to do but get back to work, and that's what we've been saying from day one. Is it's all about the work, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Where does the same topic just, does it push you closer to like an FM picks approach? You know what I mean? Like thinking we're this close, maybe we need one thing to get us over the hump. Is there any? I don't know. How do you weigh that sort of, approach to the offseason?
Yeah, it's a fair question. Look, it's probably relative to what you would say. Is there a window, or is there a window that you need to stay in? And I think that we've done a good job doing our best we can to avoid windows. And I understand that contracts come up, and stuff happens. But we feel so good about our young core and young nucleus of players, and we feel really good about our quarterback and how he's playing, and him having let's call it an MVP caliber season this year. So I just think that all the pieces are in place, that I don't really feel walls closing in or a window. And again, we kind of make an effort to avoid those kind of things.
Brad, where do you think you guys need to get better? Is it pass rush? Is it offensive line? Some of those guys are getting older.
I mean, look, yeah, when you're down 5 defensive ends due to injury, then I don't know who has a 6th, 7th, and 8th effective pass rusher. So when you get down that low, then yes, you could say. But, when we were at full health, I thought our pass rush was pretty good. I thought the whole defense. I think it was self-explanatory in terms of the numbers of what we were able to produce before that attrition happened. But honestly, we'll always look at all areas, and we'll always add competition at all areas. Look, you guys have seen us do it before. We drafted an inside linebacker in the first round when we had a pretty damn good linebacker room at the time. We double down that we don't really go into it with that mindset. We just try to add the best players that we think is fit, add the best competition. Obviously, free agency will be upon us quickly. That's when you kind of can do the fun stuff of the depth chart and filling in holes on the depth chart. But after that, we'll just kind of find the best players.
Are you going all in now to a point where maybe you would take chances that you wouldn't take normally, like adding a veteran instead of draft picks, like one at that point? Is the place where you're at now at that point where you might make that sacrifice when you normally wouldn't if you're trying to build, but you're at that point now, maybe I'll add that one veteran and give up picks for later or give up young players to get something that will put me over that last hump?
Yeah, well, I think we've done that in the past where we've added some veteran players, whether it's free agency or, we had a trade for a veteran pass rusher and expend draft capital for that player. So we're not scared of that. It has to be the right player. So you can't look at it in kind of a transactional mindset and say, well, we got to get this veteran player and get rid of, if it's the right veteran player that can help us and it's the right fit, then we have no problem doing it if it's going to help our football team. But we've always said we're going to build through the draft, and I think that's why we're in the position that we're in from a quote-unquote window standpoint of having the comfort to keep building like we have been.
How did it feel from your perspective as far as, curating this team, getting all the pieces, adding the veteran pieces through free agency, the draft, all this stuff, and then all the injuries, especially on defense? Did it feel like the Jenga tower and someone just knocked it over after you spent so much time putting that thing together?
I never looked at that analogy. That's a pretty good one. But no, look, I want to make sure I answer this because it's a lot of ways I can answer this. I've always told y'all as we approach this time with player acquisition, when we're signing guys for free agency or drafting guys, I've always been very upfront with y'all about it's the names on the depth chart when we're not playing football. It's going to change, unfortunately. I've told you guys, look, we're looking at this thing, what's going to look like November and December, and that's why me and Dan are so heavily concentrated on depth, even though when sometimes it's like, man, why didn't you sign, that most expensive free agent? Well, we're trying to cure depth because this kind of stuff happens. So we've kind of stuck true to that, but because I've always thought about that, when the injuries happen, I guess I'm mentally prepared for them a lot better. Now, you don't know to what extent it is, but really from a negative emotion standpoint, I just feel bad for the players, really. I feel like the players put so much into it, and a lot of times it's bad luck. When you look at some of these injuries of how they happen, it's like there were some of them just bizarre. So, I hate it for the players because they put way too much into it to get the rash of bad luck. But in terms of how we roll, look, I say from a positive standpoint or positive emotion, it actually kind of fuels me, and it fueled our personnel department as the attrition piled up to like, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? It happened. Just like I said, that divisional loss happened. What are you going to do? The injuries happen. You can't pout them back to health. again, you hate it for the players, but what are you going to do about it? And I do think our personnel department did a really good job in terms of responding and doing what they had to do, and a lot of credit just to the process. So we weren't scrambling, we weren't finding guys at the last minute. A lot of guys that we added were identified early on in the process, and guys that we thought was going to fit, and they did. And also credit to the coaches just getting those guys ready to play and contribute that quick. That's very hard to do. So, but yeah, I don't really. It sucks, yeah, but it happens.
Brad, how much of an obstacle, if at all, is it to rebuild your staff now with the coordinators and possible other coaches? I know you were prepared for it, but is it still a difficult thing to traverse?
I mean, yeah, obviously there's difficulty because I have so much respect for the unknown that you can't, know exactly what's going to happen. Obviously, we were prepared to lose those guys. Those guys are great coaches, and I mean, just call it what it is. We're lucky to have both of them this year. I know Dan has been preparing for it, and I have the full faith and trust in Dan to make sure that we're going to have the right people in place in those spots. But he's been able to. He's had to encounter that before, not at the coordinator level, but other position coaches, and it's always worked out. So it'll be good.
You talk about culture fits with players. What are some of the pillars that you look for in a coordinator?
Oh, well, I think he's going to have to be. He's going to have to be adaptable. He's going to have to be smart. He's going to have to be able to adjust, make sure that he's putting the players in the best position to succeed. And so those are some of the characteristics I think is a good culture fit for a coach here. I think that our identity kind of shows. So most coaches that choose to take a position here, same as a player, I think that they know what they're about to walk into in terms of how we play and what our standards are.
Brady's departure impacts Jared. How confident are you that he can continue ascending like he's played the last couple of years?
Say that one more time.
How do you think Ben's departure impacts Jared, and how confident are you he can keep ascending no matter what happens?
Yeah, I feel very confident in that, just because that's the other thing with coordinators leaving, and if there's tweaks to scheme and all that, as long as Dan's the head coach here, and as long as I'm here, then those are things that we talk about that are not going to change. So it may be a scheme tweak here or there, but if a player's going to come in here, he's a Detroit Lion or he's not. Same as that question about, of a coach coming in here. So I think Jared in particular, that's something I know it's at the forefront of Dan's mind in terms of what's going to be the best thing for him. So I got faith that everything will be okay.
He's not a product of Ben in that system in your eyes.
No, I can't say that. Obviously, he was very productive with Ben, as a coordinator, but he had a lot of prior success before he even got here as well, in a completely different system. And I think he's a better quarterback, a more mature quarterback now than he was then when he had early success. So I don't foresee that again. I think the guy's in his prime. He's gotten better and better every year. And when I say prime, I think like just entering it. It's because he keeps ascending. I think like every single year we've been here, it's the next year has been, man, he's playing out, and the levels keep improving. So again, I just have a lot of faith in Dan, and I know that he'll make sure that Jared's gonna be in a good position.
What kind of challenge is it to keep the assistants you want to keep when they will have opportunities, I would imagine, with the Jets and the Bears?
It's obviously a challenge because you always, you want to keep the good ones, obviously, and guys that, you've gotten comfortable with and proved that they fit here. But it's just the nature of this business, and it's something that, you just have to expect. You got to prepare for it. That's going to come. That's part of the job. And it's not only in coaching, it's in personnel as well. So I've always said it's hard to keep the good ones, but I understand that when guys want to poach guys from our program, you just got to be prepared for it.
Dan said he wants to keep philosophical continuity with his staff as much as possible.
Yep.
Do you have to kind of wait to see how that all sorts out because of your collaborative process with how you shape personnel as well? I mean, because you want to give those guys the pieces.
No, it probably goes back to kind of what I was saying earlier about me and Dan are aligned. That's a great thing about me and Dan are so aligned in what the vision is of a player coming in here on this team. So, look, I've been in a lot of different regimes and under a lot of different coordinators, and I've probably heard every linebacker term. You know, there's a Mike and a Buck and a Mac and you either a linebacker for Detroit Lions or not. Like we don't alter that from a personnel standpoint. He's a linebacker. We're scouting a linebacker for the Detroit Lions. We're not looking for a Mac for somebody's, it's just so, and I think that's a great thing about me and Dan, and that's the foundation, that's the standard. We play a certain way, and I think that's been a vivid display for the past few years about what type of player we want. So I understand the question. I do understand the question because I get it, man. New coordinator comes in, it's like, well, I got to have this kind of guy and I have this kind of guy, And look, we scout everybody, we look at everybody, but there are certain core intangibles that I don't care what the arm length is of a specific player. If he doesn't play like how we need him to play, then it doesn't fit.
You mentioned the attrition. I'm just curious, how are you a better GM for having dealt with that this season?
That's a good question. So this was the first year, especially the attrition at one spot. I mean, obviously, linebacker, we got hit in training camp at linebacker, and then it trickled into the season, but pass rusher. And this is the first time we've had to trade for a pass rusher this year, and I will say that was the most difficult player acquisition journey that I've ever dealt with. Look, you can talk about, you can look at all these names of all these starting defensive ends in the NFL, but when you start doing the work and you start making the calls, that thing shrinks down. From availability standpoint, that thing shrinks down like this. And a lot of the guys, look, we have an early trade deadline. So you start calling these other teams and these other GMs, and they might have 4 rushers. And so forget the starters. Those guys aren't even available. Like, we're talking about 3rd and 4th. And, yes, and I can't really disagree with them where they say, look, we got 2+ months of football left, and I trade you 1, and then we get another one hurt, and we only got 2. And I was like, I didn't really expect you to be rational and think about it that way, but it's true. So, there wasn't. So when we got Za'Darius, he was one of a small handful of guys that were actually available to actually get that, we felt was going to compete and contribute at a starter level. So that one was, I think that one, just going through that experience, I could say just sharpened me up a little bit. And after the Thanksgiving Day game, I know multiple people in our personnel department, including myself, never experienced poaching 3 players on a practice squad in one day. That's because, when you're committed to that player for 3 weeks, and there's a process to poach a player from a practice squad, but never done that. You poach one guy, and then okay, that's your one poach, and that might be your one poach for weeks and weeks and weeks. But to do 3 in one day, that was a unique experience. But again, when that happened, we were very motivated. Like, it wasn't a sour soak. All these guys that had to go on IR that morning, and all the guys were just excited. They were motivated. They were encouraged to go in that process, and we were able to identify guys that were able to come in and contribute.
What are your thoughts on your 2 rookie offensive linemen? Do you think Mahogany is ready to restart next year, and just the development that you've seen from Gio? What do you think?
Yeah, feel good about both of them. You saw it early on. It's funny. Both of them I thought were in completely different places when OTA started, and Mahogany kind of started the OTAs like, man, he looks like it's not too big for him. Just stepped right in and kind of knew what to do. Where Manu was complete opposite. He's like, man, like I've never had this kind of lingo that I had to remember, and snap cadence and all that stuff. But in credit to our coaches, actually, when Christian had to take the time off being on NFI, when we returned him, me and Dan are kind of like, he's a rookie. He's missed this much time. The medical staff and the trainers knew like he was in good shape physically, but we were like, if he can help, he can help. If he can't, you know how we are with rookies. And he was like, he jumped right in. You could see it noticeably in practice where it's like, okay, wow, we got to get this guy active. Well, wow. And so I think he just has to continue improving, continue to work on his game. I know that he will do that, but I do think that he can make that jump. And then Gio was the same way. If you watch the film of Gio in OTAs and you watch the film of Gio in practice, I mean, it literally is night and day. And so that's credit to, Hank and Steve Oliver and all those guys just working with them, and a credit to him because he was conscious just to making sure that he's improved. So so excited about both those guys' future for sure.
With Arian Arnold snaps this year as a rookie, just curious how you saw from his development from that week one to, I mean, he was a starter nearly every guy.
Yeah. No, kind of similar where we knew that it wasn't going to be too big for him. Psychologically, he's a highly confident kid, and had some up and down moments early on. Had some aggressive moments, which was a good thing. Didn't have any timid moments. But I think all those snaps that he played is going to serve him well going forward. And then you just saw like the waters were a little choppy early, and then you saw the waters kind of calm down, kind of midpoint to later in the season. So, very high expectations for him going forward. Again, we all know how he's wired. He's wired the right way. He's long. He's athletic. He's got instincts. He's tough. He'll tackle. And so all those reps are going to improve his confidence even more.
Bringing Zeitler back, you mentioned all the young guys there. And
yeah, I mean, I thought Zeitler did a good job this year. It's different when you're changing completely different schemes, and kind of early on he had to get used to how we were doing things. But once he got adjusted into that, I thought he did a really good job. A player of that age, you just got to have conversations with him. We had conversations on exit day, and then we'll just continue to have dialogue and just kind of see where it goes.
Carlton, obviously, his season got ended early, but what did you think you got from him, and is there, I guess, mutual interest at all there?
Yeah, I thought we got good. I thought we got very good play from him. I will be honest. I thought that he played better this year than he did the year before. That last year in Tampa, and he'll tell you that too. But I thought we got what we wanted to get. Obviously, unfortunate that we had to lose him and be without. But we're aware of not only just Carlton, Zeitler, but we're aware of a lot of other guys that are either on expiring contracts, that had good contributions to our team this year, or guys that are worthy for an extension or in consideration for extension. And so no intense action yet, but we're very aware of it, and we'll go through our normal process, and we have updates. We'll make sure you guys know.
Some of those young guys to do some. Aiden's injury, how does that impact anything?
Yeah, we're working through all of that. Again, it's not always in our control. We might have our plans and processes, but it takes two people to get something done. So that's not a negative comment. It's just that you just don't know what that player in the camp and all that kind of stuff is thinking. So we haven't gotten to those intense dialogues yet, so that's going to be the only thing. But we have our philosophy, we have our process, but we'll just see how it goes.
Brad, staying with the offensive line for a bit. Obviously, it's the key to your offense, maybe outside of Jared.
Yeah.
What's the priority going into free agency and the draft with making sure the group stays where it's been the last few years?
The whole thing, that whole unit. It's not a specific position. It's not, it's got to be a future left tackle, or it's a starting guard, or someone to develop behind Frank. I think when you start going in those kind of specific avenues, and you can kind of ignore something else, and I just think you got to keep the whole garden watered at all points. And so it's going to be the whole unit, because just like you said, I mean, that's the engine for us. And so I don't care how good we ever get on the offensive line. That one right there is too important for not only our team, our quarterback, everything. It's our identity, man. So I think just that alone is just it's always going to be at the forefront.
That is Lions general manager Brad Holmes. We'll be reacting to that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel takes it to the next level. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today and get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen 971Detroit. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Keep it watered.
How do you feel about an offensive line being compared to a garden?
Well, I mean, he could have said you got to feed the animals. Keep them well fed.
Do you consider yourself like a dandelion? What kind of garden item were you?
I never
That's
really.
A weed.
Yeah,
a dandelion is a weed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, dandelion. That would be.
I didn't mean to insult.
A draft pick that didn't work out.
The garden's so well, said though. You know why? Because you eat from the garden.
Right. You harvest.
The whole team eats.
Yeah.
If you got the garden, if the garden's healthy.
Well,
if there's a drought, you're cooked.
Right, and I like the fact that their attention is going to be on the offensive line.
Is that what stood out most to you?
It is, and maybe it's bias,
yeah.
but the fact that, because we've talked about it in regards to the age of Decker, Glasgow, Ragnow, and Zeitler, and Zeitler's in a position right now where he had that exit, interview, and to Brad's words, players of that age, like, you never want to hear that because you always want to prove I've got one more in me. I can still be productive. I could still be a part of something special. It's a hard conversation to have. It's a hard conversation to listen to. But when he follows that up with the whole, you got to keep the garden watered. What did we see this past year? Okay, they draft Christian Mahogany in the 6th round, and they took Giovanni Manu. Those are all guys that they had futures for. Now, Corby Sorsdahl, I think the plan was that he was going to be part of that future. I don't know that that's necessarily panning out, that he's going to be part of that garden anytime soon or for the future. But you keep taking bites at the apple, and all of a sudden you find one in Mahogany. He goes in there, and he kicks ass. You're like, okay, Zeitler, guy of a certain age, now you may have your starting right guard for next year in Christian Mahogany next to Penei Sewell. I think that would be a really nice right side. So then you go to the draft, you go to free agency, and it's not that you're always going to get, the number one guard on the market or you're the number one tackle, but you do build the depth. He talked about the depth early in the conversation. You've got to have really good depth, and the offensive line is one of those that you're going to have really good depth and continue to develop guys.
And I think that's a non-negotiable. In addition to talking about watering the whole garden, he also called it the engine of the football team. And I think we've used a similar analogy because it sets everything up. It's how you run the ball. It's how you protect your quarterback. It's how you throw the ball off play action. He gets it. There's an urgency in the offensive line is one of the takeaways from you. Let me just hit some rapid-fire stuff because I know Carson Anderson are coming in here immediately saying that they fell short. He feels they're very close, and he wants to stay the course. They kind of avoid windows. They don't feel like the walls are closing in. That's just a tone setter for everybody. Do not expect an F them picks mentality. They'll give up a 3rd for a Carlton Davis, which is what they did last year. They'll give up a 4th for a Zadarius Smith. Very illuminating to hear him talk about a little of what went into that and how much he was tested as a general manager. But don't expect some overreaction, knee-jerk, got to win it next year. That's from the man himself. They're going to stay the course.
Well, and I also like the fact that he said it was humbling.
Yeah.
Losing that game was humbling. Hey, we have not made it yet. There's still a lot of work to do to get to the pinnacle of where we want to get to, and that is the Super Bowl and Super Bowl champs.
Said he's very confident in Jared Goff post Ben Johnson. Quote, as long as Dan is here, and he also, we're here, we'll keep this together. He said Terrion Arnold will benefit from all those snaps he played. The water's calmed as the year went on, and he has high expectations for his first-round pick.
And I agree with him in regards to, you never want to see at any position guys make mistakes because they were timid. And he said those were aggressive mistakes that he was making. He didn't see any timid mistakes. Those are traits that you can coach up, you can fine-tune, you can take off some of the rough edges. But if a guy doesn't have that aggressive mindset or mentality, that to me is one that you can't coach into a guy.
One thing that wasn't addressed, and it's not Brad's fault, he wasn't asked about it. J-Mo, fifth year option. Is this a no-doubter? You're picking it up, or are there conversations about extensions? He wouldn't lay out their full plan, but I would have been curious to hear how he would have answered a J-Mo question.
Any red flag or any antenna that went up when asked about the extension for Aiden Hutchinson?
I think he intentionally tried to avoid it being controversial by saying it's not. I'm not trying because he said it takes two to tango.
Right.
We have our process. We'll have to see how they
what they're asking for, what they want. Yeah.
someone may I think he kind of said it and then realized, oh, this might be taken the wrong way. That's
Yeah,
not at all.
it's not a negative.
We're not at all at odds with Aiden's camp.
Yeah.
We just haven't gotten there yet. It is a different kind of extension, though, when you're coming off an injury.
Well, it is. But I think everybody realizes, and they see what they did with Penei Sewell.
Get it done early.
Yeah. And Aiden may also have or be in the camp of, well, I want to play this year, and if I get a Defensive Player of the Year award, that extension is going to be worth a hell of a lot more than if I sign it now. That's where you get into a player gambling on himself versus I want to take the, not necessarily safe route, but I'll take the guaranteed money now. But he's also has that in the back of his mind. What if I get hurt again?
Well, yeah, coming off an injury and you don't know necessarily, I mean, you're confident in your abilities and your rehab and you're itching to go, but you just don't know, and there's going to be a lot of money on the table. I mean, we've seen the Lions take care of their own. Kirby Joseph will be another guy that gets, I would imagine, has conversations about an extension this offseason too. So a lot. He said a lot. I mean, it's 30 minutes, and we don't have 30 minutes to talk about it. I know Carson Anderson will have a lot to say about what Brad Holmes said. John, did we miss anything else? Just rapid fire that...
I'm sure we are. We just
I know.
Not enough time to cover everything Brad talked about.
He just flippantly threw out that Goff had an MVP caliber season.
Mm-hmm.
I know that was a conversation that you guys had about him not getting a lot of respect as a 1 seed and
Right.
and the season he had.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was a crazy year where there were better candidates, but you talk about caliber, yeah.
Yeah.
It was MVP caliber. Unfortunately, it's in a year that Josh Allen had a year he had, Lamar Jackson should win the MVP, and then you had Saquon Barkley a year he had.
Without tipping your entire show, what was the most illuminating thing that he said?
I don't know if it's what he said or what he didn't say. I just, because he's so guarded in what he says anyway. I mean, you're really not getting too much out of it. There's a lot of coach speak. I think his backing and his support for Jared Goff is pretty obvious.
Yep.
And they know that the team's going to go as far as he's going to take him, and he thinks that he's the guy that's going to take him. So, he's supporting him. That's the guy that if the GM believes in him, then I think that should convince some other people that might be doubters at this point that they should as well.
What he said, he had success before Ben Johnson, and I like what he said about how he feels he's even better at the position today than he was then. He's more mature, he's more polished.
And he's just starting his prime.
Right. I didn't like how he played in the playoff game, but he played well in the
How
three.
could you?
But I was going to say, he played well in the 3 playoff games the year before. You're certainly not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. He's got to play better. Jared knows he's got to play better.
Yeah, and look, I'm not making any excuse because I talked about it a lot on Tuesday's show that I thought that when you give the slice of blame out there, that Jared was probably number one.
Yeah.
However, I would love to know, get the truth serum in there. How messed up was he after just getting popped on that pick six? He was. It looked like he was. I mean, he left the game.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he had 2 turnovers before he got popped.
He did. I'm not blaming it all on that. I'm
Yeah,
just saying because from that's still in the first half.
Were there cobwebs or anything? Yeah.
So that second half was just, I don't know. It was, they get behind, they have to play. Look, I don't want to rehash the game.
Anyway,
I
yeah.
get upset.
I
know.
You still wearing your Lions gear?
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But Heather said Colin has put it in storage for the time being.
Not like he didn't pack it away. He just is not ready to wear it or see anything's Lions related.
No.
He
fresh.
just needs a little time away to deal with it all mentally, and then he'll pull it back out and start wearing it again.
Does he have Wings and Pistons gear that he'll don?
He does not.
See, I thought he would go straight to the Tigers.
I mean, the pitchers and catchers report in a few weeks.
12th.
The fact that you know that.
I'm
You're ready.
The start of
game's the
spring
22nd.
training. I know. I mean, let's go. I can't wait.
Doug, what do you guys got coming up?
Well, obviously, recap what Brad Holmes had to say. And got to talk about this Piston team. 6th place Piston team. They just blasted Atlanta last night.
Yes.
You're going to hear about it on the flagship. It's 97.1.
Hope everybody made it into work safely today. Certainly a somewhat treacherous commute this morning in Metro Detroit. We all made it in at various times, but they even had to delay the Brad Holmes news conference this morning due to the weather conditions out there. And look, this is the guy in charge. This is the guy that builds a roster, and this is the guy who's 5 days into his offseason, and I unrealistically wanted much more detailed outline as to the blueprint for what this offseason would be. But of course, he's not.
Can you take me through steps 1 through 15 of the offseason in great detail? Thank you.
Yes. Everybody whose contract is up, who is going to resign? Are you picking up fifth-year options? Which free agents will you target? Which free agents in-house are you going to let walk? What play? There's so much there. And I'm like, of course he's not going to get to all that. But I sat down with the expectation that he would, and 5 minutes in, I'm like, what am I, new? I know he's not going to do that. But there was some interesting stuff in there, and this is our guy, right? He's our guy.
He's our guy. Yeah, absolutely, he's our guy. But I wasn't expecting him to say much of anything. It's a season-ending thing, and it's disappointing they lost, and now they've lost coordinators, and they've lost a coach at least, and see how many more coaches they lose. They've got a lot of rebuilding to do from a staff standpoint. From a player standpoint, there's not a whole lot that you have to do. Yeah, there's some questions about, do you bring this guy back? Do you not bring this guy back? Are you looking at a contract for him? And that kind of stuff, but it's not a ton. So they can go into this offseason, I think, with a pretty clear plan of what's ahead. And that's good to know coming off a really tough loss like they just had, and coming off tough losses to the staff like they've had. So I'm still encouraged absolutely about where this team is at currently and where they're going to go, because it's an offseason where they can add through trade and free agency and the draft, and they will.
There was, and I'm one of the big questions, of course, and you brought it up, and you've been in favor of it. What did you make of his answer when it was brought up, F them picks? Or is there a chance
I didn't hear the answer for that.
Well, we're going to replay it as soon as we can turn it around. There is, as we've said on a couple of occasions, there's a station renovation going on out in the office, and things are a little bit slower than we would like, but we would like to play it back. He sounded non-committal to it. He basically said, and I thought as he was piecing things together, he doesn't think of the Detroit Lions under his regime of having a window. He doesn't look at it that way. He looks at it as, we built it and now we plan on competing. There's not a window here. We're going to keep competing. But one of the things he cited is that you do that by restocking through the draft. And when the F them picks question came up, he kind of went back to that. And I would not say he said he wouldn't do it. He didn't say he wouldn't do it. But the approach, he did kind of, I think, I personally interpret it as a bit of a warning shot from if you're expecting that, maybe you shouldn't, because he really believes the way they sustain this is by continuing to replenish the roster through the draft.
Yeah, I don't think I expect it. It's what I want. There are the differences. And I think the time is right to do it, because you shouldn't have a ton of roster turnover from this 15-2 season until next year's team. I don't think there's going to be a ton of roster turnover. Obviously, there's coaching staff turnover. And knowing that they're getting a bunch of guys back from injury, and you just can't predict injuries other than predict they're going to happen. You don't know who it's going to happen to. You don't know for how long. This past season was ridiculous with the length and term of the injuries and to the caliber of players that it happened to. It was devastating, and we all know it. So if they're getting guys back, again, this roster is a really good roster still in the NFL. I think the time is right to F them picks and go ahead and make a big move. But I can't expect that, because it's just, the way that he's going to do things, you still don't really know what Brad Holmes is going to do. He's his own guy. He may have learned at the knee of Les Snead and how things work in L.A., but it doesn't mean he's going to do exactly what Les Snead did. I mean, he has completely rehauled this roster from the moment he took over to where they're at now. You know, there's like a handful of guys that were on this team prior to that, if that. So there, and I agree with you about the window thing. I think he's built this to be sustained success. You know, like the Red Wings had 25 years of sustained success. Towards the end, it got a little, okay, now we're a little thin here. And it's almost like what the Steelers have done. Steelers make the playoffs every year. But are they making the playoffs at the cost of, you know, what really needs to happen, which at some point in time you need to say, okay, we have to kind of restock and rebuild a little bit here to take a step back so we can take 2 steps forward. I kind of think that that's where he would like to be eventually, but you need to win championships to do that, and they're at the embryonic stages of this whole thing. It's exciting.
His point too, I mean, it makes sense. If you really, really value the draft picks and you really think the way you sustain this is by building through the draft, one of the things, F them picks is we're going to sacrifice a bit of our future to win now, which is something that obviously worked in LA, worked with the Rams. They sacrificed a big part of their future, and they did it over and over again by, you know, acquiring Jalen Ramsey and acquiring Von Miller and acquiring Matthew Stafford. And they were like, okay, we're going all in for the here and the now. And they're still competitive. They did win a Super Bowl.
They were really close to advancing in the playoffs.
But the Brad Holmes, it's just interesting to hear him talk. And again, I don't think we should be surprised. One of the reasons why he doesn't believe they're in the concept of a window, that a team has a window to win a championship, is because he probably, and again, this is the way I interpreted it, he's not down with giving up the future draft picks. He's just not as gung-ho to do that. And that keeps the window open, which is great if you get a title. Now, if you don't ever get a title, then you're talking about the 06 to 2014 Tigers that never got the title. And wasn't for not trying. But, you know, he sounds pretty committed to, look, we're here to stay. This is sustainable. We plan on sustaining it. But, and he didn't say he wouldn't do it. But I just thought it was a bit of a lukewarm response to the concept.
I think the worry is with fans and, you know, just media or whoever that question, you know, if he doesn't do the F them picks and goes all in, is you mentioned, you know, the Tigers. That's very, you know, close to home. We saw what happened. If you want to just bring it, you know, to football, look at the Niners. I mean, they have a tremendous roster and 0 Super Bowls to show for it. And they didn't even make the playoffs this year. And I think they'll be back in the playoffs next year, but it's really, really hard to get over that final hump and win it all. And at least the 04 Pistons won it all. They had like 5 straight Eastern Conference Finals, whatever, but they won it all. So we have that to look at. It's very early with the Lions. I don't want to say very early, but they're right in the middle of it right now. You feel like, hey, they got to win one to make it all worth it, right? Otherwise, yeah, these windows do close.
Well, and whether it does or it doesn't, if you aren't willing, if you never make that move that really tips the scales in your favor and don't win a title, it becomes a bit of a forgettable era. Like it's not the ultimate goal. And again, I want to make this clear. This is how I interpreted his answer, okay? And he may come out and say, that's not at all what I meant. And we'll play it for you a little bit later on as well. 248-539-9797. And he did say, you know, we're committed in any way that we can to improve our roster. But I thought the idea of having no window is very interesting. Like he does not look at it in those terms. What did you think? Brad Holmes just met with the media, the Detroit Lions GM. And again, a little bit later on, we'll play back some of that for you. Later, we'll touch on the Detroit Pistons. What a win last night in Atlanta, beginning to end, pretty much dominated the Hawks in a game of I would describe that as winning a game in your peer group, a team that's like you, that's trying to grow some roots and compete in the East. Well, Detroit's now in the 6th spot in the playoffs, which is crazy. We'll talk about that team as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, whether you're looking for a slick new model vehicle or maybe a reliable pre-owned vehicle, if
you're looking for new or used, you got to check out Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They have one of the largest inventories in the area, so you're going to find exactly what you're looking for. And the best part, guaranteed credit approval. No matter your credit situation, they've got your back. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they're right there in a perfect location at 696 and Telegraph Road. The giant American flagpoles, you'll see them. Makes it really easy to find out where they're at and to swing by and drive off with your dream car. And if you're short on time, no worries. They'll even bring your new ride right to your doorstep with at-home delivery. And if you're into the latest tech, well, you're going to be glad to know that Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is one of the top EV dealers in the country, offering cutting-edge electric vehicles, not electronic, electric vehicles, though I'm sure they have some great toy cars you want to drive around too. But the electric vehicles they have, they're setting the standard for the future of driving. And best of all, they're open on Saturdays because they know that weekends are the best time to shop for your next car. Come on by and see why Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is the place to go for your next vehicle. Together, let's drive.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are interested to know what you thought of the Brad Holmes news conference this morning, where he didn't exactly lay out the entire blueprint of the offseason, but you got some idea. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. Holmes has a good pulse on everything that goes down on everything that goes on, from the roster to helping calm fans down. That's from an unnamed texter. I 100% believe Holmes puts us in a position for a Super Bowl next season. It's up to the coaches and players to get it done. It's an unnamed texter. Win the blanking Super Bowl, and I could care less about the years to come. Win the damn thing. F the picks.
Couldn't care less.
Yep. That's from an unnamed texter. Look, he may go out and make an F them picks move. I got the sense in listening to that today that is not, he's kind of lukewarm towards it. And he doesn't see windows. He sees a team that will continue to compete. And if they do continue to compete and win a Super Bowl, that's great because you're not giving up future assets. Are you not going all in for one season? Well, I mean, the belief was, I'll give you an example how that can work out. The belief was that Buffalo did it last year, had to cut a whole bunch of guys, and here they are still playing. Because they did cut a bunch of guys, but they maintained their level of success. You can do the F them picks thing. You can do the big contracts. You can, and if it, this year's team was good. Let me just state this. Do you think this year's team was good enough to win this Super Bowl this year?
Yep.
So do I. And most of Detroit believe that 1 week ago today. 1 week later, if you're, F the picks, win the damn thing, got it, except that not only were they good enough a week ago, they were good enough a week ago with reinforcements on the way, significant reinforcements on the way.
Potentially.
You don't think getting everybody back defensively is...
What are you talking about for this, if they had made it to the Super Bowl?
I'm talking about for next year.
Oh, for next year. Totally.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I think that's the number one reason why we're all still optimistic about it, is because they went 15-2 without a ton of guys that are really impact guys. They lost the playoff game and it sucks. And I think even with the injuries, they had a chance to overcome that again. But yeah, there's no question this team, if you add to the team that played Washington, if you add Aleem McNeil, Aiden Hutchinson, and Carlton Davis, just the three players, it makes a massive difference in the game.
Let alone Derek Barnes, Malcolm Rodriguez.
You're getting the
Amik
pass
Robertson.
rush. You're able to stop the run, right, and you're able to cover receivers a little bit longer. I mean, everything goes with it. Yeah, absolutely. Now the question is, in the offseason, for the players that you have questions about, I have no question Hutch is coming back healthy, and McNeil gives reports that maybe he won't be back to start the season. Okay, he'll come back, and maybe he won't be right where you want him to be to start the season, but at some point, hopefully he's back to being 100%. But what do you do with Carlton Davis? Do you re-sign him or not? And Brad Holmes' response was kind of interesting, and that was really kind of non-committal about that, even though he said he thought he played better with the Lions than what he did with Tampa, and he said even Carlton will tell you that. But at the same time, he wasn't committal about bringing him back. So you always have to add to the secondary year after year. You got to do it. And do they bring him back and add, or are they looking elsewhere?
Yeah, I got the sense he really likes Carlton Davis and wants to bring him back. But again, he like we've said a bunch, it's not like he was giving away the game plan today.
Yeah, it was a lot of GM speak today, which we expected, right? I mean, a couple years ago, they talked about wanting to bring Jamal Williams back and Josh Reynolds, and Jonah Jackson. None of those guys are back, So I think, yeah, he did say, I didn't believe what he said when he says, hey, we got to sit down, evaluate, and talk to the other side and see where we're at and where we want to be at and all that stuff. So they'll figure it out. And I think we all trust Brad to make the right decisions, whether bring back Davis, Zeitler, whoever is available. No one asked about the JMO picking up his option. I'm curious what they do with that. They have time to think about what they want to do with it. Or maybe he already knows what he wants to do with that, but he didn't have to make that decision today. There's a lot of stuff that, this team, if they just get healthy. I wish someone would have asked, though, guys, how do you plan for another season where you could have this many injuries, or was this a one-off? Hey, this never happens. So we're just going to stick to what we do, or do we go, guys, I guess we got to go 8 deep on defensive end.
Well, he did say.
I know they have the players, but I mean real player, as
Yeah.
best you can possibly put out there.
He did make the comment about, I don't know who's got a 6th and 7th defensive end that is like, we put together a roster and we ended up playing defensive ends 6 and 7 in these critical games. And I don't know who's got that. And look, he didn't lean totally into the injuries thing. He did talk about it, but he didn't lean totally into it. And I don't want people to think and interpret this as we recap it here as he was making an excuse. But he felt like, I think in the end, the message I got, he felt like he put together a damn good roster capable of winning a Super Bowl. And it got absolutely eroded as that year went on. But you know what? Here's the other thing he said. When he feels bad when a player gets injured, he feels bad for the player, not for himself. He goes into what are you going to do about it mode.
Right. Yeah, and he doesn't have time to feel sad for himself. So he's always trying to, like any general manager, every day is a new day to make your roster better. You know, do opportunities present themselves? Do you make do you make your own luck? You're trying to do it. And I thought it was interesting talking about when a general manager uses a term like poach. I think it's interesting, you know, because it's almost like when you say that people poaching coaches off your roster or for your staff or poaching players off of your practice squad, and that they lost 3 in the one day and made a deal out of that. I thought it was interesting because the word poached has a negative connotation to it, and it's a way of saying I think letting people know that you're not happy about it, but you understand it. And I think that's kind of cool to hear it in that way because I think we all kind of feel the same way. We don't want to lose our own guys, but when you have success, that's exactly where they're going to look to. You know, if the Detroit Lions, who are one of the best teams in the National Football League, if they've got you see year in and year out that they keep promoting guys in the practice squad that make plays, guess what's going to happen? Teams are going to start looking at your practice squad to add them to their team.
Feedback coming in. You're looking way too deeply into his first postseason press conference. It's all coach speak. He's not telling you anything meaningful. Of course, he's going to tell you the window hasn't closed. It wasn't that he said the window hasn't closed. He said he doesn't really believe in windows. Well,
I think for him, he doesn't want to put limits on himself in any way possible. And if you say there's a window, then there's a limit. So I think that just makes sense. Probably most GMs would say something like that.
Frank in Fenton says Brad Holmes' presser very somber at the beginning, talking about the season and the disappointment. When he got to speaking about the roster and the player development, very much more upbeat. He's very optimistic about the future. All of us fans should follow suit. Go Lions. I think there's great reason to be. I mean, look, we said it on Monday. Nobody wanted to hear it on Monday. But an objective analysis of where this Lions organization is right now, it's in an incredibly healthy place. Everybody's hurting. But an objective look at this roster, the front office, head coach, it's in a very healthy place. There's work to be done.
There is, but at the same time, does any of what they say take a little bit of a hit? I think King may know where I'm going to go with this. You had the comment to start the season about Levi Onwuzurike, and it was Dan Campbell's comment. You know, that he's going to be a guy now, you know, the whole thing, and it built it up like Levi Onwuzurike is ready to become a Pro Bowl player, and clearly that's not the case. So now when I hear a coach or a GM speak glowingly of the production and how much better guys are from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, I'm still taking it with a grain of salt. I'm not buying it hook, line, and sinker like maybe I would have been more susceptible to before. So when he's talking about Christian Mahogany and saying, you know, this guy came in and we thought it's not going to be too big for him, and eventually got his chance to play and he looked fine, and talking about Giovanni Manu and how he's developed, and, you know, I mean, those are guys we don't see. Guy we saw was Terrion Arnold, who definitely, I thought, improved as the season went on.
Well, I do not expect them to be perfect. I don't expect them to get them all right. But we will get to more of this, and again, we'll replay some of the highlights coming up. Next, however, it's the Blitz thingy here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, this new year, be the best you can be by starting out with the best water for your family. This month, CGC Water will save you $1,000 on a Connecticut K5 drinking water system when you bundle it with a Connecticut Premier Softener. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter in 2025. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off on a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. All right, so we'll get to some Pistons stuff coming up as what a win last night in Atlanta. They just blasted the Hawks. That was fun to watch. In the meantime, and it was meaningful. In the meantime, we talked a lot about Brad Holmes' press conference that he held this morning. We'll play some of the highlights of that coming up as soon as we can turn it around. But every Thursday during the football season, we swing around the NFL. Gator heads or tails?
Heads.
It is a tail. I will defer.
Oh, the defer.
Oh, you didn't expect that, Gator?
I was not expecting that.
The okie doke. All right, here we go, guys. Question number 1. Yeah, we still got to keep doing this, even though the Lions are out of the playoffs. But
okay.
But I'll do it. Okay, question number 1. Do the refs favor Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs?
What a way to start. Look, I think he gets some superstar treatment, and I mean, look, he is a superstar, so you would expect some of that. I don't think it's egregious. with the treatment that he gets. Obviously, if your team's playing him and you see a play that happens, you're going to fly off the handle. And maybe if we played Kansas City more regularly, we'd say the same thing. But he's the best in the league, and he waits until the last moment for things to happen. He puts himself in tougher situations than maybe most quarterbacks do. So I think some of that is there. He gets calls, but there was actually some data recently that showed up that he doesn't get the calls that you think he gets. It's calls that you watch in games that you watch, but it's not as bad as or nearly as one-sided as you might think.
I would like to see said data because I think he absolutely gets the benefit of the doubt, and I think the Chiefs get the benefit of the doubt, and I think he abuses it. It reminds me a little bit of Trae Young, who didn't bother me as much last night in foul hunting, foul creating, but he does things like he slows down near the sidelines to induce hits near the sidelines. That might come with an embellishment. He does get up limping a lot and then miraculously recovers from these hits. He also is the guy that faked running out of bounds, faked a slide near the sideline and took off up the sideline, which makes defensive players, handcuffs them on what they can do. Do the refs favor Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs? Absolutely.
I think so too, Doug. I absolutely agree that they flat out just favor them. Now, all the stuff that you just mentioned that Mahomes does, that's not illegal though. But the part that bothers me is that the refs fall for this crap every time. All right, so even Mahomes admitted on a radio interview this week that, one of those flops, he probably shouldn't have done that because he straight up just flopped on the sidelines. But if you want data, okay, here's the data, guys. Did you know the Chiefs have gone 11 straight playoff games without committing more penalties than their opponents? It's the longest streak by any team in the last 30 years. That's data. They're definitely favoring Mahomes and the Chiefs.
That's just a disciplined football team.
Yeah, and it's because they're human, and they know exactly who's on the field and who's not. So I kind of understand it. They know Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league, so they are going to favor him, Kelsey, and the rest of the Chiefs. But, yeah, they favor them. It's annoying, but they do. All right, should the Steelers bring back Russell Wilson?
Only if he takes the same money. Remember, he had that Denver deal where he could sign for $1.2 million in Pittsburgh, and given that at this point with the Steelers organization, they're the only team that's in a full-scale rebuild and still making the playoffs, but they can hand it over to a younger quarterback who also they got to bring back, Justin Fields. They got to decide to bring him back, but he's going to command more money. And if I'm given my choice of Russell Wilson or Justin Fields that I have to invest in, I'm going with Justin Fields. So no, I would not bring Russell Wilson back unless he'd do it on a similar contract, and I suspect he won't.
Doug, sometimes you say some things that are so stupid that I should shake my head. Mm-hmm. And then you said what you just said, and I agree with you. They should absolutely bring Justin Fields back, not Russell Wilson. It's look, Russ is fine. He's a good bridge quarterback at this point in his career, but the Steelers need to take a leap forward into the future, and that's with a quarterback they can bank on. Justin Fields has so much talent. If you feel like you've got the right coaches in place, harness that talent, figure it out, and make a new path for yourself with your next quarterback that's going to lead this team for the 6 or 7 years. Justin Fields, I think, is so talented. You can absolutely win with him. The problem is he started his career in Chicago, so that's no good for him.
You guys are both wrong. They don't bring back Justin Fields because they had every opportunity to give Justin Fields, to take over this team. They needed a quarterback that was dynamic to be able to help the offense that was struggling. And for whatever reason, they didn't, and they handed it over to Russell Wilson. Now, I'm not saying Russell Wilson's the answer, but I think he is the perfect type of quarterback, like a bridge quarterback. I think one of you guys just mentioned. He's that gap quarterback. But if he has to be the backup, you could do far worse as a backup. I think he's a team guy, a locker room guy. Yes, the contract's got to be very team-friendly, Doug. But if he's wanting to come back and compete for a job, then I would bring him back. All right, speaking of quarterbacks, will Lamar Jackson ever get over the hump and finally win a Super Bowl?
I think he does. I think he's the most talented player in the league. He's young. You saw him make mistakes in the first half of the game against Buffalo and bounce back in the second half and lead his team back to what should have been a tie game, and he got let down. He got let down by his veteran tight end who dropped a couple of horrific plays. One was a fumble, and the other one was just a 2-point conversion at the end that should have put it into overtime. He's great, and I think it's just every year that you go through a failure, you're learning from it, and you grow back stronger. and that Baltimore team is pretty talented. I think they're going to add some more pieces around him and make the team better, and he'll lead that team to the Super Bowl.
Well, look, the safe money here is on no, because you get the field every year. And I guess I would probably bet against any individual winning again and their individual team. But I don't blame him exclusively. It's kind of like Stafford. Yeah, Baltimore is not winning with him at quarterback, but I balk at blaming the best player. His contract is roughly the same percentage of the cap as guys like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. So winners can be built on that cap number. I think there's other reasons why Baltimore isn't winning, and I don't think it's Lamar Jackson. But if I had to bet, I would bet no, he will never win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I understand your logic, Doug, but if I had to answer, will he ever win a Super Bowl? I think the answer is yes. He's just too damn talented and too good. I feel like it's inevitable. Everyone conveniently forgets that it took Peyton Manning 8 years before he finally won a Super Bowl. He was 3-6 in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson's 28 years old. He's 3-5 in the playoffs, okay? So he still has plenty of time. He's in the prime of his career. He's making amazing plays every single week. He's not perfect, but he might win his 3rd MVP this year. He's that good. I think they just have to get, for whatever reason, I mean, his all-pro tight end dropped a pass to tie the game. His all-pro tight end fumbled the ball in the drive before that could have put a touchdown over. All these things seem to happen to him in the playoffs. It's not all his fault, but I think inevitable he's going to win at least one, I think. All right, Roger Goodell said this week, hey guys, it's only logical for the league to go to 18 games. We all knew this was coming. But will we see a 20-game season at some point in the NFL?
No, and I hope we don't, because in my view, the quality of the game is what's getting hurt. The NFLPAs needs to put its foot down. Because it's putting the players at more risk and more danger. They're playing more and more games. They're taking more and more live hits. And the game is too much of attrition. We said it for years. We just never cared. Now we care a lot about how brutal this game is. And a 17th game, my life has not gotten better because of the 17th game. And I think football has become, just that much more worse because of the 17th game. So I would like to see them go to 16. If they go to 20, though, I would blame the NFLPA for agreeing to it.
Yeah, I agree with Doug, almost everything he said there. I don't think they're going to go to 20 games. It is an incredibly violent game. You can make the argument that it's too violent. They need to find ways to make it less violent. Injuries have taken a ridiculous toll on superstar players year in and year out, but when you add more games, you're putting them more at risk. I would be more surprised if they went to 20 as opposed to going back to 16. I could see that happening before they go to 20, but I think 18 is likely the sweet spot for Roger Goodell and the NFL and the players. They're all going to make money off of it, but if the injuries continue the way they go, then maybe they do go back.
Of course we're going to see a 20-game season at some point, guys. The NFL's king. They're greedy. And literally the only thing they don't have compared to the other major sports in this country is the amount of regular season games to maximize their value. They want as much value, as much money as possible. They're just going to eliminate the preseason completely. It's going to be 20 NFL regular season games, and get ready for bad football the first month, because that is their preseason. All right, there was some bad weather this past weekend in the playoff games. Buffalo versus Ravens and the Eagles versus the Rams. Was that awesome or was that dumb?
Well, I lean more towards dumb because I'm not a fan of having the weather decide what's going to happen. But, I mean, the counter to that, it's real simple. It's a level playing field. Both teams have to play on it. I'm just not a fan of it, which is really what it comes down to. I'm very thankful that the games here at Ford Field, they're indoors. As a fan, I've been to outdoor games when the weather has sucked, and it's no fun to be there, even if it's a playoff game. Can you imagine if the Lions had played outdoors on Saturday night at home and lost that game in a weather situation? How even more miserable you'd be? I don't like weather dictating things, and neither does the NFL. That's why the NFL has the Super Bowl played in pristine conditions as much as they can control with that. There's still going to be teams that have the outdoor stadiums. This is still going to be something to deal with, but in 20 years, are we going to have every team in the league under a dome?
I think it's fun. To me, football's a game that's played in the elements. That's cold, that's snow, that's extreme heat. And during a football season, you have to deal with both. It's just part of the game as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, I enjoy watching those games. And if you can't handle the elements, you're in the wrong sport as far as I'm concerned.
I get both sides. I prefer optimal conditions, though, Gator. I do. But the real solution here is either all the cold weather teams have to go to a dome, or the Super Bowl has the possibility of being a cold weather venue. Because to me, otherwise, it does not make any sense when you're playing regular season games outdoors, where weather can play a factor into the regular season, which helps decide playoff teams and seeding. But then all of a sudden, the final game, we can't have any weather conditions whatsoever, when it played a role, or possibly played a role, the entire season. So I think you got to pick one side or the other. Kurt Warner hates it. He came out and said again, and if you know this already, I'm just repeating it, but he thinks weather conditions give the away team a completely unfair advantage, and players can't perform at their best because they have no way to prepare for that. So when you say level playing field, he doesn't even think it's level playing field just because they're both playing at the same time. One team's never seen it before, maybe, so he hates it. All right, last one, guys. Philly Mayor Cheryl Parker tried to lead the crowd with an Eagles chant to get them all fired up, but she misspelled Eagles. Instead, she yelled out, ELGSES. It's not even close, lady. Awesome. Anyways, what's the one word that you always misspell?
I have huge sympathy for Mayor Parker, because if I were the mayor of Philadelphia and I was hosting a pep rally and the NFL team was called the Philadelphia Necessaries,
Yeah,
I would have major problems. In fact, I come so far away from spelling necessary that sometimes the squiggly line doesn't even know what to suggest. They're like, we don't even know what you're going for, bro.
Wow. Look, I think we all have those words that are tough. The I before E except after C thing doesn't really work for me, because I always seem to find the one word that's exception. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's it. Why is it red? That doesn't seem to make any sense. The word egregious, I had to type it earlier today.
You did?
Yeah. Well, answering these questions, I'm looking for it, and I want to get some notes down. The word egregious came up, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's misspelled. How do you spell it? Oh, there it is. The word license, when I was a kid, up until the time I was like 22, I always misspelled the word license. So, yeah, there's still words out there.
I guarantee you, I will never be able to spell guarantee without spell check. I don't like you, Doug. I don't even try anymore. I just type in G. I don't even know it's AU or whatever, and then the T, and I just say, "Hey, spell check, take over." Yep.
Help me out.
That's it.
Help a brother out. And that concludes the Wide Nine Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. There is nothing like the NFL playoffs, one big game after another. And you know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel is giving all customers a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. So don't just watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. A couple of things I want to follow up on, and then a note that might impact us here in Detroit. The whole 20-game schedule thing with the NFL, I think so many decisions in sports now are made for the short-term money grab. To hell with the long-term ramifications. Like the short-term money grab of conference expansion in college athletics is to me so narrow-minded, and I think it's really watered down the conferences. I think it's very, very difficult in all sport, really, and it's not just a football decision. Football drives it, and obviously that's where the money comes from. But it waters down the football conference championships, maybe even more so than other sports, because you just can't play everybody once, let alone twice. In basketball, you get to play some teams twice. But it really big windfall right up front. But at what cost? When you start flying your crew team from Seattle, Washington to Iowa City, then to Bloomington, then back. And then the Rutgers crew team goes out to Eugene, and all this extra money they're spending on travel, let alone the wear and tear on the kids and the coaches. I mean, the fans can't afford those trips for football, over and over again. And it's led to some fun matchups. I do like that, but I feel like that's a short-term money grab. To hell with the long-term consequences. And I think that's the same thing with the NFL. When they went to 17 games, which was the first step to get to 18, and as Kang said, and we saw it with the Lions, preseason football, as that goes away, regular season football will get more sloppy. And the Lions sat everybody in the preseason, and they weren't as good at the beginning of the year as they eventually grew to be before eroding. But it's just what people do now. How can I make a quick buck here? We'll sort out the rest later.
Well, the difference with the NFL and college is the NFL gets the agreement of all the players, too.
Well, that is true.
So that has to happen. And look, until the players decide that it's not working out for their best interest, it's going to happen. And I don't think they're going to go to 20. I think that's too many when you think about it. I mean, the college game, in our lifetime, we've seen basically, 11-game schedules now turn into potentially like a 17-game schedule. It's kind of crazy if you're able to get on a run now that they have this tournament. In the NFL, we've seen it go from 14 to 16 and now 17, and Roger Goodell says it's logical to be 18. I don't like it. I think it's too much, and I agree with you. And you start thinking about this season, how long that season goes into. I think there is a window for them to get things done, and it kind of cuts away at it even getting to 20, because to get to 20, you'd have to play regular season games in August, and I don't think the league wants to do that. And they sure don't want to keep going into January and have their championship game played at the end of February. I don't think they want to do that either. So they have the time frame right.
The other thing here is there is news out of Seattle, an interesting story today. From a beat writer that covers that team by the name of Greg Bell, who wrote that he thinks there is some smoke that Seattle and Mike McDonald is laying the foundation to have co-offensive coordinators. That he wants to have a run game coordinator and a pass game coordinator. And that impacts us here in Detroit because Hank Fraley went for his second interview in Seattle, the Lions offensive line coach, earlier this week, and Fraley would clearly be your run game coordinator if that's what they're trying to set up. Seattle did that before under Pete Carroll. I remember Darrell Bevel was pass game coordinator, but whoever his run game coordinator was. I always balk at how these setups work, and I wonder if you're Hank Fraley, is it worth it? He certainly would be well compensated as an O-line coach, and I guess adding the title would be the next step if he wants to be a head coach. But if you're the run game coordinator and there's a pass game coordinator, I've always wondered how that really works. Is the head coach say, we're going to run it here, we're going to pass it here, and then that coordinator calls the run or the pass?
I think it's a scam. I think when you do something like this, it's so that you can poach somebody else's coach, give them the coordinator title so that they can jump, but in the end...
He's just the O-line coach?
Yeah.
Be very careful, Hank Fraley. Be very careful.
Don't get played.
Don't get played here because he's really, really good. And he is very well respected and well liked by the Detroit Lions offensive line. I mean, those guys. What was the quote yesterday, Kang? Who said, I don't want to play for anybody else?
Frank Ragnow and Gio Manu. Both guys, after cleaning out locker day, both said, I don't want to play for another offensive line coach, man. They love that guy.
Yeah, I'm not.
And that's one veteran and one guy who just got here.
Right.
They both feel the same.
Let me be clear, too. I mean, because I think Carroll won a Super Bowl doing it. I'm not saying it can't have success. I'm saying as a coach, is this really what you want? But
is it just a title?
Well, you have to be, Gator, you bring up a very good point. You have to be leery of it, but maybe just being a way to coax you away from Detroit to be the O-line coach in Seattle, where you will have some run game responsibilities, but are you really a quote-unquote coordinator? I don't know. That to me, I feel like if that's really the deal that's being offered to him, I'm not sure he'd take it. Either I'm the offensive coordinator or not.
Like, I don't know him at all, so I can't speak on whether he would take it or not. I just don't want to lose Hank Fraley. Whether he's the sole coordinator, the offensive coordinator there, or if he's a co-offensive coordinator, I don't want to lose him. And I think if they end up doing his co-offensive coordinator thing, I do think it's a little bit of a scam, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, Doug.
No, just something to keep in mind. Maybe, it's one writer's opinion of what he thinks might be being set up there by Mike McDonald in Seattle. So take it for what it's worth. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, let's get into the Pistons a little bit. That, my friends, was impressive. There have been, it just feels like they keep having statement wins. The Pistons keep making statement wins, keep earning statement wins. And I don't know what the ceiling is right now, but it sure has been a fun watch as they've continued to climb up the ladder in the East. We'll get to the Pistons coming up today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I don't know if it's too strong a statement to say this, but to me, it felt like the Pistons clowned on the Atlanta Hawks last night.
Because they did. For 3 quarters, they absolutely clowned on them.
This game, the final was 114-104. It was not that close.
No.
It basically hovered around 20. It felt like the entire game. The Pistons are blocking dunks. They're throwing passes off the backboard to each other.
The block that Isaiah Stewart had is amazing.
And by the way, he went over to the bench to high-five them while the ball was going down to the other end. I mean, that's clowning on an opponent, and usually I'm against that stuff. Like, play the game, celebrate later. You still got a fast break to go run. But they clowned on the Hawks. Now, was this a game that, these are, I don't know if it's more important than the Houston win, less important than the Houston win. It was another statement win. Houston's a really good team that Detroit went to Houston and won. Now they got Atlanta right ahead of them, and they clowned on them. We asked the question a couple weeks ago. No longer are they hot. They're on a heater. On a heater implies that you're just playing really well right now. Are they good? Are the Pistons going to mess around and contend here in the East?
Well, they're 2.5 games behind 4th. I mean, that's how tight things are in the conference, right? To be that close to just 4th place. Like the Milwaukee Bucks are 24-17. The Pistons are 23-21. You get all the way down to the 9th place team is Miami at 21-21. So you've got 9 teams in the Eastern Conference now that are at 500 or better. You look at the Western Conference, and you've got 11 teams that are 500 or better. It's 10 teams, with Phoenix being 22-21, being that 10th team. There's a lot of parity in the NBA right now, but there's also, you've got the haves, and then you've got the teams that think that they have a chance, and you got the have-nots. And the teams that think they have a chance, that's what's growing. That's the parity part. But there's still the way too top-heavy. You get Cleveland 36-7, and same thing with Oklahoma City. They're both 36-7, and their nearest competitors are 5.5 and 7 games back, respectively. So, are the Pistons making a move? I like what they're doing, and the fact that they are so young gives you hope that, okay, this thing is definitely on the right track. And how soon before we can actually expect that this team is, do I say championship caliber? I mean, not this year, absolutely not this year. But I'm saying, are they on that right track where, because of their youth, that you could see in a couple of years that now this team is a contending team in the East? Right now, they're fighting to be a playoff team, and they're right in the thick of it. But is this where their growth is heading?
It very well could be. The Pistons have I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but they've lost 14 straight playoff games. Sweep, and the last time they actually won a playoff game, they lost the last 2 of the series, so it's 14 straight playoff games. This team looks like a team that's capable of A, qualifying, and B, not have it be a ceremonial trip to the playoffs. Like it's like you're just there and, hey, happy to be here. Can they mess around and win some games or even win a series? They are playing so well. Cade has emerged as one of the best players in the team. He's not a lock for Eastern Conference Player of the Month, but he's
best players in the league, not team, but yeah.
A best player in the league. Yeah, sorry. He's nearly a lock now. Settle down, Doug. He's in consideration for Eastern Conference Player of the Month, which doesn't really matter, other than it speaks to the rest of the world is waking up to how well he is playing, and he's going to get that recognition. But I mean, last night, I just felt like they never needed a bucket because Atlanta never really put all that much pressure on. Like, ooh, they cut it to 12.
No,
is that pressure?
He actually did have a triple-double last night. Unfortunately, there was 10 turnovers as part of it, and that's the part of his game that he has got to improve to really take it to another level. Because the turnovers end up being points for the other team, obviously, so, or at least opportunities to score at the other end. If he starts to calm that down and reduces that number,
They could be talking 4 or 5 seed,
I mean, he's had almost 5 turnovers per game, just him. If he cuts that down by a couple, that's impressive.
Obviously there's a lot of reasons for the turnovers. He has the ball in his hands a lot. He's creating for his teammates. He's creating for himself. I think he's got to be stronger with the stronger with the ball and be more aware. I think sometimes because he's not like a super athletic player, right? So he plays at his own pace, which I think sometimes defenses can sneak up on him. He doesn't realize it. But if he does get those turnovers under control, Gator, they're in the 6th seed right now with all those turnovers. Like if he's still developing and growing as a player. He gets that better. They could, why stop at the 6th seed?
That's why I said they're 2.5 games away from the 4th seed.
And the national media and national fans, Doug, are paying attention now. They have their attention. I mean, Cade was on the TNT crew the other night. Yep. Basketball writers around the league are starting to write about, do you see what's going on in Detroit? You see what Cade's doing? Like, if he is an all-star, that is some recognition that people are starting to, wake up and see Pistons are doing something good here.
Well, and now that the Lions season is done, now there's going to be more focus on them locally. Because here we go. Okay. You're 2 games above 500. With the win last night, the first time since 2019 that they'll have clinched a winning month, which is crazy to think, but it's how bad this team has been for years. And now we got a little bit of hope. I don't know what the potential is for this season. I mean, it's playoffs for sure, but is it enough where they can actually get into the top 4? Milwaukee's the number 4 seed, and I would never think that the Pistons are as good as Milwaukee, and yet they're 2.5 games behind Milwaukee.
What do we say the bus ride was from Houston to Atlanta? Was it 12 hours?
15 hours or something
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, the Pistons made that bus ride, and they stopped at a Buc-ee's, and we talked about it yesterday, and they got off the bus, and there was video during the game last night of them.
And discussion got off the rails about how great Buc-ee's is.
Yep. On our show or the game last night?
On our show and the following show.
Yeah.
And everybody talking about Buc-ee's.
Yeah. So the question is, it's a shorter drive to Orlando for Saturday's game. A, did they bus? And B, did they stop at a Buc-ee's? Like, is this something?
Well, don't mess with the mojo, right, Gator?
Well, maybe not, right? The weather is why they took the bus, but will the weather be a reason that they take a bus, or are they just going to say, you know what, it's a bus living's good? Where is that Buc-ee's?
We don't want to do it for the whole season, but this road trip, we're having a little fun with this.
Hey, Coach, can we drive 75 all the way back to Detroit?
Easy there.
I know a place for wings.
And lap dancing.
Well, there you go. How about this Detroit team? Piston fans, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Jeff and Warren says the Pistons team looked great last night. Doug, see what a trip to Buc-ee's can do for you?
Look at that. How clean is your bathroom?
I think our bathroom is comparable to a Buc-ee's.
Okay.
I will go so far as it's a
Dude,
bold,
you're going too far. That's bold,
statement.
man.
You got an attendant?
Yeah, I don't think so.
We don't have a dude hanging out there at all times, no.
Unless he's using it, right? I'll be on a minute.
It is funny. If the wife cleans the bathroom, including the toilet, I think she doesn't expect myself or my son to use the toilet for that.
You're not supposed to?
For weeks.
Yeah.
She's like, if you have to do that, go to work. Save it till you get to work.
Go outside.
I just cleaned the toilet.
Here's a roll, dig a hole, and go outside.
Right? You don't use, that's the rule, though. You don't use it till guests come over. All right, I just cleaned the toilet. No one used the bathroom.
Right.
Chad in Midland says, guys, I love watching the Pistons. They're playing really fun basketball. The only thing I'm concerned about and have been concerned about the last couple of years is the Cade Cunningham turnovers. He's a turnover machine. He had 10 more last night. I think if they get down if they can get that down to 3 or 4 turnovers a game consistently, the Pistons have a chance to make a run.
How long are you supposed to wait, by the way? When that bathroom is nice and clean, and like you guys have wives, and if they're the ones that are cleaning it, men clean it too. But if your wife's the one that cleans, I mean, honestly, what's the amount of time? If like you can go in there where she's not going to look at you side-eyed.
Well, since you've successfully hijacked the show, I will tell you that last night I was told, quote, don't use that bathroom.
I agree with your wife.
What about you?
What do you mean
get
you
shut
agree
down?
with her? You if you clean a bathroom, you don't
12 hours. 12-hour rule.
What do you meditate? Make it go away?
Absolutely. No, we talked about this yesterday after the show, Gade. You can meditate and it can go away if you have to.
You just don't know when it's going to want to come back.
sometimes the sheer willpower of men can be incredible.
You're going to get in trouble. That's why you need another bathroom in the house.
Yeah.
All right, can I nuke that one? If this
Yeah,
one's going to
all
be fine,
right.
I go
Yeah.
over there.
Uh-huh.
The Pistons is from an unnamed texter. The Pistons will not only make the playoffs, they will be in the Eastern Conference Finals. They are one player away from being a potential championship, and then it stops.
Does Trajan Langdon say F them picks? Forget Brad Holmes.
Right? Will Trajan Langdon get an edge rusher? 248-539-9797.
Well, listen, if you're picking in the 20s, you're effing them picks anyway, right? Nobody cares about the picks in the 20s.
I'm not sure people care about the picks at all.
We're just 3 for 1 the other day.
248-539-9797. Pistons fans, are they just good? You expect them to compete the rest of the way. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons toyed with, clowned on Atlanta last night, and now are in the 6th spot in the Eastern Conference. And look, it's a team that the one guy had his text cut off when he was writing something about championship, and I'm like, okay. But they are the only team with cap space right now in the NBA. They could be a buyer come the trade deadline. Maybe they do make a bit of a push. I don't want to see them, it's not a go all in with a guy that they're going to lose after this year kind of push, but it is a chance to maybe acquire a player and improve their chances to make some noise here in the East. They have warranted this discussion. Their play has warranted this discussion.
Well, the next 4 games are against winning teams. 3 on the road, at Orlando, at Cleveland, at Indiana, and then they come back home next Friday to take on Dallas. So, nice little test here to see where you're at. You got some in-conference games. The first 3 of those on the road. The road trip is all in conference.
I think their last 5 games are against winning teams, right? Too. I mean, this is a tough stretch of the schedule. Hawks winning team, Rockets winning team, Suns winning team, Pacers a winning team, Knicks a winning team. So they've been playing
3-2 in that stretch, and we'll see how they go in this 4-game stretch.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. Every time you beat a good team, it's just adding to your credibility.
Exactly, yeah, adding and more legitimacy in what they're doing. And we both really liked the new GM and the new head coach prior to the season. We talked with them. They're very upbeat, very enthusiastic, and I think realistic about what's ahead of them. And they brought in some good players. Good veteran players that made sense. Beasley's been fantastic for this team. And Tobias Harris is starting to heat up a little bit. Nice to see Fontecchio starting to warm up a little bit. Mm-hmm. If he gets back to where he was last year, that's huge for this team. Because they need him to be a 40% shooter from 3.
248-539-9797. I agree about the turnover problem with Cade. However, Atlanta has the leading ball thief by a huge margin. Grain of salt for last night. Well, that is Dyson Daniels, who is on top of the NBA in terms of steals. And last night he had 2 more. I don't know if that accounts for 10, but the Pistons were good last night except for the turnovers. And let's be honest, Atlanta took a classic NBA regular season night off, but we're getting better. Do you think they choose to take a night off where they're now in a play-in game? I don't think so. Now, look, there's a ton of basketball to be played.
Well, one guy had a thumb last week.
Yeah, I know. That's right. Thoughts and prayers. It just shows how bad Monty Williams was. That's from Dave and Canton.
I don't know. I don't think Monty Williams is bad. I think Monty Williams is bad at that time. I don't think Monty Williams had his whole heart into coaching that season, and he was coaxed into it because he was made a ridiculous offer and then got paid $65 million to walk away from the situation.
I compare these Pistons to the Grant Hill era. Hopefully not. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well,
I feel like the Grant Hill era set the stage for the championship era.
It did because they traded Grant Hill.
Yep.
But then if that's to be the case, then you're
trading Cade Cunningham.
Trade Cade Cunningham, and I don't want to think of that because I love Cade Cunningham.
If it wins them a championship, I don't care. I do love Cade Cunningham.
I love Grant Hill too.
Yeah. That worked out.
Did not work out for Grant Hill.
The Pistons team got me back this Piston team has got me back into basketball. The new coach and GM brought me to tune into the first game of the season. I've only missed a couple since. I'm having a blast watching this team grow and compete. I'll for sure be bummed if they miss the playoffs. Anything beyond making the playoffs will be a bonus for me. Thanks for the awesome segment. You kill it every day. Justin in Masson Heights. Thank you, Justin. Here's the thing. They're like 7 games into the playoffs now. Like, that's incredible. Now, given there's a line after you mentioned the bunch of teams that are bunched together, then there's a drop-off to the Bulls, and then beyond that, Philly. It's 3 games out of the playoffs. Detroit's 13.5 games behind Cleveland. Philly is the first team out. They're 20.5 games. So, I mean, they're in a good spot to make the playoffs for sure. It would be a major disappointment now. That's why JJ meditates before games to make it go away. LMAO. That's
I like that strategy.
Yeah.
Yep.
How are the bathrooms at the arenas, Doug, that you broadcast in? Do you get
the stadium?
Yeah, where the players use them and all that stuff. What are we looking at?
Yeah, they get pummeled, or do you go to a different place? You're up in the press box.
Yeah, so I'll just say that there are certain press boxes that have inadequate facilities.
Okay. Yeah.
As in, not enough. Or a bit of a hike. Leads to some weird commercial break, different gymnastics.
Are there still stadium press boxes that would have like no doors on the stalls?
No.
When did that ever make sense?
Dude.
It's the worst thing ever. High school, like they know no door. What?
I remember first day in high school, I was like, nope.
You gotta talk about meditating and make it go away.
Yep. Did it for 4 years.
Those were some long days. Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyway, Pistons with a huge win last night. 2-4-8-5-3-9-97-97. Now they're off to Orlando, another team that's battling for the Eastern Conference playoff spots, maneuvering around. I think avoiding the play-in round it feels like it's all getting more and more realistic all the time. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show or any of the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. You also stream with video. You go to youtube.com or twitch.tv. Those are places you can take in the show. I forgot to mention you can also stream to our website, the audio there. Go to 971theticket.com for that. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox from Call Me Leak. I'm not worried about the turnovers. This is from Twitch. I'm not worried about the turnovers at all. JB did the exact same thing with Darius Garland. They let him play through a lot of mistakes, and he figured it out. He had all these crazy totals, too, but he got better because of it. I mean, they're still winning. So the turnovers, are an issue, but you know, they're winning games. So that's what's most important. And yes, there's a lot of time to sort that out. He's gotten better and better. We moved beyond the Cade's a bust talk, I think.
Oh, I would hope so. He's got better every year.
Yep.
The difference is he's healthy. Knock on wood that he can stay healthy. And that there's a reason he was drafted first overall. I don't know how high the ceiling was for him, but he was clearly the best player in the draft that year by all accounts. And he's coming into form very nicely for this team.
All right. Got some line stuff to get to, including next hour. You hear the best of what Brad Holmes told the media today with his season-ending news conference. An announcement today, Gator. I want to get your reaction. We will get to that today at 11:31 here on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
we've talked during this NFL head coaching search cycle that would go through every year about certain organizations just being bad, and we thought that the Bears might be one of those organizations just too bad for Ben Johnson to get on board with, but clearly he's okay with it and he's going to go there. Did you see what happened in Jacksonville yesterday?
What, they fired their GM?
They fired their GM yesterday. Like, you do this after you've interviewed a bunch of head coaching candidates? Like, what?
Yeah, they've. I mean, what is that? Is that the owner and the GM have a difference on who the next coach should be? Is that the owner sitting down with the coaching candidates the GM brought in and go, you want to hire one of these rubes? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know what happened there.
There have been talk of that owner being completely incompetent for years.
Mm-hmm.
And was it Shad Khan? Is that the owner there? He's just been a train wreck as an owner. Got lots of money to spend and just doesn't know what to do.
No, not our issue.
Nope.
Not our issue. All right, so announcement this morning here, Gator, and I find this to be interesting because it has made me on occasion, it has sparked me deciding to do something. And that is they have announced the Oscar nominations.
Oh.
Yes. Kang, you hate award shows.
Yes.
Tell the people why you hate award shows.
Like, I care about these rich, famous people complaining about not getting recognized for doing something that they already get paid millions of dollars to do.
Right. Okay.
It's just, it's not based on anything but an opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think it's always nice to be recognized, but it's just an opinion. Like, these people that are like, I'm boycotting the Grammys because I didn't get nominated or the Oscars, so I can't stand it.
Every year these nominations come out, and I'm always like, I need to be more well-rounded as a person. I do not see movies very often. And last year it sparked me to see two movies, one that I liked and one that I thought was absolute dog crap, and made it about 25, 35 minutes in before I'm like, I have no interest in what happens next. This is weird, and I did not care. The one that I watched and liked actually was the Best Picture award winner, Oppenheimer. I enjoyed Oppenheimer.
Still haven't watched it.
The one that I was like, they're losing me rapidly. I don't care about these people. The dialogue is weird. I don't know what's going on.
Is it Barbie?
No, it was Killers of the Flower Moon.
I thought you went the Barbenheimer route. Remember that weekend? It was a big weekend. I guess you just saw Oppenheimer.
Right. So I went and saw those two movies, and, well, I got them at home and didn't make it through Killers of the Flower Moon. Gator,
Doug,
I want to know if you've seen any of these pictures nominated this year.
Okay.
You ready?
I think so.
All right. The first one is Honora. Have you seen Honora?
I have not seen Honora.
Is this a movie about a person named Nora? One Nora?
It's called Honora.
Yep.
I have not seen Honora. I'm trying to do some quick research on this. A young escort from Brooklyn meets and impulsively marries the son of a Russian oligarch. And there's some stuff with that. I'm just seeing if I know anybody in this movie, and the answer is no.
Okay. I got to figure out which one of these I'm going to go see, or I'm going to rent, or whatever. The Brutalist. There's a story. Do you know anything about The Brutalist?
Do I? Doug, The Brutalist. When a visionary architect and his wife flee post-war Europe in 1947, rebuild their legacy, and witness the birth of modern United States, their lives are changed forever by a mysterious, wealthy client. I know nothing about it. Adrian Brody, Felicity Jones, I know who they are. Guy Pearce, I know who that is. Otherwise, not so much.
It doesn't sound particularly interesting to me, but it sounds more interesting.
Post-World War II architect gets a big client that mystery. I'm going to guess he's got some kind of hidden past.
It sounds better than Honora.
Yeah. To this point,
so
I guess.
I'm a Brutalist, maybe. A Complete Unknown. Is that the Bob Dylan story?
Yes. With Timothy.
By the way,
Chalamet.
that might conclude my knowledge of this year's Oscar nominations.
Well, so far that's what I've got too, and I haven't seen the movie. I'm not a Bob Dylan fan, so I'm not terribly interested. But people that I know that have seen the movie say it's great.
Really?
Yeah. And it only focuses, I guess, on a certain era of Bob Dylan, the early era of Bob Dylan. I don't know if there's a good or bad. I'm not a fan, but to each their own. So I don't.
Yeah, I don't know that this one really is that
style.
compelling to me. Conclave. Do you know anything about Conclave?
I think that's a movie about popes, isn't it?
Popes?
Yeah.
Well, it's not easy.
No, poping ain't easy. This is true. And let me see if I'm correct on this. And yes, when Cardinal Lawrence is tasked with leading one of the world's most secretive and ancient events, selecting a new pope, he finds himself at the center of conspiracy that would shake the very foundation of the Catholic Church. It could be interesting, could be also boring and long. But with Ralph Fiennes, the lead actor in this one, it could be John Lithgow's in it.
They're going to have problems with the Catholic Church, huh?
Who knew?
Dune Part 2.
I have not seen Dune Part 2. It's in my queue to watch. I saw Dune Part 1. It's visually Dune 1 was visually awesome.
Was it?
Little hard to follow, I guess, at times. I've been told the second Part 2 is actually excellent, but I haven't
Is this one
watched
if I parachute in without seeing
No way.
Dune 1? No?
No way.
Okay, because I did that with those one movies.
Yeah, and you still don't know.
No. So you don't recommend I see Dune Part 2?
Not without seeing Dune Part 1, like the day before.
Next, Amelia Perez. Amelia Perez is up for Best Picture.
I don't know much about this movie at all. It's the first time I'm hearing about Amelia Perez, which is follows four remarkable women in Mexico.
Perez?
I see what you did there. Amelia Perez. Up next, follows four remarkable women in Mexico. Yep. Each pursuing their own happiness. Cartel leader Amelia enlists Rita, an unappreciated lawyer, to help fake her death so that she can finally live authentically as her true self. Okay, who's in it? Zoe Saldana. I like her. She's great. Selena Gomez is in it. Edgar Ramirez. Know who he is. He played.
Okay, this is a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm Still Here. I'm Still Here is another Oscar-nominated picture.
I don't know, what's this one? This is a mother is forced to reinvent herself when her family's life is shattered by an act of arbitrary violence during the tightening grip of a military dictatorship in Brazil in 1971.
Military dictatorships, huh?
Don't know anybody who's in the movie.
Not really moving the needle.
Yeah, I'm not really up to speed on the history of Brazil.
Okay, Nickel Boys.
Oh, that's about the line secondary, that movie. It's all
It was about a
Nickelbacks.
band from Canada.
No?
No? Nickel Boys. What is it?
How do you spell Nickel Boys?
N-I-C-K.
A band from Canada?
B-O-Y-S.
Oh, there we go. Nickel.
Is this about Nickelback?
Two words. It's two words.
No, I don't think so. I made that up.
Nickel Boys is based on the Pulitzer Prize-winning novel by Colson Whitehead. Nickel Boys chronicles the powerful friendship between two young African-American men navigating the harrowing trials of reform school together in Florida. I do not know anybody in this movie either, but there is an actor named Sam Malone.
Really?
Yeah.
Mayday Malone?
Look at you with the Mayday reference.
Yeah, it's a million years old. I shouldn't have said it. The Substance. The Substance. This is up for Best Picture.
This is a movie with Demi Moore. Fading celebrity takes a black market drug, a cell-replicating substance that temporarily creates a younger, better version of herself.
Okay, that sounds freaky.
It does. And having just watched the first season of Landman, and Demi Moore is in that, and she looks fantastic in that movie. But obviously, there's been some work done with Demi Moore. This seems to be right up her alley if she's going to be taking some kind of substance that makes her look younger. Interesting. Dennis Quaid's also in this.
Are these real movies, Doug?
As best I can
I've
tell.
never
yeah.
heard of these.
Well, I
You
haven't
think
either.
I'm making up the synopsis that quickly on a spot?
I definitely know you're not doing that.
Finally, Wicked. I was told by my wife I wouldn't like Wicked because it's about friendship. I'm like, what do you think? I'm anti-friendship? I'm not seeing Wicked. So I think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to at some point try and see The Brutalist because I'm into post-World War II architecture, I guess. I don't know. None of these sound that great to me, but.
Well, I am I still have my page on The Substance, and they have like a movie poster next to it, and it has a critique on it that is 3 words.
Yeah.
Absolutely effing insane is what it says.
And that's The Substance.
Yeah.
All right, maybe I'll reconsider it. The 3 I highlighted was, The Brutalist, Amelia Perez, and The Substance.
I don't think I'm not terribly intrigued by. I mean, I need to see Dune 2.
You've seen Dune 1.
I saw Dune 1, but now I got to watch Dune 1 again because it's been a few years.
Kang, you have young kids. Do you see movies?
No.
No,
I
right.
regret ever making fun of you for not seeing movies.
I know, right?
Because now I'm you.
Yep.
But I think these movies just suck. It sounds like a terrible year. Like, did you hear? You usually hear Wicked. We all heard about because I think the marketing was out of control.
The
for that.
marketing was way out
The
of
promotion, all that stuff. But every other, like,
I was expecting Doug to wear a witch's hat one day.
paint his face green.
Doug loves hats.
I do love hats.
Helmets, not hats. Well, he does love
I do
hats
like
too.
hats,
Yeah, you're right.
He's got a hat problem.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Stems from his helmet love.
Koi Boy 1 on Twitch just said, Killers of the Flower Moon felt like a 10-hour slog. Interesting and true story, but damn, was it a tough watch. Yes, I gave up. From Loped Out, substance is great, but you are uncomfortable the whole movie. Well, maybe I'll go with that. Maybe I'll go with that. I mean, I was uncomfortable the entire Ozark. I was like waiting for things to go wrong, and then for
did things go wrong?
Yeah, desperately wrong every episode.
Wendy, we can find our way out of this situation. Yeah, we can make it happen. You need $10 million by Friday. Is that what I'm hearing? 10. Okay, we can move some things around and
Marty Bird, the greatest problem solver of all time. There you go. Those are the Oscar nominations. 248-539-9797. All right. Who will be the next Detroit Lions offensive and defensive coordinator? Will they promote from within? Will they go outside the family? We'll get to that today at 11:48. Next hour, the best of what Brad Holmes told the media this morning. We will get to that coming up as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Lions fans, well, look, it's been a long year and it's been a disappointing ending. And at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, they're celebrating an epic season. But now they did clinch back-to-back NFC North championships. And Jahmyr Gibbs, one of their guys, shattered a record for the most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate, UMCU has a great offer for you. Right now, earn 4% on CDs. That's right, secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. Are you confident that the Lions will be back? Suspect that you are confident the Lions will be back, and they should be back. They got a great young foundation of great young players. You should also have confidence in this deal right now. 4% on your CDs to celebrate the Lions. 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. Promotion is available for a limited time, so join the winning team today. It's easy. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. All right, so a couple things to follow up on. One, it's being reported in the Detroit News today that the Lions will get 2 third-round compensatory picks for losing Aaron Glenn. Well, they're after the third round, including one in this year's draft. So they do get the first one this year.
Okay,
which is great. Giving more fuel to our guy Brad Holmes, who spoke earlier today. And next hour we'll play some of the highlights. But they have coordinators to replace, and every once in a while you just kind of got a hunch, as we say on this show. I got a hunch that the offensive coordinator comes from within and the defensive coordinator comes from outside the organization.
Oh, you're going outside from defense.
Yep.
I'm going to go inside on both.
I feel like the defense, guys like Steve Wilkes being out there, and Lions can go grab some of the guys that we've heard rumored to be going to Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn. Turnabout's fair play now, right? Oh, you want to hire him as your defense coordinator? Maybe we'll just make a better offer over here to join a winning team. So, the Wilkes to the Jets thing came up yesterday, and I'm like, wow, why don't the Lions go get him? But I think coming from within, I think a lot of this comes down, and Jared Goff said he'll have something to do with it, as I think he should. I think there's going to be a level of comfort that comes with that guy from within who also knows that what they were doing is working with this group of players. It also feels like, to me, it's a less difficult decision because in many ways you don't have to change a whole lot offensively.
Yeah, and even Ben Johnson in his when he was talking yesterday, being introduced to Chicago, he said, look, Detroit's got a long runway that we've built over there. It doesn't matter who's calling plays. They'll be fine. As if to say they've established it. They know the system. They're going to be okay. And I totally agree with that. I think, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter who's calling plays, but I feel confident enough that even if it's Dan Campbell, because he's done it before, I'm okay with it. I do think they're going to promote from within, whether it's Mark Brunell or Engstrand or whoever they decide to do, Scotty Montgomery, it'll be fine. Defensively, I still think it's coming from within. I could see Calvin Shepard, the linebackers coach, being the guy.
It's funny you brought up that you didn't bring up the name that I'm kind of wondering if do you just go, okay, fine, we'll block it. Hank Fraley, your offensive coordinator. Like, is that something that could be in play here? Or if they're going to make him a co-offensive coordinator, the run game coordinator, again, I'm not crazy about that if I'm a coach, but do you keep him in Detroit by making Engstrand the passing game coordinator and Fraley the run game coordinator?
If you can, play that game so that he doesn't get poached. I mean, if it means you hang on to Hank Fraley, do it. If you want to go ahead and play the game, if it's legal to play the game that way. I don't know enough about Hank Fraley to know that he's a guy that should be considered for an offensive coordinator job.
Right, sure.
The fact that he's being interviewed in Seattle should tell you, okay, except if Seattle's doing it in this co-coordinator role, then maybe it's a little bit different.
Kang, do you have any thoughts on what should happen here? Coordinator spots?
I don't think it's as easy as Gator. You're making it sound like it seemed like I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you can just correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I think the offensive coordinator position is a very important hire. I'll say that, okay? And I think that you have to pick the right guy. I don't know if Scotty Montgomery is going to be good or Tanner Engstrand or Hank Fraley, but they better get the right guy because the relationship that Jared Goff and Ben Johnson had, Ben Johnson unlocked something. And I know Dan Campbell's still there, but he's got to watch and run the entire team. I'm really worried about or concerned or, about who they hire as offensive coordinator because Jared Goff is the entire team. He makes this whole – I know the offensive line's got to be there and all that stuff, but Jared Goff is the reason why. His play is the reason why they were so good so fast. So to me, if it's from within or from outside the organization, I'm not in the camp of, hey, it doesn't matter. They're just going to keep humming along. Do you know what I'm saying, Gator? I don't think
I know what you're saying. I kind of disagree because I do think it hums along.
See,
I think they have all the pieces there. The offensive line is there. The running backs are back. Everybody comes back. So there's no reason to think it wouldn't. Now, Ben Johnson, sure, he was a visionary. Everybody says he's a great play caller and has his deep bag of tricks and all that. And I think he was awesome for this team. But he wasn't the only guy that Jared Goff was talking to on the sidelines. He wasn't the only guy in meeting rooms when it comes to the offense. I know you know that. I'm not. It's just I think they're better suited to promote from within because of that, because of what Doug said. They want somebody who's going to work with Jared, who Jared feels comfortable working with. And to go outside the organization to bring that in, that's going to take time to build up that trust, as opposed to, is Mark Brunell ready to be that guy? Is Engstrom ready to be that guy? Is Hank Fraley ready to be that guy? I don't know, but it would seem to me it's more along the guys who've worked directly with the quarterback, as opposed to somebody who's from outside the organization or even an offensive line coach.
I think I'm kind of wanting to see them go on the offensive, because we mentioned Wilkes as a possibility, and he's rumored to be maybe a candidate for Aaron Glenn's staff in New York. Well, hey, man, offers the same financially. Come win a Super Bowl here. Well, what about Dennis Allen, who's rumored to be a leading candidate for the defensive coordinator job in Chicago? Hey, man, like I said, you're on the other team now. We're going to snatch your first choice as defensive coordinator, a guy who came from the Saints and has a history working with Dan Campbell.
See, I don't care if it's from outside or inside, because look what happened with the Eagles, guys. They went to the Super Bowl, lost both coordinators, promoted from within, and then fired those guys immediately the following year. So it's not always as easy as just promoting from within and then the quarterback is familiar with that guy or not. It didn't work out with the Eagles. They made the playoffs, though, but they started 10-1 that year and then completely fell off the back half of the year.
I don't think it's easy. I think it's an easier situation for the Lions because Dan Campbell was the offensive coordinator. He's the guy who was calling plays before Ben Johnson did. You know, he and Ben Johnson worked on this whole thing together. So I feel more comfortable. I guess that's the way I'm going to say it. I'm more comfortable with their decision what's going to happen because ultimately Dan Campbell's that guy. He's the guy that got it all started. You know, he's the guy that said we're going to move on from Anthony Lynn. That's not working the way we want it to go. Let's promote somebody else. In the meantime, I'll call the plays. And that's when things started to turn around offensively. Then he felt comfortable enough to say, Ben, now you can take it over. And I think the same thing can happen. He can mentor another guy. Is it easy? Of course it's not easy. Nothing's easy. You have to work at it. But I think it's an easier path because of who's in charge.
Again, when the dust settles, where's Robert Saleh going to be?
Probably San Francisco, or he's going to be the head coach in Jacksonville.
So he's got to, let's start with him not getting, under the presumption, if he does not get the head coaching position in Jacksonville, does he go back to the old stomping grounds, or does Detroit bring him home?
Well, the rumors are that San Francisco is willing to make him the highest paid coordinator in the National Football League if he doesn't get a head coaching job this cycle. So if you're going to step up and pay him the money, if you think he's the right guy, go ahead and do that. But if you don't want to do that, if you'd rather, take a chance on somebody else, then I guess you do that. I don't know where he'd rather coach. Would he rather go back to where he's comfortable in San Francisco, or does he want to come here, quote unquote home here?
I mean, look, again, this is why if I look at the names of possible defensive coordinators, I'm seeing a lot more established, really guys who've had a ton of success. So much so they all got head coaching positions, failed as a head coach, go back to the level where you were successful. I'd rather see them do that defensively than promote from within. And even though there are some very worthy coaches to promote from within, I'd like to see them go outside for defense, inside for offense. And it mostly has to do now. Who are the offensive minds? Right? Is Kellen Moore? Has he settled in anywhere yet?
No, they're still interviewing. Well, actually, right now they're still in the playoffs, so it's hard to interview him right now. But he was interviewing for other head coaching jobs. But if he doesn't get a head coaching job,
so what can you do to get him? And would you even have a chance at him? Probably wouldn't.
Probably not. I mean, if they got a chance to go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, what is he, assistant head coach and offensive coordinator? I don't know. That probably wouldn't work. I mean, who offensively would you want to go after if there's anybody outside? I mean, it's a lot easier to do for me.
It's funny because I really haven't even thought about it for the offensive side because I think it's such a slam dunk that they would promote from within. Defensively, Saleh's name obviously comes up if you're going to go outside the organization. I'll mention a name, but just for discussion, not that I think this is what they should do, but would you consider it? He was a disaster as a head coach, but he is a good defensive mind. That's Eberflus.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, what about Wink Martindale?
I suppose it's possible.
He seems like an NFL guy.
You know, he's an incredibly interesting dude to talk to. I find him to be the perfect mix of football knowledge and grumpy old uncle kind of guy. But he could be, and you know, he's got such a history in the NFL. The only offensive name from the outside that, like, I was like, what about Arthur Smith? And again, I like the idea of a failed head coach getting back to what he was great at and established a name for himself. And maybe Arthur Smith could be that guy. Oh, did he take a job? He might have taken.
God, I feel like he might have. I'm gonna throw a name out there.
It's
I don't
in Pittsburgh,
want.
yeah.
Okay, my
Is
bad.
it? It's still,
My bad.
all right. What about I don't want this guy, but what about Dan Orlovsky? Because names like this get thrown out all the time. People are just throwing darts, but wasn't he rumored to be maybe even a possible head coach last year in the offseason? Like someone was targeting him, or maybe it was just offensive coordinator.
That's a good question. Yeah.
How these things get started. Josh McCown, he was hot for a minute, right? And I know he's with Minnesota right now.
Yeah. And where's Byron Leftwich? Is he still out there?
Yeah.
I believe he hasn't landed anywhere yet. Byron Leftwich is an established guy. Anyway, some interesting names. We'll see how it shakes out. Brad Holmes did speak with the media today. We'll replay the best of what he had to say. Coming up next hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You know, right before the break there, I threw out the name Byron Leftwich. Byron Leftwich became a hot name in coaching circles when Tampa won the Super Bowl. Byron Leftwich was the offensive coordinator in Tampa, probably with the quarterback that's more out of a mold like Jared Goff than any quarterback there is competing for Super Bowls right now. Now, clearly, Jared Goff is not Tom Brady. But if Leftwich had success with a mobile quarterback in Tampa, is there anything that he's got that could give him a chance? You say, all right, and maybe the Brady argument is the argument against him too. Oh, big deal. He won a Super Bowl when he had Tom Brady as his quarterback. Or is there something to be said for, okay, this is not a mobile quarterback in a league where there's more and more mobile quarterbacks. Byron Leftwich was an offensive coordinator for one that was immobile and probably near the end of his career, probably wasn't playing the best football of his career. Probably was one of the most talented he was in his career. The Leftwich pick might make more sense than it might be more than just a throwaway suggestion.
Well, I'll give you another suggestion. Coach that was fired. We heard his name early in the rounds of being interviewed, but I don't think he's going to get a job. What about Mike McCarthy?
Intriguing. Do you know how much? I would be curious as to how much money he is owed, and does he want to wait to be a head coach again? Like if he is got a Monty Williams kind of payout, this is a bit of an over exaggeration, but you know what I'm saying?
Well,
maybe he just wants to sit around and wait to be a head coach.
Maybe, or if he just he wants to join up with a team that's Super Bowl ready, do it for a year, and then go into the head coaching cycle next year.
I don't necessarily hate that either. So there are some names out there.
Guy knows the division for sure.
If they do promote from within. All right, so look, the big story today was Brad Holmes meeting with the media and the Pistons win last night. Red Wings are in action tonight against the Montreal Canadiens. We'll talk about that before the show is done. But the Pistons clowned on Atlanta and now have the 6th spot in the Eastern Conference, which is great for a couple of reasons. One is it keeps you out of a play-in round. Two, it keeps you away from aligning with Cleveland or Boston in the second round of the playoffs should you win the first round. 3 is Pistons just beat the Knicks in New York. They are the current 3 seed. There's so much basketball to go. It's a little bit silly to be looking at all this at this time, but to hell with it. It's like we used to beg to be on the graphic. Now we get to talk about possible first-round playoff matchups. The Pistons could get, a lot could go wrong and a lot could go right from here on in. But it is trending in a great direction because they're beating good teams now. And somebody said, it was a throwaway game for Atlanta. Somebody suggested that. And I'm not sure Atlanta would throw away a game when they're hanging on to the last non-play-in playoff spot and just mail it in against a Detroit team that could replace them in that spot.
Well, is it a throw-in game? I have to look back at the roster last night, but was that a throw-in game?
Throwaway game?
Throwaway game for Atlanta in terms of who was playing? I mean, was there load management in this game? I'm looking now. Larry Nance Jr. didn't play. He's got hand surgery, and there were 2 coaches' decisions, Barlow and Roddy. I mean, they still have their team out there.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a throwaway game when you're actually playing your starters. In the NBA, when it's a throwaway game. When Milwaukee sits Giannis or the Lakers sit LeBron, if the Pistons sit Cade, that tells you something else.
Mm-hmm.
But when Trae Young is playing, when Jalen Johnson is playing, it's a different game.
Anyway, good win for Detroit, and they have now they're hopefully picking up some of the injured, the wounded out here, and that's what a lot of people are in Detroit right now, wounded sports fans. Maybe the Pistons can help just a little bit as they careen towards what we hope is a postseason bid. In the meantime, Brad Holmes today, opening statement, said that he's not going to take any credit away from a great season. Praised his staff, praised the fans. Told the story about the Houston takeover. They had a good friend that couldn't stop talking about how impressive Detroit fans were in Houston. His friend was at the game and basically said, I don't know any other way but to get back to work. So they're back to work. And he used this term in the past, said he wouldn't be a prisoner of the moment. and doesn't, when somebody asked, do you guard against overreacting? And he said, look, I've always talked about not being a prisoner of the moment and doing something extreme. He didn't give away an entire offseason blueprint. It was very sort of vague. But the one thing he said is he didn't believe there was a quote unquote window. He's not buying into the theory that a team has a window to win the Super Bowl. And later he kind of went into one of the reasons why. It's because he values the draft so much. He just thinks that's a year every year to restock talent. And you know what that says? I'm confident in the way I draft. I'm very confident in the way I draft.
Yeah, it also says that he doesn't like parameters. He doesn't want a label and say, with this team, if it's a window, that means that there's an end of when that happens. And why would you want to think that way if you're a GM? You're thinking you can keep this thing rolling as long as you can. And how do you do that? By hard work and still knowing what you can do with the draft. And every year is going to be different with what you're able to do. But they have built this team so strongly through the draft and added with long-term contracts that they've signed over the last year. And they're going to have to throw out some more contracts the next couple of years. Are they going to be able to? How long can you sustain it?
Well, at some point, you got to let somebody walk. And I suppose they did that to a degree with Jonah Jackson, right? And they brought in Kevin Zeitler because that wasn't going to align. He did mention Kirby Joseph, whose contract is something they'd like to lock up. I think he said that's on the docket, I think was his use of the term, but they want to keep good players here and said he's a all-pro caliber player, so maybe that's their offseason priority. Carlton Davis, again, he was somewhat non-committal, but said he played better in Detroit than he thought he played in Tampa. So, that's a player whose contract is up, and they have to decide what they want to do. They did trade for him. It wasn't an all-in F them picks, but he did give up picks. Or was it a pick? I think it was a third-round pick.
Yeah.
Third-round pick, and now he's getting a third-round pick back for losing Aaron Glenn. Third-round pick this year and a third-round pick next year. So, again, he didn't spell out the entire offseason, but there was some interesting stuff there. Okay, so here's what we're going to play for you coming up here in a minute. Where do you need to get better? Is one question. He's asked about an F them picks kind of approach. And do you think you can keep this up? Will a quarterback keep playing at this level even though he's lost the coordinator, Ben Johnson? We'll play all that for you coming up today at 12:16, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, research shows that most people give up on their New Year's resolutions right around the middle of January. Don't let that be you. Do something to get remotivated, like get some high-quality workout clothes from Show Some. The name Show Some is all about hustle. Show some hustle, show some work, show some commitment, and you'll see some results. Show Some Athletic Apparel is a Michigan-based athletic company. Performance hoodies, long sleeve and short sleeve t-shirts, leggings for women, clothes that are built to last. Use the discount code Doug at checkout. That's Doug at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Here we go. Brad Holmes, Lions GM. This morning, we actually carried it live. I know that not everybody can be listening to the station all day long, as much as you might like it. So we're here for you. Let's get to him being asked this morning, where do you need to get better? This is what Brad Holmes had to say. Okay, so a couple things there. One is, I should have added, he was sort of led to, like, his edge rusher position you need. And that's why he started by saying, I don't know who's got 5 or 6 effective quarterback, guys who can rush a quarterback. That's why he started that way. It's the reminder every year that they are fully on board with the best player available. Free agency addresses positions. Draft is just talent, hoard talent. And he's made it clear he does not care about positions in the draft.
It is clear. Something else that was interesting is he started to go down the path of, and we doubled down on taking defensive backs, but he stopped and then went back to his comment, which I thought was kind of interesting there. But it's clear that's what they are. Their best player available. If it happens to meet up with the needs of the team as well, from a positional standpoint, then that's great, but that's not how they don't go into the draft looking at that. Everybody may say, they have to get a running back. They have to get a running back. I'm like, well, no, we're going to take who's best here. And if you look at it right now,
interesting example that you use running back, because it's probably the one position that they don't have to get.
Well, right, yeah, I'm just from any team. I guess.
Yeah, sure.
For the Lions, okay, like they have to get a defensive end. They have to get a defensive end. No, not necessarily. And again, a lot of that helps to get dictated by what you do in free agency and in trades leading into the draft. But it's long-term stuff too. And maybe that's where we need to start looking at better to see possibilities. It's still going to be best player available, but what about long-term goals? 5 years from now, are you going to need this? Maybe that's where they look. And like, you're not thinking they're going to take an offensive tackle, and then all of a sudden they take an offensive tackle because they don't have many down in the pipeline, despite having 2 really good tackles right now.
He did go on to later say that he and Dan Campbell are totally aligned on which players they want to bring in from a player and personnel standpoint. Like they really go out of their way to scout and make sure that they will fit into their locker room, and he and Dan Campbell are completely aligned on that. All right, here's more. The F them picks. Somebody asked him, not using that language exactly, but do you look at giving up draft capital for veteran players? Here's what Brad Holmes said. Okay, so there's where I think he was kind of balking at the idea that, he loves the draft picks, and that's why they've gotten to be so good. And, he didn't say he wouldn't do it, but if you look at what they've done lately, Like, they traded Carlton Davis. They gave up a third-rounder in last year's draft. They got Zadarius Smith for essentially a fifth-round pick, and they converted a sixth into a seventh and they got a seventh back and gave up a sixth. So they got a draft pick back. And they've done some of these lesser moves. F them picks is go big. Like, that's a go big move.
Yeah.
And they haven't really, like he said, we've acquired veteran players. They've never really done that.
Well, they haven't yet, no. And those players aren't always available either. Now, is that going to change this offseason? If the Raiders decide that they need to, expedite this rebuild, what better way to do it than to trade away a veteran player who's really good and get serious draft capital out of it, and a player perhaps. So would they be open to trading Max Crosby? And if they are, and I think the Raiders should be, their first call should be to the Lions.
So what's interesting about that is when he talked about the trade for Zadarius Smith, he kind of raised the curtain here a little bit and said, basically the acquisition of the edge rusher was one of the more difficult trades or moves he's ever had to make. And the reason was there are just so few of them available. And, he basically said the pool of players was tiny. It was a handful at best. And that's, how they ended up with Zadarius Smith. The Max Crosby, like you think about, we talked about Max Crosby and we talked about Khalil Mack and we talked about Myles Garrett and we talked about, and the inherent message I think he sent today was none of those guys were tradable. Like even when he got into depth guys, he told the story about how another GM said to him, yeah, but if we get a guy hurt, we need him. And so it's incredibly difficult to go get those guys. If he becomes available, that's completely different. Do they actually become available?
I love the fact that he lifted the curtain and let people know. Basically, he said these trades aren't as easy as people want them to believe they are. Because I've said this all along. If a team can get into the tournament or has a chance to get into the tournament, they're not giving up on the season. Like, it's not easy to go out there and find a guy because, like you said, Doug, he mentioned, well, if we lose this guy, we have 2 months left in the year. We have plenty of games to play. We can get in this. I can't afford to lose a player, let alone trade him to you, And so when Brad Holmes got on the phone, he found it like crickets out there. It was tough. It's actually, they're lucky to get Zadarius Smith, it sounds like, to even get someone his caliber.
Well, you got to find a team that's willing to give up, right?
Exactly. No teams are willing to give up.
Yeah, and when we got into the trade deadline and we were talking about players, Zadarius Smith's name always came up, but there weren't many names that would come up. There were please let us, is it possible, dear Lord, that Myles Garrett's available or that Max Crosby available? And they clearly were not available.
Trey Hendrickson for the Bengals.
Trey Hendrickson was another one.
No way they were trading him.
Yeah, as the season wore on, that wasn't going to happen. Around
that time, we were using this term a lot, guardrails. We're trying to put our guardrails so we don't go smashing through and just do these fantasy trades that have no prayer of actually happening and creating unrealistic expectations. And then when I heard him talk today, he was basically saying, I called on a ton of guys. We made the best deal that was out there. There was nothing out there. And that's you're right, Kang. It's interesting to hear a GM basically say it. Now, some people, I don't care. You still got to find a way. What was it? Give them whatever they want. We're trying to win a Super Bowl now.
Something else he said was a little dig at the NFL, was talking about the trade deadline was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And, early in the season. And they don't like that because you want to have more teams that are either in it or out, or however you want to phrase it, but you want to have it more defined of what teams are. So the trade deadline should probably be a little bit later in the season. Because if there are too many teams that think that they have a chance, like Cincinnati at that point, that takes Trey Hendrickson off the table.
Yeah, and the NFL wants every fan base to believe they have a chance, as well as the organizations. They all say, just get in the tournament, anything can happen. Look at the Commanders, right? Look at how they're the worst seed, and they're playing for the NFC title this weekend. But a bonus football question for next week I'm going to ask is, honestly, should the NFL get rid of the trade deadline?
And do what?
Make it week 17. I don't know. You know what I mean?
You
Like
can trade right up to the
yes.
end.
Instead, we got Isaiah Thomas.
God, they did have an Isaiah Thomas, didn't they?
It's true.
Did he accrue a stat?
I don't know if
I'm
he
going to
actually
say
got a
yes.
stat
I'm going to
yet.
say he did.
You think so?
I think he did.
What is that? Assisted tackle?
Just a stat.
I didn't ask. I wasn't specific.
Okay,
I'll
I'm just
look it
wondering.
up. Kang, do you think he accrued a stat?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, I am on the ESPN stat page. Moving. Where's defense? I don't see. Oh, that's all postseason.
I'm looking at it. All the way down.
Yeah,
here.
he got a stat.
My man.
Yep. Yeah.
3 assists. 3 assists.
3 assists.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. There you
Does
go.
it add up to 1.5 or is that?
It's just stats, man.
Dude, he also recovered a fumble.
He did.
What?
He had a fumble recovery.
Oh, that's a big stat.
Yep.
That's a stat.
Everything
There
else
you
is
go.
zeros, but
Yep.
but those are things.
There you go. All right. Can the offense keep it up without Ben Johnson? Will the quarterback play stay the same or even get better without Ben Johnson? Hear what the GM had to say at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Cater, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:48. Bang. There it is.
Okay.
Including one of the most fascinating mashups I have ever seen.
Okay.
Can't wait to get your take on that. 12:48. Are you going to eat that? 248-539-9797. Reacting to what Brad Holmes had to say this morning at his news conference. You heard him talk about where they need to get better, and he just said, look, we're going to just keep adding good players. Free agency's coming up. That's when we'll get into the depth chart and the positions. But in the draft, it's just another chance to reload with good players. And I think he looks at it that way and has so much confidence that, he's every year he gets to go shopping and just does a better job than everybody else when it comes to shopping. On FM picks, he said, we've shown that we will add veteran players, that Darius Smith, Carlton Davis being this year's examples. He has never done the big, here's 2 first-rounders for this massive star. But he also, at one point during the press conference today, did say not as many players as available as you think are available. And he really values continuing to populate the roster through the draft. Hence, you don't want to give up those picks. But will Jared Goff be able to keep doing this without Ben Johnson? There's been so much of a mutual love fest between Ben Johnson and Jared Goff. Will it continue with a new offensive coordinator? Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. It's funny. Again, the beginning of that, there was a question was something along the lines of, will he take a step back? And that's where he said, I don't think I can say that. He thinks he's getting better. He thinks he's getting better all the time. We're gonna see the experiment play itself out in real time, I guess. How much of the success truly was Ben Johnson, or is Jared Goff just playing the best football of his career and it doesn't really matter?
Well, the last 3 years, the 4 years with Detroit, he threw 19 touchdowns, 29, then 30, and then his past year, 37. The passing yards went from 3,200 to 4,400 to 4,500 to 4,600. So he has improved. When he first got here, the completion percentage was at 67.2, dropped to 65.1, then up to 67.3. This last year, 72.4. And the quarterback rating went from 91.5 to 99.3 to 97.9 to 111.8. He has absolutely gotten better year by year, with the one exception being a quarterback rating where it went from year 2 to year 3. It went down just a tick, but went up significantly from year 3 to year 4. There's no question he's gotten better. He's comfortable. Will it continue without Ben Johnson? That's the question, and that's why they want to make sure that he's got a say in who the next offensive coordinator is. They want to make sure he's absolutely comfortable with the next guy, and they should.
I'm not going to discount that Ben Johnson's departure hurts, okay? I'd feel much better if he were coming back.
Yep.
I keep reminding myself they got the most important thing. They got the players. And obviously we speak to Jared every week. He's our guy. He's awesome. He's fun to talk to. He's fun when he calls us out about certain things that we say or questions we ask. He does a good job of lifting the curtain a little bit and letting us know what it's like to be Jared Goff, to be an NFL quarterback. But it instills a lot of confidence in me in that I think Jared Goff looks in the mirror a ton and talks about what he can do better. And I think it totally is reflected in the way he plays. They're not going to make an incompatible hire. That would be just so incompetent to go out and get somebody who, is a big fan of, the zone read and wants to get Goff on the edge a little bit more. No, they're going to go get a guy that understands, and it might be the number one thing. Okay, here's our personnel. What is a play sheet? What are some play calls? What are you trying to accomplish with this personnel? The compatibility with not just Goff, but everybody they have might simply be the number one requirement when it comes to who this offensive coordinator will be.
Do you think that former coaches or current coaches at other teams that want the job, do you think they're calling Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes?
I think so.
I would think so, too.
You know, it was funny. At one point, Brad Holmes, they said, well, can you get he got specific about what he's looking for in an offensive coordinator? And he said, well, I'm looking for adaptability. I'm looking for the ability to adjust. And I'm thinking those are the same things, right? Adaptability and the ability to adjust. Kind of same thing.
Very simple.
But here's our personnel offensively. We believe in this group. What do you do with them? And it might be the guy who comes in and says, I've studied Ben Johnson. I love these concepts. And so I will keep doing that. And here's a couple things I think we can do better. But it's not going to be an incompatible hire.
Yeah, well, it won't be. And I think it's when I brought up McCarthy's name, the more I bring it up, the more I interested or intrigued I get by it. I mean, head coach of the Cowboys, he's faced the Lions a couple years in a row. He knows what it's like to try to prepare for a Detroit Lions offense. And boy, they saw plenty of offense in the game this year. That's a guy that's got some insight to it, you know?
Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Bernard. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bernard.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Bernard.
Can I speak from the heart?
Always.
Okay. I feel this way. I feel the Lions' biggest problem over the years is we never go after that perennial Pro Bowl quarterback. I think we always get a second tier or B-level quarterback, and then we're always complaining about us not winning. All the other franchises go get perennial Pro Bowl quarterbacks, and that's where it should all start. We've had Pro Bowl running backs, Pro Bowl receivers, Hall of Fame this, Hall of Fame that, but we've never, through the history of the Lions, we've never gone and got that perennial Pro Bowl quarterback. And that's what we're missing. Now, we're hoping Goff is the guy because people like Goff. He's an easy guy to like. But I think he showed you 3 different times because even in the championship game last year, that ball he threw that the guy missed, he had to dive for it. It wasn't in his hands. He had to dive for that ball. It wasn't on target. And he went in the Super Bowl and scored a big 3 points for the Rams. And now we want him to come and be our hero. And I think that our focus should change, and we should be looking for that perennial Pro Bowl quarterback instead of all the other pieces around him, because you will have to build him a perfect team for him to win. And it's almost impossible in today's market to build a perfect team.
They scored 31 points on Saturday night and lost.
But Goff is the one that made you lose.
He's part of it.
Yeah.
And he was, for me, he was the biggest part. However, having a depleted defense, if the defense were, if they had half of those guys on the defense playing that have been out because of injuries, they win the game.
But okay, but how many points do you have to score? I mean, how good does the defense have to play for you to win?
I don't know. They were 15-2. They were 15-2 this season. With no defense for half the season. They were 15-2 with no defense.
He's good for the regular season. He's just not a competition style
I argued with you the other day. I don't want to do it again.
He's been to the Pro Bowl twice since he's been here.
But I'm saying, can you compare him with Burrow?
With who?
Can you compare him with Josh Allen? No,
I'll compare him with Burrow. He made the playoffs and Burrow didn't. And he's not. Why would you compare him with Josh? He's not Josh Allen. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes.
Bernard, neither of those 2 players that you cited either have won a Super Bowl.
But they win.
So is Goff.
We're just trying to get there.
Goff has been there.
But he lost. He only scored 3 points.
Burrow lost. Didn't they only score 10 points?
I'd rather have Joe Burrow than Goff.
Let me tell you what. You can't have Joe Burrow. You can't have – just stop for a second. Stop for a second, Bernard. You can't have Joe Burrow. You can't have Patrick Mahomes. You can't have Jaden Daniels, and you can't have Lamar Jackson. So there are 28 other quarterbacks, and Jared Goff has done a hell of a job the last 2 seasons. This team has won 27 games in the last 2 years, including 2 playoff games. So stop holding the standard up to the elite and look a little bit less and see where that standard needs to be.
But I'm saying the reason we won went to Chicago. He's not here anymore.
All right. If you think that's the reason, then that's a whole other argument. But that's really not what you were arguing. You were arguing that Jared Goff isn't good enough.
Yep.
But now you're going to change it and say, well, the reason they went to Chicago. Look, this offense is going to be interesting to see what they do next season because Ben Johnson's not there. I happen to think they're going to be fine because the head coach is Dan Campbell, and Dan Campbell took over the offense when they relieved Anthony Lynn of his play calling duties. And then when Dan Campbell thought the time was right to hand it over to Ben Johnson, he did. I think Dan Campbell can be a mentor to the next guy. Or maybe they hire from outside the organization and find a guy who steps in right away, and that's the guy. But offensively, that's not where the problems lie with the Lions. This past season of 15-2 and losing in the first round of the divisional playoffs, I think we could say that the quarterback didn't play well in the game, in a playoff game. And we can also say that if they had any defense, they start the game with 7 starters on defense from what they had in the beginning of the season. And then 2 plays into the game defensively, they're without another one, and they're starting their 6th place, their 6th string corner. And you heard Brad Holmes talk about they're on their 7th defensive end.
I will say that if any part of the premise is that the Lions lost the San Francisco game because of Jared Goff, I'm not sure I can have an argument with you beyond that.
Because it's ridiculous.
Jared Goff, the reason they lost the San Francisco playoff game is so far down the list of reasons they lost that game. He's higher up for this game. Didn't have a great game. But ultimately, the problems with this team seem to be so obviously defensive.
Wow. And he's not blaming Josh Reynolds for the 4th down drop. He's saying it's Jared Goff. The throw was way offline. Josh Reynolds needs to make that catch.
Josh Reynolds will tell you he needs to make that catch. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 I think we're going to push back to, are you going to eat that? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Chris. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking the call. Love the show.
Thank you.
I want to ask you, are you familiar with the Jim Collins book, Good to Great?
No.
Not.
Okay, well, it's a great book. It's a great leadership book. And what Collins talks about in the book is knowing who you are, what you do, and what you do really well, and focusing in on that. And while the Lions definitely need help on the defensive side of the ball, no one will argue that. What they are is arguably the best offensive team in the league. And they're going to score points, and they have to score points. And to do so, they got to keep Jared Goff clean. Jared's a pocket quarterback. There's no denying that, which means you've got to be very, very solid up front. And if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm looking for the next Penei Sewell to play on the left side, potentially to replace Taylor Decker, who is as well as Taylor's played over the years. I think an upgrade there could really do wonders for this team. And you'd see
hold
Jared
on for a second
continue
here.
that ascent.
I mean, I don't know that anybody would turn down, as you described, the next Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell has the potential to be a generational tackle here. Do you think that those are easy to find?
Absolutely not. But I think if you shoot for the moon, you will end up among the stars. And so that's going right. The best offensive tackle available, I guess, if you don't want to make the Sewell comparison.
At 28.
Yeah, no, that's just it, right? So is that going to happen at 28? I don't know. Could it? Sure, it could.
I mean, it could, but I think that's where I fall in line with the F them picks scenario. If you can identify somebody you think is a future Hall of Famer, and you can move up, you go ahead and do it. But it's not that easy to do because you got to have a team that's willing to make that
but
deal.
You've got trade capital. You can certainly move up. How likely is it that the Lions stay at 28? I don't think it is. I think Brad's going to do something to try to find that player that, the Jahmyr Gibbs move, right? That was very much in question when it happened, but everybody's looking at it now as what a great draft that was, and I completely agree. So just my take that left tackle's a spot that I think that the Lions could improve on, and I think it's very, very critical to the success of Jared Goff and the team overall.
All right, maybe I shouldn't get caught up on this whole idea of they need to go get the next Penei Sewell, because those guys don't come around every draft. Those guys are hard to find. It's reminiscent of me when people would say, "Oh, the Lions aren't any better than the Oakland Athletics. They just have Justin Verlander." Yeah, they just have this rare commodity that's extremely difficult to get, and you don't just go get the next Penei Sewell. What you may do, if you are planning long term, is you take a guy to replace Sewell at right tackle that can be a good to great right tackle. Can you find that guy at 28 and eventually know that you're going to move Sewell to left tackle? That might be, if you want Penei Sewell at left tackle, just put Penei Sewell at left tackle.
Oh, there's that.
And more realistically, get a replacement for him at right tackle.
Well, you know how I feel about the offensive line. That I think you always need to be looking at improving the offensive line. I want it to be elite every year because it sets everything up for what you do offensively. It's hard to be an elite offense if you don't have an elite offensive line. So am I always looking for it? Yep. That's why yesterday we went through the mock draft and we get to 28. I'm like, I don't know who's the best offensive tackle available.
And in that case, it was Ariante Ursare, the tackle from Minnesota. But it could be Josh Connolly from Oregon. Like you could potentially get a very good starting right tackle from where they're drafting at 28 and move Sewell to left tackle eventually. This would be a draft and stash kind of guy. But I mean, today Brad Holmes raved about Manu. I keep wanting to say Ginobili. Giovanni Manu and Christian Mahogany. But I mean, mostly he said that the difference between Giovanni Manu at OTAs and Giovanni Manu at practice at the end of the year is night and day. But I mean, I shouldn't get wrapped up in the just go get the next Penei Sewell part of this conversation.
Oh, just like the last caller said, just go get a perennial Pro Bowl quarterback. First of all, you have one, and number two, it's not easy. Every team in the league like not every team, but like 26 teams, so 25 teams in the league are looking for that quarterback. That's why there's 3 or 4 quarterbacks drafted in the first round every single year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I feel like I'm in the minority here. I'm not looking to replace Decker anytime soon. He just signed a 3-year extension. He's only 31. He could play into your late 30s at tackle. I think he's a solid tackle. I think people would be surprised what the drop-off might be compared to other teams. And Penei Sewell, of course, is an all-pro. Ragnow, we talk about his injuries every year. He's only 29, and he actually said at the end this year, this is the healthiest he's felt in a long time. So I think he's going to be okay. Glasgow's play might have dropped off a little bit, but I think Mahogany is a good replacement. I think what you need is depth, but as far as starters, I think Decker and Sewell are going to be there for the next 2-3 years at least.
Yeah, it might be early to invest in a tackle. But nonetheless, back to your phone calls. Dave in Ferndale. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Just calling about Goff, and the last couple callers ago just about made me insane. That game Saturday night, 2 play calls. Obviously, that third down in the red zone, putting the ball into his hands for that pass. Also, some play calling really hurt the Lions' chances, and I can't hang that on Jared Goff.
Well, that same play call results in a touchdown in other games. Like, they've called that play a million times. So I don't have any issue with the play call. And the play starts off with the receiver stumbling out of the gate, and it throws the rhythm off of everything because they're allowing for a defender to come in because they expect to be a quick hit. Now they can't do the quick hit. Instead, the quick hit comes on the quarterback, and he fumbles it. Is it a bad play call, or is it only a bad play call because it didn't work?
Well, there's both sides of that, but playoff football, a lot of things happen. And when you don't play to your strengths, I can't lay the stuff on Jared Goff. He's a great quarterback for us.
He didn't have a great game. Part of their strength all year was keeping teams off balance, doing things unconventionally.
There it is.
It was praised for 17 games. People say, oh, you don't do that in the playoffs. Teams have done stuff like that in the playoffs forever. Philly Special was in the playoffs. The onside kick to start the second half by Sean Payton. That was in the playoffs. Antoine Randall threw a touchdown pass. Lions wide receiver coach threw a touchdown pass in the playoffs. Mike Vrabel caught a touchdown pass in a Super Bowl. Like these, there's so many examples of these things being used in the playoffs. If in fact, isn't it worse if you get away from what got you there and lose?
It is worse. Now, could I see them running the ball on 3rd and 1? Of course you can see that. But I defend the decision to throw it because they've done it all season. They put themselves in that situation. It was just a couple weeks ago. I think that it was a very similar situation, and he threw it for a touchdown. And I think it was on 4th down they did that. So it didn't work. It worked disastrously, actually. And that was a problem. But I don't what you really do if you call a trick play or you do something unconventional in the playoffs and it does not work, you really open yourself up for criticism. Mm-hmm.
Mike is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, fellas. I love Jared Goff, too. Gator, I know I hear you guys. I'm not saying you protect him. He's a good quarterback. But we need a quarterback when that line was being broke down, any line. It could be an all-pro line. But when that line is breaking down, you need somebody that can skedaddle, get out of there, make a decision with his feet. I used to, when Jared Goff used to wind up and throw the ball, when we had Mitchell and Stafford was a gunslinger, we'd be like, uh-oh. But when Goff would wind up and throw the ball, I felt confident during the year. But, man, his feet is killing us. And, I know you guys sit there and say he's an all-pro quarterback. Well, my wife could quarterback this team.
No,
stop. Hand it off to Montgomery.
Mike, stop.
You know what I'm saying, though.
But she'd be hold on, though. She wouldn't cost nearly as much under the cap. They could sign more players.
No, don't play into that, please.
Do you know that Jared Goff under pressure this year, I think was the second best quarterback in the NFL in terms of passer rating? No, he's not going to escape a ton of sacks.
He had a bad game on Saturday night. It was a bad game for Jared Goff. And if the caller is mentioning, when the line broke down, who else had a bad game than the line? Despite the fact this team had over 500 yards in offense and scored 31 points and committed 5 turnovers in the game.
So if they're, I feel like we're squinting real hard to find problems with Goff in the offense when their defense couldn't stop anybody. What are we doing? They averaged the most points a game of any team in the NFL. I think they were second in total offense. Their quarterback has a monster quarterback rating, and we're getting into the nuance of everything he does wrong and they do wrong offensively. Their defense couldn't stop a runny nose.
Are these callers real? What stage of grief is this? Like 18? We start blaming the Pro Bowl quarterback who led him to the most wins in franchise history?
97-1 the ticket. Show took a turn. I'm maybe I'm not stunned. The Lions picked a really bad day to have a really bad day. And Kang, maybe we should revisit your rule, give people a week to get all their crazy takes out. But sometimes it's hard when you just think the rage, the anger is so misguided. And I personally believe it's very misguided. If you think the problem with the Lions is Jared Goff, the problem with the Lions on Saturday night, perhaps the biggest problem, was that the quarterback played below expectation. An expectation that he had set because he was so damn good. He set the bar very high. And I think the fact is he's played 4 playoff games in Detroit. When you're in the playoffs, you're always playing a good team. In 3 of those 4 games, he played pretty damn well. The one that they lost, this most recent one, was obviously an example of him having his share of struggles, and yet they still had a chance to win it. Yeah. If the quarterback, he overcame some mistakes against a playoff team in Houston earlier in the year and helped orchestrate that come from behind win. But it feels to me like the easier path to getting to a better place as a football team is bringing back all those injured players, which was historically bad. Not a Detroit story and not an excuse. That was a national story. Look at the Lions' injuries. So it's not just a Detroit voice saying, oh, we got hurt. Everybody saw it. And trying to improve the defense. Imagine if you coupled, and then let's just take a look at this. You coupled the best offense in the league in terms of points per game, second best offense in the league in terms of yards per game, with something closer to the best defense in the league in points per game and best defense in yards per game. Like the offense they could improve the offense. They could try and improve the quarterback position, which would be very difficult to do. You go and walk into the Patrick Mahomes store and buy a Patrick Mahomes. If you think you can get better, I guess I'm not against it. But how much higher than first in the league can you get?
It's what your eyes saw last, which was a loss and in a game where the quarterback played well below what any expectation would be. I mean, it's one thing when he has set the bar so high because he was with the second-rated quarterback in the National Football League this year with damn near 112 rating, which is insane. But when you throw the interceptions, 2 really bad interceptions, you have the fumble, and it results in points the other way and then prohibitive points that you should have scored, it's a difference maker, and it's terrible. And he knows that. It doesn't mean he's not the right guy. It means he had a bad game. And in a game where, unfortunately, he needed to be really good because we knew going into it the defense had some shortcomings. And then after the second play on the defensive series, you lose another player for the rest of the game with a broken humerus, and Amik Robertson goes out. Oh, my God, you got to be kidding me with this all over again. Now who goes in? Well, Kindle Vildor. Okay, going to make as many plays as he can. And then Melifonwu gets hurt. And now you got to shuffle around again. It was just so much for the defense to overcome. It was insurmountable.
I guess what I'm hearing now from 2 of the last 4 callers is kind of start over. If you're changing quarterbacks, who can you actually get right now that's better than Jared Goff? Okay, if you can get that, not sure where that is. Creatively, can we come up with something that, or B, draft one, move up in the draft and draft one and start over?
Is it a non-starter though because he's signed?
Yes, but this is what I suppose these people would be in favor of.
Or are they just
think about the reality of what you're endorsing? You're endorsing an F them picks move to go get a quarterback that might be better than Goff, or an F them picks move to move up in the draft and start over offensively with a rookie? Like, what is the solution then?
I think we need to understand, I think there's a small percentage of the Lions fan base that feels this way.
Well, they've called.
And that the reason is because the giant flaw in Jared Goff's game is mobility. And when you see on display a guy like Jaden Daniels, who is mobile, even though the mobility is not what hurt the Lions in the game, we were all worried about him taking off and going. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the defense couldn't get any pressure, and he sat in the pocket forever until guys got open, and he delivered. Forever. There was literally no pressure. In one play, they get pressure. He rolls to his right, throws it to his spot perfectly to a guy who is literally has a hand blindfolding him, and he makes the catch on the sideline. It was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Brown has really come on. But look, it's...
So are they saying they want Hendon Hooker without saying Hendon Hooker's name?
If the Lions bench Jared Goff for Hendon Hooker, how do you think the league would react? What do you think people would say?
What are they doing? Is what they would say.
They would say, what the are they doing?
Yeah.
The other option is get that caller's wife, who's just as good as Jared Goff, and save a bunch of cap money.
Excellent point.
Because his wife could just play like just as well as Goff with this offensive line.
Hold out.
Yeah.
So we've had two guys that would make a change at quarterback. The guy in charge just got named Executive of the Year by the Pro Football Writers Association of America.
Yep, and the assistant coach of the year.
So we'll see if he earns it by getting rid of Jared Goff.
Who, by the way, is a top 5 finalist for MVP.
Yeah, but the Lions just lost the assistant coach of the year, Ben Johnson, who's going to Chicago.
Let's get back to your phone calls. John and Ipsy. Hi, John.
Let's go. I am so fired up. I love you guys. All right, what do you guys say? It's a copycat league. Mm-hmm. All these people that are talking, they're starting the Jared Goff chance when we're getting bored with it. They're like, hey, this is the Griffins plan. And now they're on him. Am I on or no?
Yeah, I'm having problems following you. What is the Griffins plan?
No. Like minor league hockey. I'm just saying. I've never heard. Doug, you're always like, treat everybody kind.
I know. I try. I'm not perfect, but I try.
And then Gator talks to me through it. Kane talks to me through it, and I'm like, all right, which. But now my aggression is going towards these people saying whatever. We saw Michael Vick come out, and everybody goes, we need a mobile quarterback and who can throw 1,000,000 miles an hour. What are we looking at right now? Okay, great. But, Susie come latelys. And I don't give these people the time of day. And that was one of my biggest concerns as we keep winning. It's kind of Wings fans. We slowly creep in, and then you get snobbery. This is Detroit. This is what we love. If you back off Goff right now, it's unconscionable. You don't do that.
Well, you can't. First of all, they can't because they're committed to him. They've committed financially to him for years, as they should. He deserved the contract. He's the quarterback. So I don't know what with Lions fans, if you're coming out right now and you think he's the wrong guy, is this just a case of, hey, I want to be first to the airwaves to say it so I can tell you I told you so if things don't work out? Or when things go well, you're going to remain radio silent for the entire season until they finally lose a game. And then, oh, look who's back. I told you way back when. Oh, okay. Yeah, before they were 15-2.
Hey, all season long, people at UMCU, they've been Lion fans, sticking behind their team, and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions is celebrating what was still an epic season. Not only did they clinch back-to-back NFC North championships, but Jahmyr Gibbs also shattered the record for the most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate, UMCU has a great offer for you. Right now, earn 4% on CDs. That's right, secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. All you need to do is do what I did, which is become a member at UFCU. It's quick and it's easy, and then you can take advantage of great offers. Celebrate the Detroit Lions with 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. This promotion is available for a limited time, so join that winning team today. It's easy. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions do apply. Corey, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Corey.
How are you doing?
Well, good, Corey.
Good. I'm on that. I don't think we should replace Goff, but I think what we need to keep in mind is Goff actually goes down. You guys want to build all around Goff. If he goes down, what happens if we replace him with a mobile quarterback? Now we got a guy that's not sitting in the pocket, and we got a guy that can get outside, and now we got to build a line around that guy.
Well,
So-
if he goes down, if he gets hurt in week 3, they've got Hendon. If he goes down in week 3, they've got Hendon Hooker as the backup, and there's a guy who's got mobility and who at this point will have been in the system for a couple of years, and you hope would be able to run the offense. You wouldn't expect him to be as good at running the offense as Jared Goff, but he would bring about that different element that everybody seems to covet so much, which is mobility.
Well, it's not just mobility. Whenever Goff tries to go make a play, outside the pocket or otherwise, he get tackled 15 yards back. He throw the ball over.
What about all the plays he makes when he's in between the tackles and in the pocket and leading the team to 15 wins?
If any quarterback in the league, any of those 32 other quarterbacks had Goff's hand, meaning team, you would be talking about them too now.
Okay, so you would like we were talking about you think any quarterback can step into this offense and run it as well as Jared Goff?
I would yes. I
Why do
believe
you
that.
think that?
Because Jared Goff has a great offense around him.
Do you think any of it has to do with what's between his ears and his ability to process and understand the play, his ability to throw a football on target? And
he
on
can
time?
do that as long as he have time to do it, as in any quarterback.
He was
and
the
we've
second
seen that
best in the NFL under pressure.
we could keep going with that. We could keep going with all of that.
Sorry
But
to
when
bring
you
up evidence, but
what's wrong? What's wrong with that?
Hold on a minute. When we look across the line at Washington, you see how poised that young quarterback was. He just sat back in the pocket. He ran the ball when he had to run it.
Who do you think had more time to throw? Who do you think had more time
He
to
actually
throw?
had more time to throw than Goff.
No.
Yes, he did.
Oh, my God.
Yes, he did. Not even close. The Lions didn't pressure him at all.
All right, I'm giving 1 week, right, Doug? Am I supposed to? Is this part of it? Is this part I can't do? The Lions fan base is drunk. Go home.
Clayton is next. Hi, Clayton.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I agree with you guys. It's not golf. There's nothing wrong with the offense. We got great players on offense, a good quarterback. It's the defense. You got to upgrade the defense. You cannot let a quarterback stand back there and pick you apart because you're not getting pressure on him. You have to have some kind of pressure to make him make mistakes, to make him hurry throw the ball. So it's nothing wrong with the offense. I like Goff. He's a good quarterback. I don't mind having him as our quarterback. We need to upgrade that defense. We need somebody that can rush the quarterback, put pressure on him, give Aiden some help. That's it.
There feels like there's real simple solutions, but people are trying so hard to make the solution something way more complicated than it needs to be. If you think the solution has anything to do with replacing the quarterback, think about how complicated that solution actually is. Do you and with no guarantees you're even going to find a better quarterback than him. Which quarterback that you know that's better than Jared Goff is actually available? A. B, the cap hell you'd be in from moving on from Jared Goff. I suppose you could always just bench him, and then you'd be wasting all that money. And instead of investing resources into helping out what is so obviously the weaker side of the football, Brandon is next on 97.1 The Ticket in Livonia. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Brandon from Livonia, longtime listener, season ticket holder. Some of these callers are ridiculous with the Goff hate. I'm a big Goff fan, and obviously he had a terrible game Saturday, but I personally believe the reason why we lost is not necessarily just because of Goff, but I think a large part of it was to do with the game plan and the game script. We had a heavy pass. I think it was like 45 pass plays, 23 run.
But they also threw the ball like 17 times in the last two drives when they got down by double digits. So it's a little skewed.
That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, even people around me and stuff, like while we were watching live, I was just like, hand the ball to Gibbs. I really feel they abandoned the run early. I know they were down, so sometimes that kind of changes the game plan, right? Like, oh, we're down, we got to play catch up.
Well, here's how quickly things got out of control. Okay, Brandon, they scored to make it 31-28. They were down by 3 points early in the second half, right? And then what happens next is it's incredible. You have the 4th and 2, which should be a stop or an opportunity to stop, and you've got the delay. There are too many men on the field.
The 12 men.
So then they score, and they go up by 10. Lions get the ball back, and I think that's when Jamison Williams throws the interception.
Yeah.
So you have this quick confluence of events that turns it into from a 3-point game to back to a 17-point game. And now you're playing from way behind, and you've got to score as quickly as you can, and that's why you quote unquote abandon the run, because you're trying to throw the ball to get down the field quicker.
Yeah.
I mean, at halftime they were at about a 50-50 split. It was slightly more pass than run. Then you do get behind and things get skewed. Roger is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Roger.
Yeah, I just got a couple points. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
It's not so much that it's Goff's fault or none of that. I'm not going to blame Goff. But what I will say is this. When you go to playoff football, every possession counts, and you have to take care of the ball. So when they was down, when Goff fumbled, by you emptying the backfield, you letting them know we not even finna run at all, so the defensive line get to peel their ears back and come more aggressively. Whereas if you got a back in the backfield, you have to wait and see what's happening. Play action helps you out and all that. Secondly,
well, hang on. So we'll let you continue here. But so on that play, it was designed to be a quick hit, I think, to St. Brown, and St. Brown stumbled, and it ruined the rhythm of the entire play. And next thing you know, Goff gets hit and fumbles because they were allowing for the defense to pin their ears back and come after him because they knew he was going to get rid of the ball right away. But the receiver goes down, it's not there. Now he's double clutching and going to look somewhere else and gets hit and fumbles. It's also a play they've run a ton this season in that same situation, even more dire on fourth down.
Okay, but listen, I understand that, and all that stuff took place. But what our offense is predicated on is running the ball. So on 3rd and 1, the better play is to run the ball.
Thank you, Roger. 248-539-9797. Greg in Dearborn is next.
Just for a second, you know how many teams threw for more yards than the Lions did?
On Saturday?
Just period in football?
This season?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like one. Right. So, I mean, they have – let's not say the Lions' offense is predicated on running the football. The Lions' offense is predicated on the offensive line doing their job so they can run or throw the football, and they happen to throw the ball a lot, and they throw it very well.
Greg in Dearborn's next. Hi, Greg.
And Gator, Dan said that they planned on if that was incompletion, they were going to run it on 4th.
That's correct.
So, okay. Grief, stages of grief. We're all right. As a Matt Stafford hater, this is it. These guys, and Gator, you kind of said it earlier, the Goff haters, and then also the Lions haters. Just when they finally stumbled, they all had their chance to call in. And all have their day when they could say, "See, I told you so." And you know, as a Stafford hater, you know, I understand it, I get it, but you guys always kind of have to like bloviate and say all the same points over and over again. So what I propose is you make a sounder when these people calling about Goff, saying, one, we're stuck with him until 2028, or, you know, kind of with the contracts, and then just everything that he's done, and then you get, and just a quick supercut, and you can hit that button and see if there's any way that they can come back on any of that. And check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but Goff used his feet for a nice little 8-yard scamper to get a first down on Saturday, right?
Yeah, he did. I guess this is what happens when you have an incredibly frustrating loss. And I'm not I've come to realize over the years that it's usually more than one thing or one person. It usually is a confluence of events. Sometimes they're obvious. The San Francisco game felt like it was obvious what all the things that went wrong were. This one's less so because I'm not quite sure why Goff was under so much duress, and I'm not quite sure why they weren't able to pressure Daniels much, like at all. When other times, even with a depleted defense, they were able to get some pressure, but hey, look.
Well, a guess would be that when Amik Robertson gets knocked out of the game, that you're less inclined to put guys on an island so that you could commit more guys to blitzing. The other thing was when you blitzed, you got burned because Jaden Daniels was beyond belief under pressure.
We swing around the NFL next, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best customer service and satisfaction. Some call it white glove service. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back. They take on fewer cases for a reason, so they can get bigger and quicker winnings for their clients. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Let's go to Don and Allen Park. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hi. I was listening to your show earlier. They're bashing Goff for a bad game. Yeah. Every one of them every good quarterback has had a bad game. The defense, them putting duct tape on a defense in a playoff game. Nobody is recognizing how they put together a defense to play a playoff game. Goff has won 20 games for us in the last 2 years. So they keep bashing him. I'm proud to be a Lions fan. He has brought excitement to Ford Field.
Well, first of all, he's won more than 20 games the last 2 years. He's won like 27 games the last 2 years. Secondly is, Don, I think what this is this is still the reverberation of years of frustration, because this incarnation of the Lions with Goff and with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, with Aiden Hutchinson and with the O-line, this group has proven in so many ways to be different than all the previous groups that have preceded them. That when something goes wrong here, I think one of the gut reactions people have is they've got to make a change. Because the overwhelming feedback we're getting in the last 2 seasons from this Detroit Lions group is that this is a legitimate Super Bowl contender. They haven't won it yet, but they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and they're built to stay as a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And there's no real reason to doubt that. But people want to make radical changes after one, unfortunately, the last game being a very bad one. Is a very small sample size of the feedback we've gotten from who these Lions actually are, but they want to make radical changes. Now, I think that's 2 things. One, it's the frustration that is still deep-seated in our football souls because of the years and years and years of frustration. And 2 is, it's kind of a hot take world where I see a short-term result, I'm drawing a long-term conclusion.
Those trick plays that they have played several times throughout the season, when they're good, everybody's happy. When it goes bad, Goff's at fault.
Here's the thing. Well, here's the thing, though, Don, and this is what, like the third down and 1 call is getting super scrutinized, right? They passed it, Goff got sacked, and fumbled. Ben Johnson made bad calls all season long, but they were collectively as a group good enough to overcome them. He probably made fewer bad calls than most offensive coordinators.
Right, because every coordinator will make a bad call.
But collectively as a group, they have enough talent, and he made enough good calls to overcome them. On this particular Saturday, that was not the case. They did not do enough well to overcome what was induced by Washington and what was self-inflicted.
Yeah, look, they're going to be kicking themselves all off season. Why couldn't they get off the field when they had 12 men? Or why didn't the coaching staff call a timeout on a 4th and 2? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't Jamison Williams either throw the ball out of bounds, or why didn't Jamison Williams just take off and run when he realized that the play is not open? Those are a couple plays that are going to haunt the team for a long time. On defense, it's going to haunt this team that they couldn't get any pressure on Jaden Daniels. It's going to haunt the team that they allowed for a couple of passes that were like, what just happened? Terry McLaurin splitting the defenders and running down the field. Watching, Brown catch that pass when he was totally covered, but still able to catch the pass. It's going to haunt these guys. Some are mistakes, and some are just you tip your hat to the other team and say, great play, but it's what happens when you lose the last game of the season.
Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, I was just wanting to say everybody's beating up Jared Goff real bad. I mean, we had the best year I've ever seen as a Lions fan. We should, we embrace them when we're doing well. We embrace them when we do bad. Don't run these guys out of the state. Fan base being there every home and away game makes it better for the team, the culture. Don't be toxic now that we're losing or we lost a game.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. You said, this is the best season we've seen, and it's certainly the best regular season. And I think last year, because they got to the championship game and they had the lead at halftime, you might lean to that. But the difference is that team was also not healthy, but was mess loads healthier on defense than this year's team was when they got to the playoffs. It's frustrating.
DeAndre's next. Hi, DeAndre.
Hey, Doug. How's it going, Gator? Okay.
Hey, DeAndre.
So I'm not a Jared Goff hater, but my only fear is that in order for Jared Goff to win a Super Bowl, everything has to be perfect around him. and I was listening to Tom Brady during the sportscast. He said even when he was playing, Jared Goff had, once you take away that first progression, his feet get to start moving.
Oh, God, he's been so good, DeAndre. Have you watched him this year? He's done an incredible job at finding second, third, and even fourth options.
I'm just, that's what Brady said, and I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. But also with me watching the game as well, I understand that we just get, he's a good quarterback.
He's been, I guess I categorically disagree. It doesn't, though. It doesn't. When it's not perfect when he's under pressure. One quarterback is better under pressure. QBR, quarterback rating, and it's Lamar. He is second in the NFL. When, by definition, when you are under pressure, are things going perfectly?
No.
Okay. So, no, he's been very good under pressure this year. And my God, how many times did we see him look to a second, third, or fourth option? It's one of the things we'd ask him about every Tuesday is, was he your second read, third read, fourth read? And he would tell us. Like, yeah, I worked my way through the progressions.
Yeah, or the play was designed to go here, but because it was shut down, I had to go over here. And that's what he said with his growth. One of the areas of growth that he had that he admitted to was that he was able to take what the defense was giving him because the first or second option wasn't there. He has grown tremendously as a quarterback here in Detroit. It's been year by year better, and better. There's no question.
All right, so Mike and Rico are coming up next here. Scott Anderson, what do you think the guys will be talking about today?
Oh, it's 4 hours of Pistons talk coming up next.
Have a great show, boys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions GM Brett Holmes has been named the Pro Football Writers of America Executive of the Year for the second straight season. Holmes addressed the media earlier on any potential moves they needed to make to get them to their goal ultimately. With defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn departing for the Jets, Detroit receives a pair of third-round compensatory picks in the 25 and 26 draft. This because of a rule that rewards teams for developing minority coaches. The NFL AP MVP... You welcome me back with this? Come on. The NFL AP MVP finalists were released, headlined locally by Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen also made the list. Dan Campbell made the Coach of the Year list as well, while Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn were tabbed as possibilities for Assistant Coach of the Year. The Red Wings host the Canadiens as they return to LCA for the first time in 4 games. Montreal has won 7 of their last 9. They've had a point in every one but one of that one. Cam Talbot will get the start in net. Patrick Kane sits out tonight with an upper body injury. He's day-to-day. Tarasenko will take his spot on the line with Kopp and DeBrincat. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 6:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are so stupid. All right. Hi, everybody. Rico under the weather. Big fella got taken out by something in the sinuses. So, yeah, in here. So, get better, buddy. Now, we have a lot to do today. No. We have a lot of business to take care of. So, Brad Holmes talked. And we took probably 3 pieces of audio. Guys, if you want all of it, Odyssey.com rewind. But I thought there were 3 really interesting things. But I want to center on the Jared Goff portion. Because listening to mornings, middays, I am often left aghast at the callers they receive. Now, we generally don't. Because unlike, for instance, Doug says, treat everybody with respect. We feature more things like this. So generally, the foofs and dum-dums don't call us. But there were a number of people who wanted to air grievances about Jared Goff. And I said, all right, well, we're going to try to do this in a different way. Now, I will play the audio for you. But I am going to present something because we talked about we're going to have a Jared Goff discussion. And I have some stats. And while I think people who mock or demean their quarterback are dumb, I also think people who think Goff is perfect are dumb. I have some interesting data and a question. But before any of that, I want to play this Brad Holmes audio. Okay? Rico, you ready? Got it. He was asked about, that drop is going to be big trouble for us. He was asked about Ben Johnson, Jared Goff. Here is the take on the franchise quarterback of your Detroit Lions. That's not just niceties. That is a full endorsement. And in fact, he's telling you, oh no, he just keeps getting better and better. And then you got to juxtapose it with some data. And look, I'm not telling you it's perfect, but you're coming off of a really, really, really bad game for Jared Goff. And it happened to be the last game of the season. And it's always going to be viewed with heavy recency bias. It's always going to be viewed with a heavier hand. But I wanted to present something so you guys can go where you want with it. But if you're not a Goff fan, well, here's some, blood in the water, if you will, okay? And I got to find this on my notes because, of course, it's a disaster, and I do apologize to everyone involved here. Jared Goff of quarterbacks who have started at least 5 playoff games. Here is where he ranks, and you can do what you want with this, but this is where the haters are going to have a bit of ammunition. He does have a losing record in the playoffs, okay? So out of 17 quarterbacks that have started at least 5 playoff games that are active, he ranks 10th for a playoff record. He's 4-5. He ranks 14th in completion percentage. Now, this is a guy who completes generally the better part of 70% of his passes, 61% in the playoffs, 14th out of 17 quarterbacks. He ranks 12th in passing yards per game. Now, this is a guy that in the regular season can throw for damn near 5,000 yards. He ranks 13th in passing yards per attempt at a flat 7 yards. Way down from where he would be on his MVP basis. His TD to INT ratio ranks 12th among the 17 qualified quarterbacks. His passer rating ranks 15th among the 17 qualified quarterbacks. And turnovers put him at 10th. Sack rate, I'm a little leery of that, but if you want to say, hey, he holds on to it a little bit too long in the playoffs, fine, ranks 13th. So look, he's played 4 playoff games here of his 9. He's been good in 3 of them. He was really bad the other night. And there's no escaping it. So here's the question I want to ask you guys. I think you've had enough time. Well, I thought before listening to the other shows and the callers, I thought you'd had enough time to process where we could have a discussion today. I'm not so sure. Because some of the callers, it's just a baby with a placemat and applesauce, and it was a disaster today. Do you believe you can still win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? Because your GM is saying, look, Ben Johnson, whatever. This kid has worked in a different system. This guy's just entering his prime. This guy's getting better and better. Best is yet to come. And I'm not asking you to make fun of Brad Holmes. I'm asking you just to straighten away. Do you agree with your GM's words? That wasn't just him saying, no, we're very happy with our quarterback. I mean, he basically was making a case. No, our quarterback's not good. He's great. We're not happy. We're thrilled. And in fact, the best is yet to come after losing Ben Johnson. Do you agree with that stuff? And in the end, can you bring yourself that as we watch NFC and AFC Championship weekend, every quarterback remaining has something Jared Goff doesn't have? All jokes about mobile Goff season, they have wheels. Daniels, Hurts, Allen, Mahomes. They all got wheels. And a lot of people can't get over Jared Goff doesn't have that. Mobile Goff season. I mean, he can get you 4 yards, maybe. The point is, I do believe you can still win a Super Bowl with him. But I think it has to be a certain way. I think it's got to be a certain formula. I think that's why Brad Holmes, and we'll play this audio maybe on the bump back here at 2:15, I think that's why Brad Holmes talked about the offensive line. Did your offensive line play well Saturday night? No, they didn't. Despite 500 yards, they didn't play well. You know, like if TJ was sitting here, and I know, well, TJ's actually retired now. He's never coming on again because the Lions season is over. But basically, your interior third of the line dictates the depth of the pocket. Your tackles dictate the width. Well, your interior third got bullied a little bit the other night. And what can a guy who doesn't have great wheels not deal with? Pressure right up the middle. There's nothing to step up into. Goff under pressure is one of the better QBs in the league, but it's got to be a particular type of pressure. So, look, I think you can still win a Super Bowl with him. I think the reinvestment in the offensive line that is aging is going to be important. Obviously, if Mahogany is going to play the way he played the other night, that's probably your starting right guard next year. And you tell Kevin Zeitler, thank you, but goodbye. But I want to know from you guys, because listening all day, I was taken aback by the number of people, not saying, hey, Jared had a bad night, but I still believe in my quarterback. People saying, I want him out of here. People saying he can't win a Super Bowl. I want to know the why. Why do you feel that way? Is it because you're still hurting and you're in some strange phase of grief? Or do you actually believe you can't win a Super Bowl with this guy? Because we've reached a point in this town, there is nothing else. And I always use David's team as the example. You're going to get bored making the playoffs real quick if it doesn't result in anything. So if you don't believe you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, you can say it. I'm not going to slander you. Where I get upset is where people go way overboard. But yes, are you going to need a really good offensive line and a really good run game? Absolutely. I can cop to that. But my counter to it is, if you provide that and you have just an average defense, you can win a Super Bowl. He can do it. But the problem is, he's got a couple of real playoff duds on the resume now. Just like Lamar Jackson. And they're having the same conversation. Look, if I were doing Baltimore radio, no, I don't believe you're winning a Super Bowl with Lamar. I don't. Especially when everybody wants a mobile QB, but the first thing that goes on a mobile QB is the mobility. Goff, I think it's a safer play. It's not about being better or worse. It's about, can a guy get this done, and can he present a high enough floor that I'm comfortable going into his mid-30s? Goff is that guy. And I do believe he's better than what he showed you. But if you want to call up and tell me, listen, in a big spot, I worry about him, I'm not mad at you, and that's why I wanted to get the data for you. That amongst his contemporaries, he's bottom 3-4 of the qualified quarterbacks. It's not a discussion about, well, of course he's not number 1 or 2. He's not Brady or Mahomes. I know that. But you can't be ranking 15th, 14th, 17th, 13th in a number of these critical categories. So I want to know if you still believe. And if you don't, I need a reason why. But please do not call up and talk about your Shadur Sanders draft day scenarios. This is not the show for it. I'm just not doing it. David, what did I miss there? Talk to me. And Kenny. And I want to throw the number out. 248-539-9797. What did I miss there? And in any way am I being unfair to either side of this?
Oh, I don't think you missed anything. I don't think you're being unfair. I also agree. I do think you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, but everything has to be right around him.
Mm-hmm.
The O-line, I think you need to have a better defense around him. Everything needs to be, because it's not going to be perfect, but it has to be set up. The building blocks have to be there. It's like when you're a kid and you have those blocks in your room. Everything has to be stacked up. The minute you move something, then he can't do it.
So let me ask you a question. How, if we took, you know how we always like to play the game, player A, player B? Or I'll use a phrase sometimes that's like, hey, take the logo off the helmet, right? How is what you said any different than what you would say about Lamar Jackson? That everything's got to be right. Everything's got to be tailored. Everything has to work together, right? So here's my point. I say it because David and I will always fight about Lamar. And whether you like a guy or I don't, the reality is there are very few quarterbacks, if any, that can do this when things aren't right. Now, if you want to say, well, Josh Allen, I'll say he's never been to a Super Bowl. I'll say he's winless against Mahomes. And part of beating that narrative, he's got to go out and win this weekend. But Josh Allen was built in a lab. He's 6'5", 240, and he runs like the wind. That's not who you drafted. And if you're searching for a Josh Allen, great. You're going to draft 10 Anthony Richardsons first. So the point I'm making is, outside of a Pat Mahomes, who doesn't need everything right to win it all?
See, it's funny you said that. I knew you were going to mention Patrick Mahomes, and you're right. But even the year where he lost his tackles,
He
while
lost.
they made the Super Bowl because he is still a generational talent,
Right. And then he got murdered.
They got murdered. Destroyed.
So my whole point is what everybody says about Goff, it's applicable to basically every quarterback. Not named Tom Brady. So I'd love to hear from you on it. Do you believe you can win with Goff? Because I'm going to tell you, your general manager says the best is yet to come. So we're going to have the Goff discussion. And Rico's on the mend. Maybe we see him tomorrow. If your furnace isn't running right in this cold, you've got to get it fixed and fast. That's what Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical, that's what they do best. They've been locally owned for over 40 years, and they will get to you and back their work with a 5-year warranty. They are your one-stop shop, heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too, and if they can't get to you same day, take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle-up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's Brad Holmes. That was this morning at about 9 o'clock. If you want to hear 45 straight minutes of it, Odyssey.com rewind. It's there for you. But no, we're talking Goff. I told you there'd be a Goff discussion, and I'm glad we waited to have it because Brad Holmes' comments are very interesting. That is as supportive as it gets. It puts more pressure on Jared Goff. He says he's getting better and better. And the question on a base level is, do you believe you win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? I don't want to do the dumb stuff where people call in with draft day scenarios to take, Carson back. Just send it to another show, respectfully. It's not for here. But I do believe you can win a Super Bowl. I think it comes with parameters and ground rules. But yes, I believe you can win a Super Bowl with him. And the reason I talked with David about it here was, yeah, you're going to need a lot around him. But guess what? That's every quarterback. I mean, if you're not Mahomes, I don't know who's winning a Super Bowl doing it by themselves. It just doesn't happen. Complementary football is what it's going to take to win a Super Bowl and get us a parade down Woodward. And yes, Jared's going to have to play better than he played Saturday. I've also given the people who want to be negative about Goff, I threw some chum in the water intentionally because I don't want them to feel like they don't have merit or they're going to be made fun of if they go, look, I just have a hard time trusting him in a big moment. Because here's the playoff data. Here's his 9-game sample size and where he ranks amongst his contemporaries. Before I go to the people, Kenny, you were gracefully screening a zillion calls.
Yes.
What do you make of anything I said or Brad said? Go.
First of all, I don't think anything you've said has been unfair. The stats paint a clear picture of what Goff looks like in the bigger moments. And if you have doubts about Goff as a Lions fan, it's totally understandable because you can point to things like that. You can point to his win-loss. You can point to his stats, and you can say this is not good enough to win a Super Bowl. I think you can. I'm with you guys. You have to surround him with the right amount of talent. You have to have a great run game, not a good run game. And you have to have a decent, not elite, not great, but a decent defense. And maybe that's more than most quarterbacks. And maybe I think what's happening with Lions fans is I think they want to find the scapegoat. I think they're still upset. I think they're in the anger phase of grief, and they want the scapegoat.
They want the boogeyman.
They want the boogeyman. And I think the ones that want to run him out of town are a little unreasonable, but I think those are the fans who are the angriest that need that boogeyman to blame. But I think you can.
I agree. Okay, so we're in alignment. But remember, it's okay to be frustrated. I mean, I use Baltimore as the example, is they have this alleged best player in the league, and he's in his 7th season, and he's missed the playoffs twice. He's won a couple MVPs, but he hasn't won Stugatz in the playoffs. Has never won multiple games, has never gotten to a Super Bowl, and primarily has played like ass. Like, you get to be frustrated, but just like I don't think people are going to throw Lamar in the garbage, I wouldn't do it with Jared Goff.
And I think two other things are true. I think, A, if he hadn't done what he did last year, getting you a half away from a Super Bowl, I think we're talking about this entirely differently.
Correct.
And B, the longer this type of thing continues, the more people are going to have plenty of ammunition to say, no, he can't do it.
No, and Kenny, you know what? If it goes poorly enough the next 2 years and they don't restructure his deal, then that's different. Then maybe he doesn't have a home here. Like, you get to a point, you have to win a Super Bowl or it's going to end the other way.
I just think, too, fans don't realize how much easier it is to get worse at that position than better.
Hi, it's me again. I hated Eli Manning. Look at me. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to John. He's batting leadoff on a Thursday. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
First of all, man, I would love anybody to point out a team that had even half as many weapons as Goff did, from his offensive line to his tight end to his wide receivers to the two-headed running backs. He pretty much had it as good as he'll ever have it. I'm nervous, man, but I think he's got some Sam Darnold in him. It just seems like he wins when he should win, but when the lights are bright, he kind of gets that deer in headlights look. And I don't know if that's something he could shake. Nobody had the weapons that he does.
Well, I think listen, I know that's not the point of your call, but I would argue, I mean, Philly does. Like, I know we're not allowed to be nice to other teams in this town, but Philly's got everything and more. So, but John, your point is well taken. He's had some playoff turds, and look, that was the first one. That's the first egg he laid as a Lion. It truly is.
True.
So the stuff with the Rams, I know I can't unsee the Super Bowl when he tanked it against New England, but he was young. That was the first egg he laid here. Now, if he goes out and does it again next year, I would tell you it's a different conversation. I would, John.
Yeah. Right on. Right on.
All right, brother.
I didn't think about Philly. Good
No,
point.
you're fine, John. And like I said, buddy, it's this isn't a quiz. You're fine. It's just I don't like when we go in the absolutes, and I get myself in trouble with this too. I'm human. But like, no, any team that's left in the playoffs, they have weapons. I mean, we talked about Buffalo at the start of the year, and we said, well, they don't have any weapons. They let Steph Diggs go. Well, their weapons are Shakir has become one of the better players in football. Their tight ends are all good. James Cook is an all-pro running back. Their O-line is really good. Oh, and Keon Coleman's making big plays. They have weapons. So, like, what team doesn't would be my angle. You don't make it here without weapons. This isn't 2000, where the Ravens had no offense, and they were just going to bludgeon you to death on defense and win 6-3. So,
Jamal Lewis isn't enough.
Man, was he good. Man, was Jamal Lewis a tank. Good poll by you. 248-539-9797. Austin's up next, 97.1. Austin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
I'm good. What's up?
Yeah, so I think primarily the reason why I still have a solid belief in Goff is, to me, he's one of the best play-action passers in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of got out of that structure on Saturday. Like, he kind of abandoned that aspect of the offense, and it limited what you could do.
Yep.
Honestly,
and you know what?
It just wasn't complimentary.
Austin, you know what part of that is, too? You have a defense that can't stop a soul. That plays into it, like we talked about. I don't think Jared Goff, now, he can win a shootout. He's done it. Is that the preferable way you want to win games with him? No. And that's where the defense is going to have to play a role if you're going to win a Super Bowl. I just don't think he can be, early career Mahomes and win every game 31-28. No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, exactly. And also just, I trust him as far as decision-making goes. He's put a lot out there that, like, he's good at protecting the ball. He went on that long streak back in 22 of not throwing a pick, and, he gets a little streaky with the interceptions here and there. But, I mean, as long as he doesn't get greedy like he did on Saturday, like the overthrow and missing Laporta short like that.
I think he pressed. I think he panicked.
He did
press. And the reason I don't want to single him out too much is I think the whole team panicked. Because if you listened to the show earlier in the week, doesn't mean I'm right, but it's just how I feel is I don't think they took this game serious. And then when they got punched in the jaw, they didn't have a counter because they never intended on getting hit.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the complementary defense too for Goff. Like, you got to have a defense that can bail you out. Like in Houston, the defense stepped up in that second half after the disaster that was the first half, and that's how you're able to overcome that. But when you have too many injuries on defense, you're not going to be able to overcome that in the playoffs, especially.
I think getting healthy will be a part of it. I think, look, I know for me, I probably would, I would love to see some new blood in the coaching staff on defense, try a different approach. I mean, you can want to play man, but you don't have the pieces to do so. You don't. And I think Terry Arnold will get better, right? That was baptism by fire. He was asked to play, and he'll get better because of those snaps. And I think Terrian he made mistakes out of aggression, right? I can live with that. But you don't have corners, plural, to play this man system that they would like to play because you don't have the pass rush. Even with Aiden. Do you realize Aiden Hutchinson died in week 5? He finished the season leading the team in sacks. He didn't play the last 13 weeks. Think that over. We'll get more to people coming up. And Brad Holmes had an interesting comment about their strategy and whether they're willing to go all in for a Super Bowl. We're going to get to that as well. Just we got lots of stuff to do today with it. Dead of Winter, Taste of Summer, Old Nation, their annual tradition of a special release in the dead of winter. So you can just pretend it's nice out. Tangerine B43, citrusy, light, crisp. Yes, it's freezing cold, but it's not in your house. Hopefully not. Listen, limited release only. Sneak a 4-pack into the winter rotation. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, natural, high-quality ingredients by one of the best, if not the best, local and independent brewery in America. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts. We get back to pack phone lines, and we started the Goff conversation. We've given you some of Brad Holmes' commentary today, and Holmes, he is as all in gets on his quarterback. If you want to view it as lip service, that is fine. I'm not mad if you do. I mean, what's he supposed to say? Yeah, he played like crap, regret the deal? No, but he also took it a step past, no, we like Jared, we're good. Best is yet to come. No hesitation about the success he will have post-Ben Johnson, and basically saying he's only now entering his prime. So I asked the question. Your GM believes he can win a Super Bowl with him. He wouldn't have paid him if he didn't. Do you? And I've given some data both ways. But, man, listening to the other two shows, those guys are doing combat pay. Some of you people out there are insane with the things you say about your quarterback. David, go ahead, buddy.
Jared Goff is toast. He will never be the same and will not get you over the hump. Cut ties with him and get a mobile quarterback.
And speak of the devil.
Jared Goff is indeed entering his prime, but his prime is average with glaring limitations. Ben Johnson helped to create a perfect system for him to thrive in. I think with someone new, we will see regression.
All right,
I hope I am wrong.
Let me ask a question. Isn't Jared Goff Matt Ryan? They didn't lose the Super Bowl because of Matt Ryan. They lost because Kyle Shanahan and his flat brim lost their mind. I just refuse to believe Jared Goff is not every bit, if not better, than Matt Ryan. You can win a Super Bowl with him. Eli Manning. Go pull Eli's numbers. The Giants won 2 Super Bowls with Eli. Jared Goff is exponentially better than Eli Manning. You don't believe me? Go look. Seriously, no hyperbole. If his last name's not Manning, the conversation will be totally different. Eli Manning had a 15-year career in this sport, and he won the 2 Super Bowls. I'll always be thankful. Do you know how many playoff games he won the other 13 years of his career? 0. 0. So, again, you can win with this guy. No, I didn't have to go bottom of the barrel and go, what about Trent Dilfer? That's an outlier.
Brad Johnson.
Right, I didn't have to do that. I'm amazed. That's all. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Wesley, 97.1. Wesley, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing? First
I'm
time,
good.
long time.
Well, welcome
Love
aboard.
Your show.
Thank you, Wesley. What's on your mind, pal?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you don't do the fantasy football. I'm surrounded by those guys from the Hendon Hooker, good him saying 2 years ago to even now. But I digress.
Oh, man.
I agree with you. Yeah, I know you know better than me. But I do agree with you. I think we can win the Super Bowl with Goff. But what we can't do is what we did Saturday, Mike. I don't think we can win with Goff going it 40 times a game. I don't think that's a formula for playoff wins. We got happy doing it regular season. For playoffs, it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, that was a complete team loss. Yeah, Goff played bad. Stevie Wonder could see that. There's no doubt. But the O-line played bad. The defense played bad. Daniels was shredding us. Not with his legs, with his arm. Shredding us big play after big play. So it was a complete team loss. It's not on Goff completely, although Goff played like crap. I do think we can win. As you said, you have to surround him better. And most importantly, we got to get depth at all positions. But I definitely think we can win with him. He's played at a high level the last 2 years. Minus a couple bad games, he probably was going to be MVP. But Lions fans, I don't understand us. We've been bottom of the barrel crap for decades, and we finally get decent, and we just want to throw our quarterback away.
Wesley,
But
I
go
think,
figure.
Wes, I think part of it is we are in this, I don't know how to phrase it. We're in this renaissance of the quarterback position where we're seeing these unicorns. So Lions fans look at Jaden Daniels, who just walked in here and beat you, or they look at Lamar and Josh Allen and they go, well, I want that. And the problem is you're making great the enemy of good. Jared Goff is good. You can win a Super Bowl with him. But if you want to chase great, well, you just better be ready for about the 8 to 10 landmines you're going to find. Because for every Josh Allen, there's 15 Anthony Richardsons.
And one more thing, Mike, is funny because I got a friend. You know what he told me the other day? He's like, I don't love Goff. I wish we had one of these shiny new toys like Daniels or like Hurts or something. But before Mahomes, maybe I'm kind of old, Mike, but before Mahomes, I don't remember mobile quarterbacks just having super success in the Super Bowl.
No.
So I'm not understanding. Yeah, the mobile quarterback definitely gives you an angle, but you're still not guaranteed to win. And as you said, as a mobile quarterback, what's the first thing to go? The mobility.
The mobility. And again, Wes, how many mobile quarterbacks have won Super Bowls? And Mahomes can move, but that's not his primary. So if I take away the Michael Jordan of the sport, how many mobile QBs in the last 20 years of football have won Super Bowls? Those people are not. Well, that's my point. Those people are not going to like those answers. But yes, Wes, do they keep you in the mix? Do they help you get to the playoffs? Do they make runs? But I'm old too. I don't know if you're aware of it. I'm 44. I ain't dead, but I ain't young. I'm with you. I still think there's a place in this game for a pocket passer. It's just like you said. It's not Goff's game. You know, who's the guy you want to win a shootout with? You're going to say Brady or Manning. Neither of those guys could move either. But they're the two best, arguably all time. And now Mahomes has sat at that table. I'm not going to let the pursuit of the all-time 3 great QBs ruin the guy I got.
And however you think how great Manning was, he still needed everything to be right there for him to win that one in Indy. It was great in Denver. He didn't have to do anything with that neck. He just sat back there, threw the ball. Defense did it for him.
And let's face it, he played a rat team the Super Bowl he won.
Oh, the Bears?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You remember the quarterback?
For the Bears, it wasn't Cutler yet. It was, it's in my head. I can't think of it. Are you going to tell me your solution at some point?
Kenny is yelling at people.
Grossman.
There you go. Sexy Rexy. 248-539-9797. Let's go to T, 97.1. T, what's going on, buddy? Or excuse me, Chad. Chad, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mikey, thanks for taking the call.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, with Jared, it's funny. People ask me, because they know I hate Stafford, absolutely hate him. And they'll ask me, do you think he's good for the Rams? I think, yeah, it's a perfect trade. Goff is better for us. Matt is better for them. What Goff did on Saturday is he turned into Matt Stafford. I'm a gunslinger. I'm a cowboy. Yeehaw. Now, I wonder how much of that had to do with Ben Johnson and the game plan. What were they saying on the sideline? For me, I'm telling Jared, why I love you for this team, and I hated Matt, is Matt continually put this team in bad situations, constantly trying to drive the ball down the field when there weren't things there. You cannot do that. I know we're behind. I know the defense is absolutely helpless, but they're going to be even more helpless if you start turning it over repeatedly. He got outside of who he is. Now, I that concerns me because that's not who he is. That's not who he's been for us, and that's why he's been so good for us. But if he continues to try to do that in the future in the biggest games, he's going to fail. Like you said, that he got outside of who he is. And there was a time when I thought there's no one else I'd rather have quarterbacking this team because he makes the right decisions with the football almost always. And on Saturday, he lost his mind. He tried to become something he wasn't. That cannot happen again.
No, and Chad, I agree with you. I think he panicked. I think they all pressed.
I do too.
And they found themselves in a situation they never expected to be in, and they just didn't handle it well. So he wasn't alone. And Chad, to your point, defensively, man, if the D could have gotten a few big stops, maybe it calms things down. Maybe it allows for you. But it all slid away, right? I heard Doug say it. He said it best. They picked a bad day to have a really bad day. That's the NFL playoffs. That's what Rico and I try to warn you about. And you call me a hater and tell me to go back to New York. It's okay. I forgive you. More of the ticket text, more of your calls. And I've got plenty more Brad Holmes audio. We've got so much Lions to discuss today. 248-539-9797. Kenny also just made a huge bet on Lord Mountbatten tonight to pitch a shutout against the Wings. Stunning. Kenny has reached bet against own team mode. Remarkable. Also, he said that Slavkovsky better than Lucas Raymond. What is going on here?
No.
Okay, just making sure you're paying attention. All right, listen. Moran Chevrolet, #1 Chevy dealer in the entire state, and they are celebrating with great pricing all month long. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month, a 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month, both 24 months, both $999 down. And if you want that certified service, you know to go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price, period. On Gratiot, north of 15 in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Just can't get enough of that drop, can we? Hope Rico feels better, but for the time being, he can't do nothing about that. All right, we will get back to your calls momentarily. David, football today, please. Hey, David, question.
We thinking the same thing.
What would it like? Do you think we could get Kenny a Cam Newton hat just to test the look?
We were all just looking at the same thing. Like, what is going on my screen?
He looks like one of those British cops from the 1700s.
Only if I can get the glasses with the little chain dangling.
The monocle? You want a Mr. Peanut look?
It'll be like a Mr. Potato Head combo.
Oh, my God. All right, football today.
Oh, my.
My God. David, show up to church in one of those hats, will you, please?
I should. Give me a few weeks. I'll get it done. All right. So there's question marks in L.A. with Matthew Stafford. We've talked about it a little bit. There's question marks in if he will retire or go elsewhere. Well, Sean McVay spoke to the media, and he basically said, look, I need an answer now. Quote, we don't want to have that go on again. I don't think that's good for anybody. I think sooner rather than later, be able to get that clarity, understanding clear, open, and honest communication. What happens with Matthew Stafford, though?
Listen, if he plays, it's going to be F them picks 2.0. They have a cheap, young, competitive roster. And that defense, especially with Colby Young and Braden Fisk and Jared Verse, etc., you have to go all in. He's 37, 38 years old. He still plays at a high level. He's still tough as nails. But if it goes the other way, no, you do need to know because, A, it will start with how do we find a quarterback? Do we go young at the position? David, I lean towards yes, because I truly believe if they make the right couple moves, they're a Super Bowl contender next year. They're back. They're like Jason, Friday the 13th. They're back.
Yeah, they just can't die.
They floated back up to the surface of Lake Crystal.
So my question next here is regarding the Browns. Because
Why?
Kevin Stefanski, he decided he's going to take over play calling duties yet again after he gave them up mid-season. It's just simply, I'm going down with the ship. I'm going to do it my way. Or
no, I think he's the most accomplished play caller there.
Okay.
And yeah, I think you get to a point where, look, Stefanski's a really good coach in a really bad situation. Who's the quarterback? Because it doesn't matter what plays you're dialing up. If you've got Kenny at quarterback, you're going 4-13. No disrespect, Kenny. It just, David, I hope Stefanski's calling the plays. But I got to see who the quarterback is. I still believe, isn't that where Kirk Cousins goes?
Probably.
I mean, it's a ready-made roster. They just need someone to be above average. Can Kirk Cousins, a year removed from the Achilles, go there? Their line will be healthy. They'll hand the ball off. Nick Chubb's leg isn't on backwards. I could make it work.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But that is a lot of NFL circles believe that he's going to Cleveland. So let's go to the Tennessee Titans here because there's a weird front office structure here that I just want to go through that the people, I want them to understand what's going on here. So they hired former Chiefs assistant GM Mike Bergonzi to be their next GM. But the problem is he doesn't have control of the roster. Titans president of football operations, Brinker, has control of the 53-man roster. And during the media session, Brinker noted to the media, he says, many consider the structure to be negative, but it's just abnormal, is what he says. I think our structure is unique, but it's not abnormal. And so how it works is Callahan reports to Bergonzi, who then reports to Brinker, who then reports to the owner. They have the number one pick, guys. This is going to be interesting and very entertaining in Tennessee.
All I'll tell you is this is why the Lions are good, and this is why so many of these franchises are bad. They have odd structures. Politics play a role. Nepotism plays a role. It's a total disaster. Tennessee is a bad franchise. And the worst thing they did was get all butthurt when Vrabel went to his New England Ring of Honor ceremony, and it angered the daughter who now owns the team, and that was the end. And you lost the adult in the room. And then the GM had all kinds of problems. Look, be thankful. Your structure is straightforward, and it is absolute myopic laser focus. Everyone agrees. Everyone walks the same here. Tennessee, not so much. By the way, what they said yesterday about we won't pass up a generational talent, I think that's draft speak. Listen, they want people to believe they're going to take just Travis Hunter, and then somebody will move up to get him. And take one look. You got a jar of mayonnaise as your quarterback.
Yeah, it's time to get yourself a quarterback.
Just please.
So while we're on that subject, let's kind of catch people up on the head coaching situation out there for the rest of the teams in the NFL. The Dallas Cowboys, they interviewed Brian Schottenheimer for 5 hours yesterday. There were reports that said that they were coming to a deal, working on a deal, but then today, James Slater said that's not true. So what's happening? They interviewed Kellen Moore, Robert Saleh, Leslie Frazier, and Brian Schottenheimer.
I have no handle on what the Cowboys are doing.
Crazy.
Reports as of yesterday were they weren't even interviewing people face-to-face.
Right.
Or if they were, Jerry was doing it in secret. He had gone rogue. I have no handle on America's team, and you just hate to see it.
And then let's go to the Raiders, because there is absolutely no news coming out for the Raiders search.
No.
They've interviewed Vance Joseph, Robert Saleh, Ron Rivera, but Pete Carroll seems to be leading that race.
Great. Let's hire an 80-year-old with one of the deepest rebuilds out there. Look, again, this is why I'm thankful that we have the Lions.
And then I do want to get your thought on this one, because we're not going to talk about the Jags. We know their situation.
Oh, I'd love to.
But New Orleans, I want to get your thoughts on Mike Kafka. He's the Giants offensive coordinator. He's being interviewed there.
You can have him.
He'll be flying there this weekend.
You can take that bald beauty. You can have him. There's just nothing that emanates from MetLife that interests me if I'm an NFL team. Kafka, Dayball, Kafka, it doesn't matter. Here, you want Mike Kafka? Hope you enjoyed 2-yard passes to 4-foot-tall receivers. And then he can do a bunch of ads for Harry's Razors. I don't know what to tell you. The Saints, the Raiders, the Jags, I mean, these are some seriously effed up situations. And it's like, that's in comparison to a place like the Jets.
Correct.
I mean, the Jags, we're not firing Trent Baalke. Cutscene, no one wants to take your job. All right, we're firing Trent Baalke. What? Read the room.
After multiple reports came out that Ben Johnson was like, don't like the structure. Liam Cohen, nope, sorry, can't do that over there. Well, I can't do this over here. Let's close out with this one.
Okay.
Because I told this to Kenny right before we started football today that I am giving up on the 2025 season already for the Pittsburgh Steelers because of this news. According to Russell Wilson, he was on Pat McAfee. The Steelers and Russell Wilson have had meetings and are discussing a contract extension.
I don't have that big of an issue with it, David. You have to get your offensive line in order. I would trade George Pickens, and I'll tell you the other one. This is going to sound insane. I would very quietly make a few phone calls about TJ Watt. And if somebody was willing to give me a Max Crosby Godfather, Khalil Mack Godfather offer, you might consider. Now, I know he's a hero in that town, and all your people in Pittsburgh.
That's why you quietly do it.
With their weird accent and their dry-ass sandwiches with French fries on them are going to be all upset. David, put some weapons around the guy, because here's your other thing you could do. You could package up everything and try to move up in the draft for a quarterback you don't really love. Welcome to purgatory, my friend. Isn't it grand?
He can't be re-signed. I can't do it. 5 straight losses, and you're not contributing to... Can't do it. I'm done with the 2025 season. I'll be back in 2026.
Okay, buddy.
That is your football today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Per Jeremy Fowler, Buccaneers run game coordinator / defensive line coach Casey Rogers is joining Detroit as their new defensive line coach is following Terrell Williams' departure to New England. Two obvious big holes are still vacant in offensive and defensive coordinator. Brad Holmes said today that he wants those replacements to be adaptable, smart, to be able to adjust, and make sure they're putting the players in the best position to succeed. For the New York Daily News, former Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn will formally be introduced as the next head coach of the Jets on Monday at 1. It's the Red Wings and Canadians at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Lucas Raymond looking forward to the team's 3-game homestand. Cam Talbot will be in net. No Patrick Kane, as he's been classified as day-to-day with a lower body injury. The NBA shot clock will shift to a circular clock shape next year, further giving a nod to their partnership with watchmaker Tissot. The league has had a square-shaped shot clock for the last 70 years. Clarkson High School product and Notre Dame offensive lineman Rocco Spindler is entering the transfer portal. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That's Brad Holmes this morning, all about Jared Goff. And we're having a Goff discussion, but it's a different way. I think the other shows deserve combat pay because the number of people calling in, wanting Goff gone or saying silly things, I just wouldn't do it. I just hang up the phone. I've offered this, an easy thing to talk about, which is Brad Holmes doesn't just like Jared Goff. He loves him. He doesn't think Goff's good. He thinks he's great. And he thinks he's getting better. So I offered do you believe you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? Right? Take your feelings out of this. You don't have to love a quarterback in order to win a Super Bowl with him. I give you Eli Manning. I never liked Eli. I never thought Eli was any good. But he had 2 magical playoff runs amidst 15 years of largely garbage. You can do it. I don't think Atlanta fans loved Matt Ryan. I live in a world where they won that Super Bowl because Kyle Shanahan didn't lose his mind. But you get my point. I believe you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. But for the people who don't believe, I presented some data. And I'm not going to go back through that right now. Odyssey.com rewind if you want that. But it's simple. Of the quarterbacks active in the NFL that have played at least 5 playoff games, to which there are 17, Jared Goff's bottom 5 in most statistics. He's 4-5 in the playoffs. He's had a couple of huge duds, including Saturday and including the Super Bowl. So it's a question of, do you believe you can win it with him? I do. I think it's going to have to be done a very specific way. And for the people who go, oh, well, he needs a lot around him. What quarterback doesn't? I mean, Lamar's the MVP of the league every year. He doesn't need help. He still can't get it done. Josh Allen still hasn't gotten it done. Just look around the league. Jalen Hurts, he doesn't have a lot of help. Guys, every QB is going to need help. I think the problem in this town is you're letting great be the enemy of good. You see the shiny new toys, you see something like a Jaden Daniels or a Josh Allen or a Lamar, and you go, well, why can't we have that? Well, my whole point would be the 3 players I just gave you, they haven't won a Super Bowl either. And while they're fun and interesting, I don't think it's necessarily better. And I think Brad Holmes, and I want to play another cut for you here before I get to the people. Brad Holmes talked about the offensive line. And I think it's very interesting when you listen to him speak about this, because I think it does indirectly. I think it's a statement about Goff and how the team has to be built. You have that line, the cut on the O-line in the Garden? Take a listen. and it's going to have to be. There's no scenario you're going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff if you don't have elite offensive line play. And I don't think that's a shot. I don't think that's negativity. I think it's a statement of fact. And he understands it. And look, I think what's really interesting is, look, Manu, we don't know anything about. I know TJ says physically the guy looks like he's, built in a lab. He's just got to learn how to play football. Basically, from a technique standpoint, he has to learn how to play football. But like Mahogany, your 6th-round pick, he was your best offensive lineman Saturday night. Now that's a guy that to me slots in dirt cheap, replaces Zeitler, and we move it on. And Mahogany Sewell, that's a very powerful right side of the line. But it goes to what Brad Holmes is talking about so that when we get into the draft, don't be shocked if they take another O-lineman. Because your line is getting old. Decker's not a spring chicken. Zeitler's 100 and is probably gone. Glasgow should be gone. He's just not good. And Frank Ragnow, he's a warrior. But how much does he have left? Well, that's 4 to 5. And I got a solution for one of those spots, and I think it'll be Mahogany. But it was an interesting take by Brad Holmes. But let's get to this Goff stuff. Do you believe he can still win the Super Bowl with him? I do. With caveats. We go to T, 97.1. T, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Mikey Mike?
Legend. What's going on, T?
No, we've been knowing each other almost 20 years, man. And, I love what you do, man. I miss those tailgates we used to do with Spartan skating and whatnot. And you know what I mean by that. And I miss the old man, old dude. Shout out to him. Listen, man. I've been marinating on this Jared Goff thing for like 2 years. And there are 3 things that I want to make crystal clear. He's like a deer on I-96 in rush hour. The minute he sees something weird by him, his whole internal makeup is shattered for the game. He did it several times this season. One of that comes to mind is the Houston game, even though we won the game. But I can't blame him for the decisions that he made. I blame Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson pushed that game as if he was distracted. And I know that they did it in the offseason and all that, but it's just some of the play calling that's disturbing, not understanding. You got to know who your quarterback is.
Yes.
And not letting Jamar Gibbs was averaging 2,000 yards a carry. And you don't milk that knowing that your defense is basically ramen noodles and take time off the clock. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. I think that the deal with Johnson was already set up. He kind of left with his tail between his legs because he thinks that, Caleb Williams is a mobile guy. But I think he's going to get exposed, okay? And then I'll just leave you with this, and then you can marinate on this. I just think that the best thing, it doesn't look like it right now, but I think the best thing that happened to the Lions was both the coordinators being gone. Because I'm tired of looking at that man-to-man when you don't have man-to-man players. Darren Arnold was a benefactor of all those beats at Alabama. And when he got around average-type guys, he was average, okay? And one other thing, and I'll just give you this little nugget. If they signed Lavarius Smith to another contract, I think I might run out on the I-96 button next.
No, T, that can't happen. I think Zadarius, it's very simple. You can play for a winner. I'm not. No, there's no scenario I'm extending him. Not at all. And look, to your point about Ben Johnson, T, here's the thing. I can't say it's a benefit because Ben Johnson got the best out of him. However, did Ben Johnson get a little bit too cute in spots? Yes. Is it a little – there's an arrogance when you call a game, and you need a little bit of arrogance to call a game the way that they do. They don't want to just beat you. They want to embarrass you. That's why they're doing, we're going to throw a touchdown to an O-lineman. Look at this trick. Sometimes you just need the meat and potatoes, and you just need the basics. And I'm with you. We talked about it last week, T. You had to win the TOP against this team. And they just called a different game. And it's going to stick with Lion fans forever, T. That is one of your best shots to get to a Super Bowl, and they never left the starting gate.
You only need to win by 1 point.
Yep.
Not 20.
Yeah, there's no awards for style, T. And stop only calling once every 4 months. Miss you. Jesus. Terrible T is a legend, David. A legend. I mean, he dates back to the Inferno days. Just a pillar of the community. I will get some of the ticket texts. I'll get more to calls as well. The Jared Goff question. Can you still win a Super Bowl with him? And I've given you some data. You heard what your GM had to say, and you can say whatever you like, but we're not doing this Hendon Hooker stuff. You're doing that, I'll respectfully hang up. It's ridiculous commentary. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. And whether it's personal income tax or business payroll, you need Abraham and Rose. They're not a random organization or a phone service. These are brick and mortar lawyers. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They're going to advocate for you, fight for you, and hopefully save your time and money. So before your tax problems get worse, it's quite simple. You go to abrahamandrose.com or you call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, David, couple of ticket texts. We're having the Goff discussion. Rico, under the weather. Sinuses. Yikes. We'll check on the big fella after the show. Question, though. David, in the 4 o'clock, if you would be so kind, can we have the Brad Holmes discussion about we're going to be good for a long time versus F them pick Super Bowl? Because I feel like he foreshadowed something, and I'm very interested in it. We're going to do that in about 30 minutes. Give me the ticket text first, though. What do people have to say?
They just went 15-2. In no world would they just plop in a rookie quarterback and do what they did. The fans replacing Goff should be asking the same question. Goff versus Donald? The answer is Goff. Goff versus Dangerous? Goff. Goff versus the guy on the street? I'm taking Goff in all scenarios.
Well, correct. And have the conversation about Goff and then the rest of the league. How many quarterbacks in football are objectively better than Jared Goff? Not in the same classification. Not close. Not slightly worse, not the same, not even slightly better. How many QBs are objectively, with just no debate, better? That's the context you got to look at it in. Because that number is probably 6 to 8. You got a guy you can win a Super Bowl with. You know how it has to be done. And now it's going to be the defense's turn to kind of step to the plate a little bit.
Correct. I'm a Goff fan. After Saturday, I'm shook that he's going to fold when the lights are brightest. That is Eric in Macomb.
It's always going to be there until he slays that dragon. It'll always be there because he's had multiple playoff failures, and they haven't been bad. They've been horrific. And that does evaporate the successes where 3 of his 4 games as a Lion in the playoffs, very good. Saturday, debacle.
I never had faith in Jared Goff and still don't. He's heavily relying on the run game to bail him out he doesn't scare anyone throwing the ball. That is from somebody named the Coach in Warren.
Okay, Coach, here's a problem. I'm pretty sure Jared Goff leads the league in yards after catch, which means you throw a really accurate ball. Jared Goff also pushes the football intermediate as well as anybody in the league. Jared Goff had pushed the ball down the field. Remember the calls we used to get about, J-Mo's too fast for Goff. Those calls are gone. I don't know about you, but when I watch games, I feel for the defenses because the way they run their offense, Jared Goff hurts you. He's in the MVP conversation. Can I just remind you of that?
He is a finalist for the MVP.
He won't win it, but he was in the conversation. Coach.
I believe in Goff. He's been here. He's been more than good enough in 3 of the 4 years here. The others came when he was broken in L.A. He'll be fine when the defense isn't cannon fodder and when the O-line plays like they should.
I happen to agree. Let's go to Bob in A squared 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good, Mike. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I'm pretty passionate about this, and my passion has been spurred recently by some of the nonsense that people have been spewing about how Goff needs to be replaced. And yesterday I listened to a certain radio host who used to work here who hates the Lions, but somehow finds every excuse for Lamar under the sun. He now works at Fox. But yes, we 100% can win a Super Bowl with Goff, and I'm gonna lay out a couple of stats.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so Jaden Daniels gets all this hype, deservedly so. He's great, and I think he'll be great for a long time. He's 24, right? How did Goff do when he was 24? 13-3, 4,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, 12 picks, a Super Bowl appearance. Same age. And I just don't get how no one mentions that. The other thing, I 100% believe that the 2 years, 2019, 2020, that McVay and Goff's relationship soured. McVay threw him under the bus, wrecked his confidence, completely made him into a shell of a quarterback that he's capable of being. We're not on the same page. Expected a lot out of him without teaching him anything, and this has been documented. And people hang on to that and think, well, McVay gave up on him. You know, he's a great offensive mind. If he gives up on him, he can't succeed anywhere. And I think people are holding that in the back of their heads. And he's done what no other quarterback here has done. in a very long time. Win 2 playoff games in one season, like you're not going to get much better than that here. And I think you were spot on about the Matt Ryan comp. They're very similar. I think Matt Ryan, before the 2016 year, had some playoff duds as well. He lost as a number 1 seed twice. Once in the NFC Championship game at home, once the divisional round to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, the Packers went in there and murdered them.
Yes, like that. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I just think that Goff is being granted, he did not play well Saturday, and that can't happen. But to think we can't win a Super Bowl with him when Flacco won, when Eli won, like that to me is just nonsense. And I think, and I really believe it's those 2 years under McVay that ruined his public perception. And one more thing I want to say. Lamar's team, what did he have? 3 turnovers? And, 2 of them were on Lamar. 1 of them was on Mark Andrews. And they were still in the game. The reason why is because their defense was capable of stopping Josh Allen once in a while. If they could have easily gone down 35-10 by half, and the game would have been over. The defense came up with stops when they needed them, and ours just couldn't.
Yeah.
I don't find it's more than 3, but
Bob, that's the thing, and I got to go in the Wayback Machine now, and it's probably not relevant for most of our audience unless you're damn near 40 years old. But like these are some of the conversations we used to have with the Red Wings and goaltenders. I mean, this feels just like the Curtis Joseph conversations, where the team would get aced out, they'd lose the game 2-1, and people would be bitching about Cujo. Well, he gave up a soft goal. I'm like, he gave up 1 goal, but it just there has to be a boogeyman. You can't just accept you lost or your guy had a bad day, and that's where it stops. Yes, Goff was bad Saturday night, but he ain't going nowhere. And it doesn't change how I feel about him. Now, I'll be open with you. Like, I think I have the self-awareness to tell you, yeah, if he goes out next year and turns into a pumpkin in a playoff game and they don't win a playoff game again, yeah, I'm going to feel differently. You don't get to make the money he makes at the position he makes it and not win playoff games or be terrible in them. But I'm not going to put that on him now, just like I don't put the stuff that happened with the Rams on him. The only thing that matters is, as the quarterback of our football team in this town, he's 3-1 in the playoffs, and he's been really good in 3 of the games. And he played well enough for you to make a Super Bowl last year. The short list of quarterbacks who can say they played well enough in 3 playoff games to get you to a Super Bowl is very short. But you don't get endless mulligans. So I that's why I'm not lashing out at people who go, look, he scares me, or I don't trust him in the biggest moment. You haven't heard me yell at anyone about that. I'm not going to. I'm only going to yell if you tell me stupid stuff. I mean, Doug had a guy call in and say his wife could play quarterback for the team, and they'd save on the cap. That's the type of stuff you were getting all day on this station. And that.
Oh, my gosh.
David, it's real. These are real people.
Look, I get being hurt. I get being upset. But some of these people need to step back and think about what your team would be without Jared Goff, where you would be without Jared Goff.
Or better yet, when you have these thoughts creep into the back of your mind of, geez, we can get better. Do you know what first of all, you would implode your entire organization trying to, quote, get better at the quarterback spot. You'd have to find someone to take Goff and value him the way you do. Then give up what it would take to go get what? Who? Either someone else's problem, someone else's guy they're not happy with, or what? Oh, I know, the ever-popular trade for quarterback who's not available trade. You got to save that for Sega Genesis. I think I just showed my age. Can I update that to PlayStation 5, please? I think I just had a moment where I feel very old.
Like, well, okay, all right, let's get that Sega out then.
Whoops. 248-539-9797.
Nintendo, anyone?
All right, take it easy. All right, I slipped up, but yes, I'm getting older. We will get more of you, the people, next. 97.1. All right, straight to the people. I'd also like to apologize for the Sega Genesis reference that clearly shows you how old I am. As David refuses to look at me.
People on the text are loving it. That means they feel like they're not the oldest ones either.
I know.
So
it's okay. It's fine. It is what it is. We go to Weesum 97.1. What do you got?
Hey, Mike. How you doing, bud?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
So, I just hear these fans, right? And, I'm a huge fan myself. And they have these unrealistic expectations, They thought that, the Lions were going to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl with absolutely no defense. And they forgot that, we're facing a professional team. We're facing coaches that have been in the game for a very long time. This is all they did. And when you present them personnel that has absolutely no defense, guess what? They're going to take full advantage of it. They're going to make adjustments on their defense. They'll play looser than knowing that they're going to be able to score at will.
Yeah.
And then to sit there and blame Jared Goff, who is an MVP candidate, I will take an MVP candidate quarterback any time of the day. So it's just irrational, delusional thoughts, and it's unfortunate. It really is.
Well, and look, the thing is, it's not bad to identify your limitations. I mean, you need to play a certain way. I think, obviously, this offseason will be interesting in how they approach this with a new coordinator. And you'll keep a lot of the concepts the same, but it's not like you're going to run everything the same. I do wonder, do they double down on the ground game? Maybe they add another tight end. Maybe they do use bigger personnel. Maybe this is something where they go, look, we've enjoyed the fireworks and the highlights and the craziness. However, we have to commit that when times get tough, we're turning around and handing the football off. And we're going to play action pass to generate our big plays.
Yeah, and Mike, here's the thing. We thought that we had great defense because they, made Sam Darnold, right? So we forgot about the Bills game. We forgot about the 49ers game and how they looked, okay? So this is what I'm saying. You cannot expect a team to win a Super Bowl. Even the great ones, the great quarterbacks, could not do it with absolutely no defense.
No.
It's just it's unrealistic.
No, and we to your point, look, and I've done this clearly by that Genesis reference. I've done this for a long time. There's always something that if a quarterback falters, well, he needs a better running game. Right? That was always the Stafford bit. Well, he needs a running game. Or if it's the Goff thing, well, he needs these weapons and an offensive line. Quarterbacks always need. Why? Well, because they're one person. And you can overcome a lot. But you can't do it alone. It's not how football is. It's not basketball. So whatever teams falter this weekend, those same conversations, do you know what's going to happen? Not in Buffalo, because that's just a cult. It's a sycophant culture of Bills Mafia. But for the rest of the free world, if Josh Allen goes to Kansas City and loses to a very average Chiefs team and goes 0-5 against Mahomes in the playoffs, you know what the conversation is going to be? This guy can't get it done. We love him. He's an amazing football player. By all accounts, very good man, like a good dude. But this guy is never going to get over this hump. And they'll begin a conversation of, well, what does he need to do it? It's everybody. The only person they won't say it about will be Jaden Daniels because he's a rookie. Don't worry. His story will build, and then people are going to complain about him. It's the nature of the beast. You either win it all or you're left searching. And who takes the blame? The guy who makes the most money on the team. And look, I'm fine telling you he didn't play well Saturday night. He played bad. But that in concert with a defense that, guys, it would be nice if you got to stop. A coach, it would be nice if you weren't in a coma in the biggest moment of the game, 4th and 2, and Captain Collagen Filler on the air is saying timeout for 30 seconds. How much stuff is Brady putting in his face, David? Seriously.
I wish I could tell you.
Come on now.
He looks like he's younger than college.
No, he looks AI generated.
Well, now he does.
Yes. Doesn't even look real. That's not Tom Brady. That's like, do you remember the Santa Claus with Tim Allen?
Yeah.
It's when he created the Santa Claus, the evil one, the rubberized one.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's created a Tom Brady Claus. He doesn't even look human anymore. It's unbelievable.
And we got to hear him do the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, but that's it. I'm telling you, it is my belief, and maybe it's hopium.
It's hopium.
He's going to walk after that.
Yeah, it's hopium, and his hope is not a strategy, Mike.
He's a one and done. Come on. He's Corleone Young. One and done.
Wow. Corleone Young.
Well, I figured we're going to keep it old school today,
We might
right?
go way back.
After the Genesis reference. All right, let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going, man?
Good.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of funny that the only coherent argument against Jared Goff was your argument that you gave as far as the stats. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, Mark, you know what it was?
Can we get somebody?
I wanted to at least offer the people who want to be negative some level of data. And you're right. I haven't heard anything better.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's kind of the point, right? Is like, I think that I think it was T earlier said the Houston game he pointed to as maybe something that worries him, but I would say that that's kind of like shows you what my whole point about Goff is that the players look up to him. He can, he keeps these guys calm on the field, at least from what they say, and like St. Brown always talks about this, but I think that because he stays in kind of this even keel, that sometimes he can get a little too. And like on Saturday, we've all said this now. He played terrible, right? You can't do that. Got to have better. But I think it's important to understand too that he can overcome adversity in games and come back and win games like in Houston. But when you don't make a stop, I mean, how many times did Washington go for it on the same drive on fourth down? And then just like, I mean, these are very obvious. Most of the points I had were, already kind of touched on, but like, I think the understanding, I'd love to hear somebody call up and talk to you, because I don't think they will, honestly, that with any type of coherent argument about how to replace Goff. Because if you trust, and here's the one last thing I know.
You're good.
But,
you're fine.
But like the idea that if you're telling me that you think Jared Goff should be replaced and should be gone out of town. I heard Rieger talking about, they said Super Bowl or bust. That was before we had 18 players on IR, Rieger being Rieger. But the point is that if you're saying that, then you are saying that you have faith in Brad Holmes as a talent evaluator to go out and find you the guy, right? So that means that the statement that you played on there and the sound bites, like that means that he's saying Jared Goff is our guy. So if you trust him to make the decision to replace him,
right,
then why don't you trust him when he's telling you that he's our guy?
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, and Mark, that's the whole point. And I try to live in reality. Like, it's okay if you say,
Right.
damn, I'm jealous, I wish we had X. But it's not like other sports. Those players never hit the market. The cost of acquisition is through the roof. And you have a hard cap, you have dead cap. Those aren't conversations worth having. I mean, it's the equivalent of at the height of his prowess saying, damn, I wish we had Kobe Bryant. Well, let me just pick up the phone and call Jerry West. Like, that's not how it works. So you look at it and go, well, is what I have good enough to get this done? And then how do I supplement what I have in order to take down the player I covet? That's it. And you're seeing how they're building this team. Look, do I still believe in my heart if they had just had 3 or 4 less injuries? Do I believe you would have won a Super Bowl? Yes. Does that make me a Goff slappy who's blind to limitations? No. But look, part of this job is you just got to take crap. If you say things. If you just come on the air and tell people what they want to hear, maybe it's different. But then you're a shill and a propagandist, and I don't like you. So for me, I'm willing to take the crap because I'm going to tell you, at least in my world, what I believe is real. When you lost Carlton Davis and you lost Aleem, I did. I came on the air and I said it. We're done. And then you get called every name in the book. But there's a reason. Because this is your quarterback, and he's good to very good. There's no world where I'll use the term Jared Goff is an all-time great. But I'm also not going to slander the guy because he's not great.
Worse.
Well, those people are just irrational, David. And again, they do the same thing Kenny's people do with goaltenders. The backup goalie for years in this town when the Wings were relevant was the most popular guy. And it's like, really? You lost the game 2-1. We're blaming the goalie.
Yeah, they love Osgood when he was the backup. Then he became a starter, and we don't need him anymore.
Vernon's the answer. Oh, Curtis Joseph blows. It's like, oh, yeah, go make a trade for Felix Potvin. It doesn't, you can't.
We got to try out Manny Legacy. I mean, that's the only option here.
But Kenny, I lived it. It never mattered. All right, NFL playoffs, they're winding down. FanDuel's got you covered. Bet 5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. The $300 in bonus bets, you win your first $5 bet. You can use them any way you like. SGPs, they've got the parlay insurance for championship weekend. FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone else. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. The official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get a football today, top of the hour, and I do have more Brad Holmes audio. If you missed the hour-long presentation at 9 a.m., Odyssey.com rewind. Also, if you'd be so kind, our YouTube channel, the show, it is separate from the station. Give it a subscribe, likey, thingamabob. It helps Evan, it helps us. And it's free. What the hell do you care? Just press a button. Maybe your grandmother's asleep. Steal her phone. She won't know the difference. Nona's taking a nap. Just subscribe. She'll love it. David, ticket texting in the people, and then we'll get more Brad Holmes audio in the 4 because Brad Holmes did say one thing I didn't like today, but I want to know if I'm reading too much into it. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock. Go ahead.
Willie in Algonac says, after Saturday's loss, I saw multiple videos of fans burning Goff jerseys.
No.
The majority opinion is Jared Goff is not the guy. Can we trade to get Stafford back? That's what he saw.
Okay. Crack kills.
Oh, my.
First of all, hold on. Kenny, you're a bit of a social media charlatan. Did you see any of this Jared Goff jersey burn?
No, and I don't believe for a second that any of that is true. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you. Then I'm going to trust Kenny as my source.
Yeah, maybe his 5 friends. Nick Foles, Joe Flacco, not yours. I'm talking about the texter, Kenny.
That was not a shot at you.
Okay. Nick Foles, Joe Flacco, Eli Manning, all won Super Bowls. I'll take Goff over all of them. End of story. Dennis and Allen Park.
He's right, you know.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Even if you think I'm just slanderous of Eli, I would take Jared Goff over Joe Flacco any day of the week. You know, Joe Flacco made $100 million for one postseason. He had a hot 3-4 game run, including that game against Denver. What was that, 2012?
Yeah, he got that was overtime touchdown pass.
Yeah, and then he's lucky the lights went out in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, yes, he is.
But he got paid based off of that. But that was a one-time thing. Nick Foles, same thing. Jared Goff is better than those players. It can be done. Go ahead.
What we are witnessing is a naive fan base who was so full of themselves despite the obvious challenges in front of them. Now they have pitchforks out. They have no idea Jared Goff will win you a Super Bowl.
Who wrote that?
Doesn't have a name.
It may as well. That person is my spirit animal.
Yeah.
Speaking truth.
O-line lost that game. Number one priority this offseason is fixing it. Glasgow cannot be a starter anymore. Zeitler might not come back. Decker probably needs to move to right tackle. He's lost a step. That is Rob in Selfridge.
I think most of what Rob said is right, and I think he's going to get most of what he wanted, not all. I do think Mahogany will be your starting right guard next year. I just don't see a scenario they bring Zeitler back. And you heard a little bit of foreshadowing where Brad Holmes kind of said, quote, players of that age. Translation, old guy. So my guess, the way Mahogany played in fill-in duty twice, and to me, I thought he was your best offensive lineman. Honestly, Mahogany was fabulous Saturday night. That's probably your starting right guard. The problem with Glasgow, he don't make any money. He makes like $2.5 million. You can keep him around. I just don't want him starting, if that makes any sense. I'd much rather have him as a depth piece or a rotational piece.
Yeah, that makes sense because he can also move to center if they need it.
Well, that's the fear for me is I just, how much more does Ragnow have left in the tank? I mean, that guy's a warrior. But his body, I mean, he's already got an inoperable toe or whatever the hell it is. The guy has had so many injuries that we know of. How many has he have that you don't know about? Here's an answer, probably several.
See, and I've been thinking about Ragnow since last offseason, really, because, you know, everything he's gone through, and I was thinking retirement. I personally was.
Me too.
With him, and he didn't. And let's face it, they went all in. With Ben Johnson coming back, and Aaron Glenn didn't get a job last year. I think they went all in, and I wonder if Ragnow said, you know what, one more year, and maybe that's it. And that was it. I don't know.
I hope he plays another year.
We'll see.
He's still one of the better centers in the league. And if he's fully healthy, he's capable of being the best. But, yes, I think Brad's comments about the O-line, I think it tells you he knows. He's going to continue to reinvest because you know what happened to Dallas overnight? They got old. And that O-line went from being a strength to being a complete clown car. It happens fast. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey now. Hey, Mike. At least you said Sega Genesis is not Tecmo Bowl because I don't even think you can do trades in Tecmo Bowl. So
no, rosters were locked.
They were locked. Hey, this is the first day I've actually even been able to listen to you guys, and it's not your fault. It's because of these crazy callers. I can't take it. It just drives me nuts. I got these guys that are calling in, and I got a buddy named he's Cowboy Lou. They're all the same. It's always the quarterback's fault if it's the Lions. It's always the goalie's fault if it's the Red Wings. And it's always the closer's fault if it's Tigers. That's all they blame. And, if they win, it's the team that wins. And if they lose, it's those guys' fault.
Because
that's how it'll always be.
Because it's the easiest pathway, right? It doesn't require a lot of thought or nuance. You just blame the guy.
Just blame the guy. And if you think about it, too, at the beginning of the season when everybody was calling in and saying, hey, we need to make a Super Bowl run and we can't – what's the one injury we can't afford? What was everybody's answer?
Quarterback.
Goff. Everybody's like, but now it's his fault that we didn't get there? And if you ask yourself this, too, out of every team in the NFL going into this season, all the starting quarterbacks, how many of them have won a Super Bowl?
Starting quarterbacks in the NFL today, how many have won a Super Bowl? All right, well, Mahomes, there's one.
Mahomes. There's only one more.
Stafford, there's two.
That's it.
And there it is.
Brady,
Matt wins the
Foles.
day. Two active quarterbacks have a Super Bowl.
So who do you want? So all the other 30, it's impossible. They might as well just mail it in because they can't win because they never have.
Well, and Matt, that's why I brought up the Lamar Jackson thing to start the show, is that Lamar has had several chances with several really good football teams, and he has not done half the things Goff has done in the playoffs.
And that's what people want here. They want a running quarterback. But what has Allen and Lamar done? They don't have a Super Bowl. That's not the answer.
No.
The team is the answer.
I'm with you. And Matt, that's the whole premise. They've got work to do. What I don't subscribe to, Matt, is the people who go, well, the D-line will be just fine if we get Aiden and Aleem back. And I'm like, okay, hold on. So here's your starting four next year. And you tell me how comfortable you are with this. You're going to have Aiden off a broken leg, Aleem at some point during the season off a catastrophic knee injury, DJ Reader, who looked like a shell of him former self, and Zadarius Smith, who at this stage of his career is probably a complimentary piece. No, there's work to do up front. Agreed?
There's work to do.
That's Matt, I'm with you on it.
And
Matt,
listen,
watch.
Unlike these callers, I'll trust Brad Holmes and I'll trust Dan Campbell to evaluate talent before I'll trust any of these callers evaluating talent.
Well, yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. And listen, Matt, that doesn't mean you give up your opinion. Like if you have a guy you really want them to take or want them to sign, don't ever lose that. Because then then there's no point to sports. But man, when your GM comes out and says what he says about Jared Goff, and then the hours after it is just a cavalcade of wackiness. That's why I approached the show the way I did today, which is, okay, let's just, you know what, as Kenny says, nuts on the table. Here's the deal. Can you win a Super Bowl with this guy, yes or no? And you can go kicking and screaming into the night and say you don't love him and you wish you had a different guy. Can you win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? The answer is yes. I think if you're reasonable and rational, the answer is yes. But it won't be easy. And hopefully, I pray I never have to go through a couple of weeks like we did here where people vilified you for, quote, giving the other team a chance. Hopefully that disco shirt got thrown in the garbage. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. According to Jordan Schultz, the Lions are expected to interview current Buccaneers linebacker coach Larry Foote for their defensive coordinator position. Foote, the former Pershing and University of Michigan player. According to reports, the Lions have already poached one Bucs coach as well, bringing in Casey Rogers to lead the D-line. Will GM Brad Holmes acquire a new piece at that position? Holmes was named NFL Executive of the Year for the second straight season today. Here's the latest from beat writer Evan Petzold. Quote, the Detroit Tigers want to sign a high-leverage reliever to rack up saves. The Tigers also want to sign Alex Bregman to play third base and hit in the middle of the lineup. Bregman is the top priority. The reliever market has been moving fast with 20 days remaining until pitchers and catchers report to spring training. While the Bregman market remains slow-moving, so far the Tigers' focus on Bregman has delayed their ability to sign a reliever in free agency, end quote.
What does one have to do with the other?
Former Philly
I'm sorry,
Carlos
this is an
Estevez
update. I apologize.
is a name they have checked in on. He logged 26 saves last year between the Phillies and Angels. The Red Wings are back in action against a hot Canadiens team tonight. Detroit will be without Patrick Kane. Puck drop at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. SZA is joining Kendrick Lamar as a guest performer during the Super Bowl halftime show. Do you know who she is? At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's handle some business. Football related. David, the music, please.
So let's do this. Yes, let's do this now. It is January 23rd. I get it. The playoffs aren't over. We have not had the Super Bowl, but ESPN puts this together every year around this time where they predict certain things that are going to happen in the offseason.
Oh, this is good. This is like a reverse receipt segment.
Correct.
We get to make fun of somebody else.
So let me give you what they did last year before we get into what they expect this offseason.
Okay.
Last year they had a few duds. The duds were Russell Wilson to the Raiders. That did not happen. Wish it would have. And the Packers to the Super Bowl. That, of course, did not happen. A couple winners they had were Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. And then the 49ers were going to take a step back. They got those two right. So let's just say they're 50-50, a little bit maybe less. But let's go through some of these right now.
Okay.
First one is Sam Darnold will be a Raider.
I can't. Okay, I'm not making fun of it, but David, Sam Darnold might be the only, not cost-effective, but true bridge player available to QB-needy teams. So I can't pinpoint one place he could go. I'll say no. I got to believe Sam's got a better option than that.
So that one is a no, and
That's
I also agree with you. I think he'll go elsewhere. There's a lot of options out there for him, but we'll see where he actually goes. Second one here, Justin Fields to the Browns.
No, I think that's Kirk Cousins. I bet you I get stuck with Fields. That'll be exciting.
Why would that be exciting? You enjoy him.
Yeah, my response.
He gave us a 4-2 start in Pittsburgh and then, well, proceeded to do nothing after that. Next on the list is another quarterback here. Now, everyone speculates that this is going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen with this guy. He just wants to be in the news. It is Aaron Rodgers that he will officially retire.
Mars, yes, agree totally, because I don't know any self-respecting organization that would want to take on him and all that he comes with. And if you're him, you're not going to a place like Tennessee or some dead end. I think it's going to have to be retirement. He ends up in the rainforest doing ayahuasca.
And so what that means with this, and there's a process here, what that means is that the Jets have to release him. and then he'll be forced to have no home.
It'll happen.
And then he'll retire.
Because it has to happen.
The Colts will end their 11-year AFC South drought while they're predicting that they're going to win the AFC South next year.
I think they can make the playoffs because hiring Lou Anarumo, the DC of the Bengals, is a huge upgrade. That defense was so bad. And again, I know, Anthony Richardson, yikes. It's got to be better, doesn't it?
Yeah, you would think so.
So I'll say yes, because the Jags are a dumpster fire. The Titans are horrific. It's basically a two-team division.
So I'm going to give you one on this list that I believe is just absolutely correct based on what they need, based on what they need to protect their quarterback, and that is the Bears signing Trey Smith in free agency. He's a free agent guard, Kansas City. This one I think is yes.
Yeah, I'd say yes. They draft a tackle, sign a guard, and all of a sudden the line looks a lot better. One thing is for sure, Ben Johnson's going to prioritize that O-line and that running game. So, yes, he's the best of the bunch. They've got the cap space. They've got the need. Yes.
So this next one is just, I think...
Kenny, you notice he's not giving me anything with the Giants. He's giving me Stugotz. Nothing.
Yeah, no. Don't see anything with those Giants. But this one here, they did this last year with the quarterback. I think they just got too happy and excited with what the rookie quarterback looked like.
Okay.
And last year, they predicted, or going into the offseason, they predicted that C.J. Stroud was going to be the MVP of the 2024 season. Well, that's a dud. And they're doing it again with Jaden Daniels.
He won a playoff game. He had a lot of injuries to his O-line and his receivers. Don't act like he turned into Daniel Jones.
But MVP?
No. Okay, I'm just saying. It wasn't a total fail.
But they're saying Jaden Daniels will make an MVP run in year 2.
I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Kind of hard to predict that with a second-year player.
But am I supposed to make an impassioned plea that they're wrong? I mean, will the league catch up to him? I think so.
Possibly, yes.
But here's the thing. Cliff Kingsbury probably only gave him about 40% of the install. The rest of the playbook happens this offseason where they're really going to be able to expand this thing. I'll say yes. I know I'll be wrong, but I'll say yes.
The Vikings and Dolphins, which the Dolphins didn't make the playoffs, but whatever. The Vikings and Dolphins will take slight steps back in 2025.
Agree totally.
Slight step back for the Dolphins means that McDaniels gets fired, though,
That
right?
is correct, yes. I do think you're going to see Tyreek get traded this offseason.
Well, that's another one here. It says Tyreek will be traded to the Patriots.
Sure. I mean, I'm just saying he ain't going to be
But he will be gone.
And I do think the Vikings take a step back because you're going to be playing J.J. McCarthy. And that's not slander. It's that J.J. Look, he didn't play 4 or 5 years of college football and have the entire offense on his back like Jaden Daniels did. J.J. McCarthy was basically the quarterback of Air Force. He threw the ball like 13 times a game and had the best offensive lines I've ever seen. It's going to take a minute. So a slight step back from 14-3? Yes. Could J.J. take the Vikings to the playoffs? Possibly. But I'll agree. Both are a step back.
So the last few here are all about wide receivers. We already gave you the Tyreek
Malik
Hill
Neighbors
one.
will catch 236 passes. Just give me something, man. A crumb. A piece of communion
There is
toast.
no crumb.
Give me one of those communion biscuits.
There's no crumb here. Well, I'll give you this one. I'll add them to this one because they're predicting that Cooper Kupp goes to Baltimore, but I'll add the Giants.
No, don't do it. No, listen, I don't know what Lamar needs. Look, Zay Flowers not playing didn't help. Is Cooper Kupp the answer? I thought Bateman played really well. Isaiah Likely has turned into a really nice player, the kid from Coastal. I don't know what Lamar needs. I thought Derrick Henry was the answer. Sure, David, let's go get Lamar another wide receiver. I don't know what the answer is.
T. Higgins signs with the New England Patriots.
I guess. I still would love to see the LA Chargers and Harbaugh either trade for DK Metcalf or sign T. Higgins. And then draft Colston Loveland. Reunite with the Wolverine. And then LA gets to have some fun.
But they didn't put T. Higgins there because they do have DK Metcalf being traded from the Seahawks to the Chargers.
There's a lot of whispers about it. I've said it all fall. We don't talk Seahawks football here, but on the show I do with Boomer, I've said it. He ain't back next year. He's not happy. He's angrily chewing on his pacifier. He's not happy.
But is he doing the A.J. Brown and reading a book?
No.
On the side.
He's just MFing his quarterback in the open.
That is football today.
All right. A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his entire career to securing justice, maximizing the recovery for those who've been injured. And David is dedicated to ensuring you're going to get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney that's going to make it personal and take it personal. Call David Femininio. And if you or someone you know is injured, just tell him to call David. He will answer. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getpaid.com. Okay, so in the midst of all the Lions conversation, and again, if you want the full deal, Odyssey.com rewind, 2 o'clock, but the whole press conference was played 9 a.m. this morning. You can use Odyssey.com rewind, the chapter function. It's right there for you. But this is, guys, once in a while, David will say, listen, we need to take a time out from what we're doing. I have something for you. And no jokes. It's I trust David. So I'm going to sit and listen. You guys are going to sit and listen. And David knows if he's derailing this train for horse bleep, there's hell to pay. So this is exciting now. David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I have to ask you about this. Jeremy mentioned it in his update, and looking at the article here, Evan Petzold has an article here on the Detroit Tigers. It says the Detroit Tigers want to sign a high-leverage reliever to rack up saves, and they're also trying to sign Bregman so he can play third base. Bregman is the top priority, it says, but it says the Tigers are unlikely to get both. It says it's unlikely the Tigers will address both desires, right-handed hitter and reliever with elite options under the 2025 payroll plans, given that Bregman is projected to cost at least $25 million and a top reliever at least $10 million. As a result, the Tigers risk missing out on the top reliever while waiting for Bregman to lower his asking price. So they don't want to pay both, Bregman at 25 and a reliever at 10.
If you're attempting to make me upset, I'm not going to be. Because no, I'm not being smarmy. They're just not a serious operation. And the plan I told you before last season, and I'm sure it's on our YouTube channel somewhere, just wait for the kids. And they're going to sell you on Baseball Prospectus and Baseball America, and we got 5 top 100 prospects. Just wait for the kids. They're not going to spend, David. I made peace with that early on in the offseason. So my only reaction is no reaction. I don't have to take them seriously. I don't have to get invested. I don't have to care. And I don't think the playoffs altered their plan at all. And I have to tell you this. I'm starting to view Scott Harris as a little bit of an enemy too. Not just Chris. Because the reality is, if AJ and Scott pounded the desk and wanted certain things, it would be different and you'd know about it. But what's Scott Harris's pedigree? They had a no-name team in San Francisco go win 105 games. Now, did they do anything? No, they got aced out of the playoffs. That was his 1 year. And what has he shown so far here? Small market approach, money ball, pitching chaos, roster flexibility, a.k.a. we're looks like, feels like, sounds like fiscally responsible. Look, there's no reason on paper you can't go spend the $35 million.
Correct.
But I'm not going to yell and scream if they don't want to pay Bregman a 5 or 6 year deal. I don't either. I like Alex Bregman, not just because he likes horse racing. Factually true, he does. He owns horses. But he's a good player. But I don't want to pay him at age 35, 36. Everything you read is they've drawn a line in the sand at 4 years. But the idea that, like, well, if we get the reliever, we can't get Bregman, that's where you lose me. Because that's where an owner who is dying to win says, listen, I'm not owning this team to lose money. But it's not like the Tigers have a payroll that even enters that conversation. Because before any of the apologists want to come out, there's a reason owners never open their books. If you were losing money, open your books. Show me. Show me. You're not. And I'm not asking you to have a $400 million, $300 million, $200 million payroll. I'm not. But I'm not going to get upset about it because we know what's going on.
See, you're a better man than me.
No, David, it's that it's January 23rd. This community got a anesthesia-free vasectomy this Saturday night. They still got frozen peas on their nuts. I can't sit here and scream about a baseball team that nobody cared about 90% of the season last year. It was like the last 2 weeks of the season, people realized Tigers are winning games. What am I going to do?
Look, I'm also not going to scream. But I'm also not going to lie to the people when I tell you that, yes, while things were going on Saturday with the Detroit Lions, there was a signing in Toronto with Anthony Santander.
Correct.
And I told Kenny this Tuesday, we all got together. I said, it's under $100 million. Why couldn't the Tigers do this?
They are not.
There's deferred money that I just saw today. Why didn't they do that? And then this story. And it just angers me. Because I'm not there. I have not.
You got to let go.
I have not gone to the spot where you're at, where they're not going to. In my mind, I have not gone there yet.
No. Let me be clear. I don't care anymore.
Understood.
No, if they don't care, I don't care. And look, they can build a baseball team however they so choose. And if they win, I'm happy. And if they lose, I'm not. I disagree on principle with how they run their franchise because it's small market, and I've given you the data. I've shown you what history shows you. And if you don't spend in the top half of the league, you don't win a World Series. And I have to be candid. What the Dodgers have done in this offseason is a disgrace. And it really hurts my ability to take the sport seriously. Do you realize the Dodgers have almost $1.4 billion in deferred money on their roster? $1.4 billion. They're signing Kirby Yates, the reliever, who would have been high leverage here, or Tanner Scott, high leverage here. They're signing them as a joke. They signed Sasaki. Don't even need him. So I can't take it seriously because here's what's going to happen. You saw what they did to my team, and the Yankees do spend. You're simply not going to beat those teams. And I'm not a daiquiri ballpark fan guy. Kenny wants to go down there in his Waylon Jennings t-shirt and rifle heaters and have a good afternoon. God bless. But you're never winning a World Series this way. So I'm not doing it. And what I won't do is be disingenuous and act like it's bloody murder if they don't get Alex Bregman. I'm not doing that because I actually agree I don't want to go over 4 years. Now, would I pay a higher AAV to get the shorter term? Yes. But I can't change Scott Harris, and I sure as hell can't change Chris. And again, at what point do you start to blame AJ a little bit? You know, if AJ were kicking and screaming, AJ's got plenty of contacts in the national media. You know who I'm talking about. And if AJ wasn't happy doing business this way, I think we'd know about it. So collectively, they're doing it their way. They can have it. I'm not interested. And as much fun as it'll be the night that Job debuts in the regular season or the day they call up McGonigal in 2026, I'm not into wasting years of my life. And they made the playoffs last year. I wanted to build upon that. They don't. So do whatever you guys like. Because what I won't do is I won't get mad if the ballpark's empty. And I cannot make any demands of people to take their hard-earned money and spend it on a team that doesn't want to spend. Do whatever you like. And if you want to have a little Waylon Jennings Thursday afternoon with a Tiger daiquiri, God bless. Don't ask me to. Kenny, that was an assumption. You do seem a little bit more like an Alan Jackson guy.
No, I'm more of a Willie guy than a Waylon guy, but that's okay.
Okay, the weed, that's fine. All right. Bottom line, David, I understand what you're trying to do. I'm just not going to give in. What am I supposed to do? On paper, does
Talk
it make
me off the ledge?
Nah, there's no ledge. The payroll plan and all that stuff. I don't think anything we're talking about would greatly affect the long-term viability of them to take care of their own players. When I look at it, I see it as they have a window here of pre-arb, outright arbitration players, guys that have team control. You can spend now. And by the time those guys, like a Parker Meadows, like a Riley Green, et cetera, when those guys need their money, the players you're signing now fall off the books. I can't change the Javi thing. I mean, I don't know what benefit there is to cutting him right now, unless it's just to make people like me happy because I have a bloodlust and I hate Javi Baez. I'm not mad they haven't cut him yet. I'll be mad if he's in the opening day lineup. If the middle of your infield is Javi and Gleyber Torres, let me tell you, cue up the carousel music. Boo, 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 boo. I can't wait to see that. Woo! But no, David, I just have no illusions that they're gonna, quote, go for it or get serious in the way that we want them to. Now, if all their young players hit, if you've hired Brad Holmes of the baseball diamond, maybe. But 29 out of the last 30 World Series champions, you had a top half payroll. I'm going to go with history. And when you see what the Dodgers are doing, or the Mets, or the Yankees, whatever it is, you're not beating those teams. Why do you think last year, as much credit as I gave this team for rallying and making it, I'm like, oh no, I hope you beat Cleveland. Because my Yankees are going to murder you. Like, you had no hope in the world of beating my team. None.
Pitching chaos was not going to do
it. None. You would have got put ass first into a wood chipper. And now you start to see how some of these, like, look at what the Dodgers are doing. You think you're beating that team? Please, man, just stop. So I can't bring myself to get angry because they're not playing the sport in a way that enters you into that discussion. Maybe they will at some point. But in the here and now, no, I can't lie to you and say that Alex Bregman is the difference between winning the World Series and not. They need so much more than that. And I did my level best this offseason to temper my own expectations, and I didn't bring up the big dogs. I sat here and said, geez, I wouldn't mind Christian Walker on a 3-year deal. I wouldn't mind. David, they're just not going to do it. They don't want to let go of Torque. They still want to have room for God knows who. Do whatever you like. I don't care.
Yeah, I guess I should have known when they didn't even get a Jake Berger. They didn't even attempt. I should have known then.
And listen, the best benefit they have, you're in the most limp schwanz division in baseball because KC don't do nothing, Minnesota don't do nothing. Cleveland makes you look like Scrooge McDuck with a tower of money. I mean, Cleveland is government cheese.
They just traded away pieces.
Cleveland can't be bothered. So, hey, look, you're in a division where every team needs a blue pill. Maybe there's your way out. The AL Central, it's Flaccid City. But it doesn't matter because in the end, it's all perfunctory. They're not going to win anything. So maybe they get Bregman. And maybe you address the reliever at the deadline. But, David, what can I do? Petzold's done a wonderful job reporting. I think Petzold's been pretty on the money. But none of it is encouraging to the way that I would like to see it done. So, therefore, I get two choices. Keep getting angry or say F it. I don't care. If it's good, if the people want to eat the gruel, let them eat the gruel. But the Dodgers have had an effect on me, too. I can't lie. It's a disgrace. Total disgrace.
That's fair. I don't even.
Ridiculous. But again, this is why the NFL works and baseball doesn't. There's no competitive balance in baseball. Whatever. All right, I'm sorry. I know I went long on that. But no, I'm not letting you do it. I'm not going to let you bait me into being mad. Okay, with that, let's talk Hungry Howie's mix and match menu. Can you bring yourself to watch football this weekend? Only you know the answer. But if you do, and you want to have a game day menu, Hungry Howie's has you covered. Mix and match menu. Anything on the menu, $6.99 each. Pair them up, settle in, or spite root, Latte Larry style, against the Commanders. Whatever works for you, Hungry Howie's has you covered. $6.99 each on the mix and match. 8 different flavored crusts. Possibilities are endless, but for a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Okay, David, a couple of ticket texts we'll get to the people. And if you do have something on that Tiger article, go for it. It's just we've done Lions rest of the day because Brad Holmes had so much to say, and we're going to continue with that. And I will get to your phone calls, I promise you. But, David, go ahead.
We were one game away from the American League Championship. We should have Polar Bear, Bregman, someone signed already. The Tigers aren't serious. The Tigers are a cheap franchise that doesn't care about winning. They only care about money. They will start 15-30 again and be done by Memorial Day.
Okay, I'm not saying that. Oh, boy.
He's upset.
It's a day of polarizing opinions.
Here's the Tigers' financial strategy. We'll buy a car, but we're not going to buy the seats. Hope no one shows up. That is from BC.
I have nothing to say.
The problem with sports is the fans care more about the team than the rich people who own the teams. I've decided to care as much as they do, which means no Tigers for me this season.
Well, I think that's a baseball problem primarily. Look, I can't I don't know that I've ever criticized Chris as it pertains to hockey. They spend at the cap. Now, we've criticized the decisions that Steve Yzerman has made. But from a baseball standpoint, when you do not have a salary cap, your salary cap is basically your profit threshold. And if you disagree with what I'm about to say next, that is your prerogative. But neither of us are going to be able to prove each other right or wrong. I do not accept the premise that the Detroit Tigers are anywhere near losing money. Therefore, they are putting self-imposed cap there. I can't prove it, and they'll never open their books. Don't quote some Forbes article, and I'm sure as hell never going to believe it when the people you're saying aren't spending tell you, no, trust us, we're losing money. Then open the books. But owners don't open the books for a reason. I don't think baseball owners, by and large, not just here, by and large, baseball owners don't try to win. 2/3 of that league don't try to win. Not in a serious manner. And that's why baseball struggles so badly as far as garnering attention. Whereas the NFL, with competitive balance, everyone has to try. They just don't know how to do it, but everyone tries. Baseball? You want to tell me you're trying? You want to tell me Oakland's trying? You want to tell me KC is trying?
Pittsburgh, no.
Look at,
Florida.
How about Baltimore?
Yeah.
You get new owners. You got a great young team. Here's their offseason acquisition. They signed Chester Copperpot. Charlie Morton? Charlie Morton's going to show up at spring training. You know what it's going to be? A skeleton. The guy's 1,000. That was your big acquisition.
And they told people it was going to be different in Baltimore.
Lose Corbin Burns, sign a character from the Goonies. That's why my ability to love baseball gets hindered. All right. Anything else, or you want to go to the calls?
Let's go to the calls.
Okay, I've had enough. Thank you. DJ is up next, 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though, my dog? You all right?
Yeah, I'm great, and I loved hearing you body bag Rieger the other night. Good on you.
So check this out, dog. You know, I always try to call you with some rationalization and some reason. Here's the thing, Mike. Let me ask you something, Mike. Who's better, Jeff Hostetler or Jared Goff?
Jared Goff.
Let's see. Brad Johnson or Jared Goff?
Jared Goff.
Mark Rippon or Jared Goff?
Jared Goff.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%.
So those guys can win Super Bowls.
DJ.
People calling in
Jared Goff or Eli Manning?
Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
100%.
So people calling in saying that he can't win Super Bowls. I mean, come on, man. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl, man. I mean, hearing Brad Holmes earlier, Mike, was some of the most beautiful things I've ever heard a GM say in my life because he gets football. For the first time in the history of this franchise, we have a GM that saying he's going to emphasize the most underrated but most important part of a football team, which is the offensive line. I was literally listening to that and just gushing like, oh, my God, he gets it. So if he can match that with a defensive line, like me and you talked about the other day, Mike, we in business. I have no worries, and I feel great.
Yeah. No, and that's – look, DJ, you know why I framed the topic the way I did was, look, if you don't believe you can win a Super Bowl with him, tell me why. And I gave some data. Look, he has had a very uneven playoff career. I know that. But in his career with the Lions, he's played 4 playoff games. 3 of them, he's been very good. He had a dud Saturday. Guess what? So did your whole team.
Absolutely.
That's where it begins and ends for me. But, DJ, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And I said it to Doug before he left for the day. I go, you deserve combat pay today. I mean, these people calling in are out of their minds.
Hey, Mike, man. But before I go, can I say one thing to you, man, and the rest of the Lions fans out there that's driving me absolutely, positively nuts? At some point, can we let the SOL thing go? Because the SOL thing is over, man.
It is.
The same old Lions didn't go 15-2 in my lifetime. The same old Lions didn't go 8-0 in the division. The same old Lions did not win back-to-back division titles. Like, we can use that narrative forever whenever they lose. Oh, it's the same old Lions. Like, stop it, man. You know what I'm saying, Mike? It drives me
DJ,
nuts.
100%. And I'll let you behind the curtain on something, and I appreciate it, my man. I begged Rieger not to do that topic the other day. He's like, hey, what do you think of this, buddy? And he started doing his little rundown, and I go, are you effing with me? There's no way you're doing this SOL thing. He goes, but Saturday night was SOL. I go, no, it wasn't. I go, I just said, Jeff, don't do that. I wouldn't do that if I were you. That's beneath you. Because despite me breaking his balls, I like Jeff a lot. And Jeff means a lot to the station. He works his ass off. And Jeff's passionate, so I respect that. But Jeff will do some things that make me want to physically assault him as well. I said, dude, the SOL thing is so stupid. It's like when it was same old Spartans until it wasn't. Then if you lose a game, and I used this exact example, DJ, with Jeff the other day. I said, okay, by 2015, did SOS exist? No. I said, then what the hell was that night in Lincoln? I said, it wasn't same old Spartans when they tanked the game to Nebraska in the middle of a playoff drive. It was just a bad day at the office. I said, so why can't the Lions be afforded the same grace? Same old Lions isn't real. It's dead. It's over. But you're going to lose games. That's a bad day. I hate SOL and generally hate people who say it. And for that night, I hated Jeff Rieger. David, did I say something wrong? You're putting your face in your hand.
I'm trying to stop myself from saying something.
Okay, that's where I'm going to read because you're actually the mean person on this show. Winter, it's brutal. We're experiencing it right now. And if you have any questions about whether your roof is in shape to handle what Mother Nature's got coming to you, call Victor's Home Solutions. Open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather. And they can be at your house within 24 hours. Do a 21-point roof inspection. Go over the findings and then get to work. And look, Victor's, they back their work with an industry-leading 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free, no questions asked. So what do you need to do? Call Victor's, 734-773-1100, or make that appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Multiple reporters, including Dave Burkett, has Larry Foote interviewing with the Lions for their defensive coordinator opening. The NFL AP MVP finalists were released headline locally by Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen also made the list. Dan Campbell is a Coach of the Year candidate, while Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn were tabbed as possibilities for Assistant Coach of the Year. Former Tiger pitcher Jack Flaherty told Foul Territory today that he's been talking with the Tigers and would love to come back to Detroit. Evan Petzold said today that the Tigers would like to sign a high-leverage reliever this offseason, but their pursuit of free agent third baseman Alex Bregman has slowed that role. Bregman is the top priority. Bob Nightingale reported that the door is still ajar for a Bregman return to Houston. The Red Wings host the Canadiens as they return to LCA for the first time in 4 games. Montreal has won 7 of their last 9. Cam Talbot will get the start in net. Patrick Kane sits out tonight with an upper body injury. He's day-to-day. Tarasenko will take his spot on the line with Kopp and DeBrincat. Hear the game on 97.1 The Ticket right here, pregame at 6:45. After the Rams lost to the Eagles, Matthew Stafford said he wanted to take some time to think about his future with the team. Sean McVay hopes it's not too long. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything, and if you'd be so kind, check out our YouTube page, Valenti Show with Rico. It is separate from the station. Subscribe. It's free and stuff. So I want to give you some Brad Holmes sound, and he had a lot to say today, and I think a lot of it is very interesting. But Jared Goff has been at the center of it. You know, it's not hard to find. I support Jared Goff. I think you can win a Super Bowl with him. And it has to be done a certain way, but you can do it. And Saturday doesn't change that for me. But all day on this station, caller after caller, they don't agree with that. So what I wanted to do was ask a question of, do you still believe you can win one with him? Because here's what your GM had to say. Here's what the team president, this is Brad Holmes, the guy that has as much cachet in this town as any front office executive, maybe more so. He doesn't just like Jared Goff, he loves Jared Goff. Take a listen to this. Just entering his prime. Best is yet to come, essentially. If you have a level of discontent with your quarterback, what is it? Or if you don't believe you can win a Super Bowl, it doesn't mean you hate the guy, but why? What is it that keeps you from believing he can get this done? Now, I did bring up some data earlier in the show. And I just thought, you know what? To be fair to the people who don't like Goff or don't believe in him, let's put a little chum in the water. And of the 17 quarterbacks that play in the NFL right now that have played at least 5 playoff games, yes, Jared Goff ranks 12th or lower in almost every category, from completion percentage, turnovers, yards per pass, and overall 4-5 playoff record. So, look, if you need something that says, hey, I don't think he can get it done, it's probably more of he can't get it done in a big spot. If that's the angle you're going to take. For me, I don't hold what happened with the Rams against him here. Because in the Honolulu Blue, he's played 4 playoff games and been excellent or near excellent in 3 of them. He had a dud Saturday. He played poorly. The whole team did. I thought the coaching staff laid an egg. So I can't put it all on him. Here's an idea. Don't give up a 50 burger to a rookie. So I wanted to know where you're at. And look, there's a distinct reason. I don't know a lot of things, but I know radio. And there's a reason we waited to do the Goff show until this late in the week. I don't think you were ready to have this conversation on Monday or Tuesday or even yesterday. Hopefully you've had some time to process. And don't take me saying he can win a Super Bowl as some overall, Wakanda bubble to criticism. No, you can criticize Saturday, and you can point out his shortcomings. But all I will tell you is, and this is a case in life, it's a case in sports, 99 times out of 100, if you let great be the enemy of good, you're going to find yourself in a worse place. So when you sit there and go, well, I wish we had this quarterback. Well, first of all, there's no opportunity to get those players. And second of all, none of those players have won a Super Bowl. Outside of Holmes and Stafford, no quarterback in football who's currently playing has won a Super Bowl. So you're lusting after Josh Allen, who's 0-4 against Mahomes in the playoffs. You're lusting after Lamar, who's kind of like modern-day Dan Marino. You're lusting after Jalen Hurts. Like, who are these players that you think cure all that ails you? I don't know that that's the case, guys. Jared Goff coming here also came with 2 first-round picks. And you've built a hell of a football team. Is it perfect? No. If you had a couple less injuries, I thought you'd win the Super Bowl. But there's also something that, as much as I'll battle you guys on a day in, day out basis, I'm willing to come off of opinions or shift. And when you lost Aleem and you lost Carlton Davis and you lost David Montgomery, I came on the air that Monday and I go, you're done. We're not winning it. This sucks. And then you get called a hater and go back to New York and you're a bleep hole and you got a big nose. Okay, good enough. The point I'm making is this team is currently constituted, probably has another good run in it. But I do think they need to have an aggressive approach. Now, here's what I want to do. David, can we play the sound about Brad Holmes' approach where it doesn't feel like they're going to go F them picks and go all in and get this done? He was asked about a Super Bowl window. Now, this comment I don't love, and I'll explain why in a moment. Go ahead. Okay. I don't like that. Now, I know he can't say publicly, oh, yeah, walls are closing in, sky's falling, everything's fine. It's not. No, I get that. But no, your window is closing. There is no such thing as an endless runway in the NFL. Sport's not designed that way. And before you blurt out the Chiefs or the Patriots, they have the great separator. First of all, top 2 coaches the last 40 years of football, and the top 2 quarterbacks in the last 100 years of football. I just think they're outliers, guys. For you, like, great example, your effective cap space for 2026 is $4 million. And I know you'll redo some deals and move some things around and cut players. Salary cap's not real. Respect. The point I'm making is you can't outrun it. Aiden Hutchinson's contract will cost you 3 starters. Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, Sam Laporta. Many of you are going to want to sign Jahmyr Gibbs. I won't, but many of you will want to sign him. Like, I can keep going. I just choose not to. Guys, no, I would like to see a little more urgency for 2025 to go all in. Because I don't, you know what I don't want? I don't want to be David Steelers. Yeah, make the playoffs every year, but you're never a real threat. You're a threat right now, but you need another Hellraiser on defense. That Hellraiser would cost you picks, plural. I'm not going to invoke the names. But I that is a disagreement I have, is that when you're in this window, you got to take the biggest swing you can. Because no, I don't believe that it's this. No, there's no pressure. We're going to be good for a long, long time. Bollocks. League doesn't work that way. You can be good for a long time. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in being great. And you're great right now. And I think that window does close quick. So that was all. Mild criticism on that, but what the hell else is Brad Holmes supposed to say? I want to get to the people. Let's get Jerome in the mix, 97.1. Jerome, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you for taking my call, Mike.
Yes, sir.
And you were right about not having this question on the other day, because everybody, myself included, was so upset you couldn't think clearly. But I had enough time to think clearly now. And I agree with you that Goff could definitely take us to the Super Bowl. However, I think that Brad Holmes needs to take a look at that defense, though, because, Goff had a bad game, but to me, it was more of that defense than anything else. And he needs to address that, because if you look back at football, for the NFL and even for college football, you have to have the defense to win the championship. So he's going to have to be aggressive with that defense, whether it's through the draft or however. And that's what I wanted to say, and I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Jerome. I do. I mean, look, example, who you hire will dictate some of those decisions. Now, Aaron Glenn wanted to play man-to-man. And I don't think it's crazy to say that Dan Campbell prefers that style of football. Well, do you have the personnel to do it? No. I don't think your pass rush is good enough. And your corners, look, what are you going to do with Carlton Davis? Now, you signed a guy who's always hurt, and he finished the season hurt. You going to give him a long-term deal? You want to obliterate your cap and franchise him? Because if you don't, your lead corner is going to be Terrion Arnold. And then question mark. You don't get to slot in Rakestraw, who didn't play much at all, as an answer. And Amik Robertson had one really nice game playing outside. Amik's best value to this team is playing slot. So then you go, okay, well, is the pass rush good enough? No. Because Aiden Hutchinson led your team in sacks. One problem, he's been dead since week 4. And remember, he led your team in sacks. I'm going to tell you something that's true, and it's not slander. Because I'm telling you, Aiden's tracking for a Hall of Fame career. He's an awesome player. But the first couple weeks of the season, you remember how he racked up those sacks? Remember when he faced a third-string tackle against Tampa? Or he had a sack when a tight end was left solo on him? It was laughable. He got to play backup tackles the first 3 weeks of the season. And he led your team in sacks. Didn't play the last 13 weeks. So it's just this idea that, yes, I think that's why I valued what Aaron Glenn did so much this year. That you still finished the year 7th in a points per game basis defensively. But there is work to be done on defense. Because Brad has not wanted to make that investment in the D-line. He went cheap with Marcus Davenport. Remember when I said, guys always hurt? Hurt again. And DJ Reader was a budget signing. But DJ Reader really didn't look like DJ Reader this year. Generally, that might be what happens when you blow out both quads. Aiden's coming off a broken leg. Do you know what I'm not going to put on Aiden? 65 snaps a week from week 1. And asking him to be TJ Watt. I want to let him work back into that. Aleem McNeil may not start the season with this team. He may not be back until midstream. That's a 300-plus pound man off a catastrophic knee injury. So I'm with Jerome on this. The defense, I need some Hellraisers if we're going to get this thing where it needs to go. And I do think that will help Goff. So we'll get to your phone calls next. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer. Tons of inventory, tons of great deals. The 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months, both $999 down. And new stock arrives daily. You bring your car in for service, you get the free loaner. Guys, what more do you need? It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price, period. Get your best deal at MoranExpress.com. On Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Right to the people. Brian's an A squared. He's up next on the ticket. Brian, what's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm not really sure, but unfortunately, you will have to talk to them about it.
Okay, we'll put him on hold. I think he took another call. Kenny, check on Brian. I just want to make sure. You never know. If someone's on the phone and they're being candid, they may surprise us with some very creative vernacular. We'll go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Oh, I got to tell you, watching that game Saturday night, it made me sick, literally. I've had the flu the last 4 days. I finally got back in the office today. So I'm glad I didn't hear the calls all week long. I heard some a little bit today. I think it's laughable. It really is. 29-9 the last 2 years, including playoffs. First time to back-to-back division titles since the 50s. First time double-digit wins in the team history since the 50s or whatever. Forget about the records, okay, the platitudes, whatever. Okay, defense is decimated. Our two coordinators' minds were not that they weren't focused on the game. I don't want to take anything away from them, but, hey, when you're looking at other areas and you're moving on in your mind, it does take a little bit of a toll on you. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not disparaging them, but hey, it is what it is. Okay? To put all of this on Goff, I told my brother before this game started, I said, if they don't play a perfect game, they're going to lose. And mind you, they started off on the right foot. They held them on 4th down. They got the first score. They're on their way to go up 14-3, and the bottom started dropping out. They fumbled, and the turnover started, and the waterfall started, and you couldn't stop it. And you couldn't come back because your defense couldn't stop a runny nose. And it's not because of scheme. It was because they didn't have any talent on the field. Yep. There's nothing you can do about it. We weren't healthy, and that's all there is to it. But to blame Goff for this, I mean, the guy, have you ever seen a guy have a more roller coaster career with a team in 4 years in your life? When he first got here, he's like, oh, he's a bridge quarterback. He's no good. We got to get rid of him. Then it was like, oh, he might be something. And then now one game, he's like, oh, let's get rid of him. I mean, it makes me laugh. It makes me laugh.
But Drew, and listen, this is the hard thing, is a lot of people, they need to blame someone. And it's okay to say Goff didn't play great. I don't think Ben Johnson's game plan was great. I didn't think Dan Campbell had a good night, and the defense, forget about it. I mean, the defense was a complete non-starter. But as the quarterback, you're going to take blame. It's okay to blame him. But see, I'm like you. Had a bad game, still thrilled he's my quarterback. Because I don't know what people are searching for. I don't know what it is. And even if
obviously the players love him. I mean, right, he's a leader of men. They love him.
Well, and guess what? They're going to need him now more than ever because Jared Goff will have input on the next OC, and Jared Goff will have complete command of this offense. You know what I mean? Like that is my one thing that it's like, do I have a concern about Goff moving forward? Of course I do. When you lose someone like Ben Johnson, I think it is totally rational and fair to have a concern there might be a growing pains period. Or a step back. Because if you don't believe that, then that means you just don't think much of Ben Johnson. And if you don't think much of Ben Johnson, then I question your football acumen. It's going to be a test for Goff. But my concern is anytime things go badly, man, the automatic. And again, we had smart people on this station acting stupid with the whole Hendon Hooker thing. Even up until this year started. Even up until the playoffs last year. And you go, okay, I know you're a smart person by day, but why are you saying these things? Meanwhile, they played a science teacher over Hendon Hooker when Goff got hurt. So that's my point, is it can't always be the minute he falters, get rid of him. Can't be. Let's go to Bo, 97.1. Bo, how you doing, buddy?
Even up until the playoffs last year.
Okay, Bo, you got to turn the radio off. I'll get back to you. Let's go over to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how you doing? As far as Jared Goff is concerned, he has done a lot. But you have to recognize that the top 4 quarterbacks in the playoff now have running ability. And he doesn't have it. So, he's good for what he's done for us, and I appreciate it. It's been a good 2 years. But do I think he can rise above Hurts, Daniels, the Bills quarterback, and even Patrick Mahomes? He can still run. Mm-hmm. He has the defense has gotten hip to Goff.
All right, so here's how it can be done. Eric, here's how it can be done, though. First of all, your defense is going to have to get better. Agreed?
Yes.
All right, that's one.
Yes.
But two, the way forward is, and it's why I hammered this point home last week before the Commander game, you have to win. Okay. You got to win time of possession in the playoffs. You have to, which is your running game, which is you keeping those quarterbacks that you're right, Eric, all 4 of the guys left. They're mobile. I can't argue any of it.
You can't but to do that, you can't turn over the ball.
I agree. There's no argument. He played poorly. Eric, if he's going to play that way, you're right. He won't win a Super Bowl. And if he plays that way again in the playoffs next year, I will have a different tone. But I'm just not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater the first time he lays an egg here in Detroit.
Oh, don't get me wrong, sir. I want him back. He's our only chance right now. Once we get the defense together, he may be able to get us over the hump. if the team doesn't make mistakes. I don't care about these coordinators. They leave and you hire more.
Well, that part I disagree with, but okay. Guys, I'm telling you, be very careful minimizing losing coordinators and coaches. You're doing it again. You're doing this euphoria stuff. Do yourself a favor. Go look at the Eagles when they lost Steichen and Gannon after the 22 season. Hi, Kenny.
Hi, Mike. I was just thinking, didn't Philly lose their two coordinators and then immediately stunk after?
Correct.
And that was a supposedly very good team.
It was. It was a team coming off of a Super Bowl.
Yes.
A place you've never been. Yes. So I'm just cautioning you. It doesn't mean you won't hire good people, but it also doesn't mean it's going to be seamless. Here's the other problem. If you say the team's going to take a step back, people get all bent out of shape. It's a step back from 15-2. If I could sign a piece of paper today that you go 11-6 next year, I'd sign the paper right now. So understand, you're taking a step back from the best season in team history. That's not a hot take. I still think you're a playoff caliber team. But if you make the wrong hires, well, we won't go there because you guys don't deserve any more pain right now. This has been a rough few days. And then just wait till Mountbatten shuts out the wings tonight. It's going to be terrible. No. I know.
None of that. Sam Montembeau will have a terrible night.
Listen, Pistons won again. That's true. I'm just saying they're providing some entertainment, but people don't. This is what sucks for the Pistons. They finally start doing some decent things, and it's in a year where the Lions are on a Super Bowl drive. So you're drawing like a 0 rating on TV. No one cares. Now, maybe people will get there. I think the best thing that could help the Pistons is going to be the thing they won't do. It'd be an addition. It'd be being a buyer. They probably don't want to do that and want to play it safe and wait and let it percolate. But, yeah, it stinks. Because the Pistons, listen. And if Cade's not named an all-star tonight, forget it. Just shut the league down. What?
I don't think he's going to be named one.
He's an all-star. Listen, if he's not
a starter, though.
It doesn't matter as long as he makes the all-star team.
He'll make it next week when they name the reserve.
Okay.
Yes. He will be an all-star, not a starter, though.
By the way, this Jimmy Butler's a piece of work, isn't he? I know one guy who's been telling you that for a few years.
He's a great guy, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the pictures of him at the dinner party after he missed the team flight?
I did.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You know what Pat Riley ought to do? Trade him to China. Trade him to the Shanghai Sharks. Go ahead. You want to pick up your $52 million player option? You're doing it overseas. I swear to God, I would never give Butler what he wanted. If I'm Riley, let him rot.
Just rot. Just sit right there.
I'd trade him to Charlotte for one of Melo's tattoos. Go ahead. Pick up your player option now, smart guy.
Trade him to Seattle. Yeah, Seattle doesn't have a team. You sit there.
Yeah, exactly. Sit in empty Key Arena. I can't. This is the NBA's problem. It's wholly detestable right now. Between him, Simmons, Zion, Embiid, you can't take the league seriously. And that's not the Pistons' fault, but they do reside in that league. So the league's never had a lower Q rating. And locally, the Lions take up 95% of the air in the room. And it's not Bickerstaff's fault. It's not Langdon's fault. It's not. The team's playing hard. But, I mean, come on. What am I going to do? Yell and scream, demand people watch? Give me a break. That ain't going to work. 248-539-9797. Get a little football today in the mix. Next, 97.1. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a perfect view of the big screen at Circa Resort and Casino. It's right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind, including if you wanted the full Brad Holmes press conference. It's all there for you. I believe it started at like 9:15 because the guys were just wrapping up before crosstalk. Also, subscribe, like our YouTube page. Be very kind of you if you do so. It is free. And if you like the video stuff, cool. John and Evan bust their ass to get those videos together, so we'd appreciate that. We'll see if Rico is healthy or not. I don't know. His sinuses were a complete disaster today, so I didn't feel like working with a hazmat suit. So we'll check on the big guy after the show. David, a few ticket texts, and we will go to Rieger down at LCA before Lord Mountbatten goalies the Wings.
Goff had a bad game at the worst time. He is still a good QB. Unfortunately, our defense was decimated and we needed to outscore them. Couldn't afford mistakes. Well, he made mistakes. One game. Goff is the right guy. He will be fine in a new offense with the new OC. The fools mad are the ones who took the 10 and lost their cars, excited for free agency. Goff had the 6th best QBR, the 2nd best passer rating. I don't think there's more than 5 better than him in the league. He will be just fine. We can win with him.
But remember, just to be, in fairness, it's about the playoff stuff. And in his career in the playoffs, he has been in the bottom third of qualified quarterbacks. Now, that's the first dud he laid here. If he does it again next year, it is a different conversation. You don't get – now, if you lose playoff games but you play well, that's life. But it's the same type of stuff Lamar's had to face. Lamar's – I'm sorry. Like, I know Rico and I fought about it yesterday. You don't get to have a horrible first half with 2 critical turnovers, and it gets washed away because you went 5 for 5 on the final drive. I'm sorry. David's going to yell at me now.
Nope, not going to yell at you at all. I like Goff. Unfortunately, I watched 2 playoff choke jobs by him. I fear he will get the Lamar can't win in the playoffs tag. That is Eric at work.
What's the second one? The one where Josh Reynolds couldn't catch a football?
That's what I'm thinking he's saying, but that's not on Goff, really.
That's what I'm saying.
Someone says, you guys have to stop with the Rico drop. I'm dying over here. Oh, man. Oh, man. The need for Holmes to prove he can win with Goff will be his downfall. You can't win with Goff.
No.
Wow. Curious what Jared Goff's rankings would be if you just looked at his Lions playoff stats. This is a great topic. I'm a big Goff fan, but everything needs to be right around him for him to do it, i.e. good running game, great offensive line, great weapons, etc.
Also, just before we go to Rieger, we did briefly talk about it. You know, I have no idea what the Tigers are going to do. Petzold had another report. It's really good. Just the idea they wanted a high-leverage reliever or Bregman. So far, they've done neither. There's some form of stall out in contract talks with Bregman. It's probably the fact that rightfully, let me be candid, rightfully, they don't want to go 5, 6, or 7 years. I wouldn't either. But my point is, if you draw these hard lines, you will end up with nothing. So it'll be interesting. I'd love to have Bregman here for a few years. He's a good ball player. But I'm not going to scream bloody murder if he's not. I think the reliever thing bugged me more. Because as the report says, well, if they sign the reliever, they can't sign Bregman. Because it'll be above their 25 payroll plan. And it's like, all right, cool. Enjoy your daiquiris. But I'm sure, we did an entire segment or 2 on that. You can go get it on the rewind. All right, where's Reeks?
What's up, Michael? How are we? What's exciting?
He's so loud.
That's how I roll. Well, it is an arena, and we're about
to
have Original 6 action here. So
that's right.
People are excited.
Do you know
Wings,
Kenny?
Get off the schneid.
Kenny bet Lord Mountbatten to shut the Wings out at plus 1,600 tonight.
I mean, considering Detroit hasn't scored much, and they've scored 2 or 1 goals their last 3 games, it's not an awful bet.
Mountain Bow, whatever the hell his name is. I call him Lord Mountbatten.
Watch out for Cole Caulfield tonight. He's a stud, and he might score in the Wings. Michael, I have to.
It's weird. Go ahead. What do you need? What can I do for you?
I got to tell you something. So I'm driving in today, listening to your show as I always do. I'm a P1. I love you guys. I hear DJ call up, and you and DJ, you busted my balls. You busted my balls about the SOL thing.
Oh, he killed you the other night. Oh, man, he killed you.
No, because he's wrong and you're wrong. I love how y'all talk about a 1 seed and winning 15 games, and then in the next breath, well, it can't be SOL, right? Because then you all call it a failure. You called it a failure of a season. Sheila Ford probably thinks it's a failure of a season. There's nothing that has killed SOL. To lose the game like you lost, Mike, the brain dead play in the fourth quarter, down 10, 12 men on the field, 5 turnovers, including a pick 6, lose as a 10.5-point favorite, lose to a rookie quarterback, lose to the 6th seed with everything in front of you. Come on, it's SOL. And I understand why people don't want to say it, because it makes people uncomfortable. You think you got past that. But that's exactly what it is. You guys can't fight it. Now, they win a Super Bowl or go to a Super Bowl, SOL's dead, but it's no different than the 90s. I had to get that off my chest.
You can say it a million times. It doesn't make it true.
You can deny it a million times.
I'm not denying anything. It's just I told you. I didn't think they were going to win the Super Bowl once Carlton Davis and Aleem died, and they had 18 guys on IR. It's not SOL. They had a bad night at the office. I just don't.
What would you call it, though? Like, to lose that
a failure, a bad playoff game?
But isn't that what SOL is? It's more than incompetence. It's more than bad luck. It's the overall losing.
Is this what
That's not what SOL is. If you lose a game.
I'm not doing it.
God, in the words of Rico.
A game that ruined the season, how they lost the game when you guys weren't, so I give you credit. All of Detroit was uber overconfident, and then you got your ass kicked. Come on, dude. Exactly. It's SOL, but I get it. You guys want your listeners to like you. I'm here to tell the cold.
They've never had the number one seed, but that's the same.
If there's one thing I've never been accused of, it's that.
Well, that's true. But let me go, David. They've never had the number one seed. Who cares? What did it result in?
Then it can't be same old because they've never done that before and then lost the way they've done.
They were a 2 seed in 91 and got
not
popped
the
by
number
the
one
Redskins.
seed. You're wrong.
So that's what stops it, not the colossal failure to
That's
end
usually
the
what the
season.
same portion of same old means, right? It has to be the same.
Come on. It's ridiculous. Same as it ever was. Hey, thank you, Snoop. Anyway, we're going to talk, please, Rico. I thought he wasn't there. Why do I keep hearing him? I hope Rico feels better. We're going to play the Brad Holmes comment. And it's interesting because he talked about the window not being closed. I don't even think he believes in windows, but I'm going to ask the listeners. I have ways that the window could be closing and ways that the window is wide open. So we'll do that next.
And we will talk to you tomorrow at 2.
Can I get one more?
They're on discount, buddy.
Can I get a Stoney not doing good?
No, we're done here. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2 for a Football Friday.
Wishing my luck. Goodbye.
Good night.